You're focused on a highly technical subject of nuclear weapons in Iran. There is no shortcuts around the imperative of preventing their appearances, but it is well to recall periods when other seemingly intractable crises in the Middle East were given a new dimensions by fortitudes and vision. Between 1967 and 1973, there had been two Arab-Israeli wars, two American military alerts, and invasion of Jordan by Syria. Okay, I didn't know that. Between 1967-73, there had been a two Arab-Israel wars, two American military alerts, and invasion of Jordan by Syria, a massive American air leap into war zones, multiple hijacking of airliners, and the breaking of a diplomatic relationship between the United States by most Arab countries. Yet, it was followed by a peace process that yielded three Egyptian-Israeli agreements, culminating in a peace treaty in 1979. A disengagement agreement with Syria in 1974, which has lasted for 4 decades, 4 decades despite the Syrian civil war, and the Madrid Conference in 1991, which restarted the peace process. The Oslo Agreement between PLO and Israel in 1993, and a peace treaty between Jordan and Israel in 1994. These goals were reached because there are three conditions were met: an active American policy, the thwarting of design seeking to establish regional orders by imposing universalist principle through violence, and the emergence of leaders without a vision of a peace. Two events in my experience symbolizes that vision. In 1981, during his last visit to Washington, President Sadat invited me to come to Egypt the following spring for a celebration when Sinai Peninsula would be returned to Egypt by Israel. Then he paused for a moment and said, "Don't come for the celebration; it would be too hurtful to Israel. Come 6 months later, and you and I will drive to the top of a Mount Sinai together, where I plan to build a mosque, a church, and a synagogue to symbolize the need for peace." Yitzhak Rabin, once chief of staff of Israeli army, was prime minister during the first political agreements ever between Israel and Egypt in 1975, and then again when he and his former defense minister, now foreign minister Simon Peres, negotiated a peace agreement with the Jordan in 1994 on occasion of the Israeli-Jordanian peace agreement in July 1994. Simon spoke at a joint session of U.S. Congress together with the King Hussein of Jordan. Okay, I don't know. Okay, but I don't Jordan. I thought Jordan is a developed country. Okay, Jordan Prime Minister or President. Okay, Jordan President. Okay, Jordan does not have a president. It is a constitutional monarchy ruled by a King Abdul. Okay, King Abdul II bin Al Hussein was born in Amranjan Princess. Okay, siblings. Okay, understood. Books is good. Last chance. He's 64 years old. Today we are embarking on a battle which has no dead and no wounded, no blood, no anguish. This is the only battle which is pleasure to wage, the battle of peace. In the Bible, our books of books, peace is mentioned in its various idioms, 237 times in the Bible, from which we draw our values and our strength. In the books of Jeremiah, we find our lamentations. For Rachel, the matriarch, it writes, "Refrain your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for their works shall be rewarded, says the Lord." I will not refrain from weeping for those who are gone, but on this summer day in Washington, far from home, we sense that our work will be rewarded as the prophet foretold. Both Sadat and Rabin were assassinated, but their achievements and inspirations are inextinguishable. So once again, doctrines of violent intimidation challenge the hopes of the world orders, but when they are thwarted, nothing else will do. There may come as moments similar to what led to the breakthrough recounted here. And my vision, when vision became reality. Now we have, I think, new chapter. Let's see which one would it be. Asia. So now we're going to Asia. Chapter number what? Chapter number 5. Asia. The multiplicity of Asia. Asia and Europe. Different concept of a balance of power. The term Asia ascribes a deceptive coherence to disparate regions. Until the arrival of a modern Western powers, no Asian language had a word for Asia. None of the people of what are now Asia's nearly 50 sovereign states conceived of themselves as inhabiting a single continent or region requiring solidarity with all others. As the East, it has never been clearly parallel to the West. There has been no common religions, and not even one splintered into different branches as it is Christianity in the West. Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Christianity all thrive in different parts of the Asia. There's no memory of a common empire comparable to that of Rome across northeastern, east, southwest, south, and central Asia. Prevailing major ethnic, linguistic, religious, social, cultural differences have been independence. Yes, obviously, Asia is a big continent, often bitterly by the wars of modern history. The political and economic map of Asia illustrates the region's complex, tapestry. It comprises industrially and technologically advanced countries in Japan, the Republic of Korea, Singapore, with economies and standards of living rivaling those of Europe, the three countries of continental scale in China, India, and Russia, two large archipelagos, in addition to Japan, Philippines, and Indonesia, composed of thousands of islands and standing astride the main sea lanes. Three ancient nations with a population approximating those of France, Italy, and Thailand, Vietnam, and Myanmar, huge Australia, and pastoral New Zealand. They're not Asia, right? Okay. With a largely European descendants populations in North Korea, a Stalinist family dictatorship periods of industry and technological except for nuclear weapons program. A large Muslim majority population prevails across Central Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and sizable Muslim minorities exist in India. I mean, sizable Muslim minorities still, but because India has more, Muslim population than Pakistan. The second largest Muslim population in the world is India after Indonesia, China, Myanmar, Thailand, and the Philippines. Okay, the global order during the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century was predominantly European, designed to maintain a rough balance of power between the major European countries outside their own, continents. So yeah, 21st century, it's gonna be Asian century. The European states built colonials and justified their actions under various versions of so-called civilizing missions. From the perspective of the 21st century, in which Asian nations are rising in wealth, power, and confidence, it may seem improbable that colonialism gains much such force, or that it is an institution were treated as a normal mechanisms of international life. Material factors alone cannot explain it. A sense of mission and intangible psychological momentum also played a role. The pamphlets and treaties of the colonials' power from the dawn of the 20th century reveal a remarkable arrogance to the effect that they were entitled to shape a world by order by their maxims. Accounts of China or India condescendingly define a European mission to integrate traditional cultures to higher level of civilization. European administrations were relatively small staff redrew the borders of ancient nations, oblivious that this might be an abnormal, unwelcome, or illegitimate developments. At the dawn of what is now called the modern age in the 15th century, confident in a fractious territorial divided West Asia had sailed to reconnoiter the globe and to improve, exploit, and civilize the land it came upon. It impressed upon the people it encountered views of religion, science, commerce, governance, and diplomacy, shaped by the Western historical experience, which it took to the capstone of human achievement. The West expanded with the familiar hallmark of colonialism, every cautious, every cautiousness, cultural, chauvinism, lust for glory. But it is also true that it is better elements try to lead a kind of a global tutorial in intellectual methods and encourage skepticisms and a body of political and diplomatic practice, ultimately ensuring democracy. It all but ensured that after a long period of subjugation, the colonized people would eventually demand and achieve a self-determination, even during their most brutal, depredation. The expansionist powers got put forth, especially in the Britain, a vision that at some point conquered people would begin to participate in the fruits of the common global system. Finally, recoiling from the sordid practice of slavery, the West produced what no other slave-holding civilization had: a global, abolitionist movement based on convictions and a common humanity and the inherent dignity of the individual. Britain, rejecting its previous embraces of the despicable trade, took the lead in enforcing a new norms of human dignity, abolishing slavery in its empire and interdicting slave trading ships in the high seas. This distinctive combination of overbearing conduct, technological power, and prowess. I want to know how does this is being pronounced. Okay, prowess, right? So PROW. Prowess. Great skill at doing something. Okay, academic sporting prowess. Okay, so great skill. Okay. Just mission even during this one. Okay. Where was I? Okay. The distinctive combination of overbearing conduct, technological prowess, idealistic humanitarianism, and revolutionary intellectual ferment proved one of the shaping factors of the modern world. With the exception of Japan, Asia was a victim of. Okay, with the exception of Japan. Okay, yeah, Japan was not conquered, right? Because Japanese were like a very expansionist in terms of, because Japanese ruled China. I think, let's see. Okay, for how many years did Japanese rule China? Yes, they did. And Korea. Yes, Japan occupied large part of China from 1931 to 45. Particularly during the Second Sino-Japanese War, Japan did not conquer all of China, but they did control major cities, industrial areas, and coastal regions, establishing puppet regime like Manchukuo in the northeastern UK. Did Japan, ruled, I think, Korea also, I think. Did it rule Korea? Yes, Japan ruled Korea from 1910 to 45, a period often referred as the Japanese colonial rule or the Japanese occupation. Japan formally annexed Korea on this one, following the years of increasingly political turmoil. Okay, so Japanese were kind of like British. What British, did to India, I think Japanese did to. I don't know if they. Okay, just wait. Okay, because what British did is exact. It's actually very bad, right? They just took all the resources. What British did to India did similar thing happened. Similar thing happened in China because of Japan. Or okay, let's see. Yes, Japan's action in China are often compared to British rule in India because both involve imperialism, economic exploit. Okay, so they did exploit economically. Economic exploitations and erosion of sovereignty. However, the two situations had major differences in others. So, economic exploitation, just as the British used India's resources like cotton and tea to power their own economy, Japan exploited Chinese territories of raw material like coal and iron, loss of territory. Britain annexed various Indian provinces over nearly 200 years. Similarly, Japan seized territories like Taiwan and Manchuria, eventually creating a puppet state called Manchu Coast. Okay, so major differences is equals to Britain and India eventually established a formal centralized government, the British Raj. Japan and China never achieved full political control over China. They occupied parts of the coast and the north, but faced constant heavy resistance from the Chinese military. The Japanese occupation during the World War II was exceptionally brutal. Events like the Nanjing massacre, where 300,000 people were killed, and the use of chemical biological weapons represents a level of wartime atrocities that was different in nature from the longing administrative exploitation of the British Raj. So long term, okay. Nah, I don't want to. Okay. With the exception of Japan, Asia was a victim of international order imposed by colonialism. So, except Japan, not an actor in it, Thailand sustained its independence, but unlike Japan, was too weak to participate in the balance of power as a system of regional powers. So, China's size prevented it from full colonization. China's size prevented it from full colonizations, but it lost control over key aspects of domestic affairs until the end of the World War II. Most of Asia conducted its policies as an adjunct of European power, or in that case, into the Philippines of the United States. The condition for Westphalian-style diplomacy only began to emerge with the decolonization that founded the devastations of the European order by World War. It does seem to me that because of the Second World War, most of the country became free. For example, like right now, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, it all became free because of the because I mean, it's a separate matter that the Britain, right, the British led, not British led, but yeah, the British allies were victorious, but still that led to a drainage of a lot of resources. So they had to exit from India because they can't, they can't keep on going and controlling India because it's taking a toll on them also. So yeah, from that perspective. And second is goes to Japan, right? Japan were controlling China, Korea, and all those, and even that became independence. But that's a separate matter. That Korea, South Korea, North Korea, they were influenced after Second World War. They were influenced by Soviet Union and China, Soviet Union and US. That's a separate matter altogether. So, but it lost control over the cases. Okay, this one stand. Okay. Most of Asia conducted its policy as an agent of European powers, or in the case of the Philippines of the United States, the condition for Westphalian-style diplomacy only began to emerge with the decolonizations that followed devastation of the European order by 1922. The process of emancipations from the prevalent regional order was violent and bloody. Okay, fuck man, how did I forget the definition of emancipation? Emancipation, I know the emancipation means. Yeah, is act of setting someone free from jail. Okay, emancipation is an act of setting someone free from jail, social or political restraint or restrictions, restraint or bondage, specifically the freeing of enslaved people or minor from apparent control. It signifies gaining independence. Emancipation. Okay, I actually thought the opposite of it. The process of emancipation from the prevalent regional order was violent and bloody. The Chinese Civil War 1927 to 49, the Korean War 1950 to 53. Sino-Soviet confrontation roughly 1955 to 80, a revolutionary guerrilla insurgencies all across Southeast Asia, the Vietnam War 1961-75, for India and Pakistan was 1947, 65, 71, 1999, the Chinese Indian War 1962, Chinese Vietnamese War 1979, and the depredations of the genocidal Khmer Rogue. After decades of war and revolutionary turmoil, Asia has transformed itself dramatically. The rise of the Asian tigers, evident from 1970, involving Hong Kong, the Republic of Korea, Singapore, Thailand, and Thailand, brought prosperity and economic dynamism to interview. Japan adopted democratic institution and built an economy rivaling and in some cases surpassing those of Western nations. In 1979, China changed course and under Deng Xiaoping proclaimed a non-ideological foreign policy and a policy of economic reforms that continued and accelerated under the successors to leave have had a profound transformative effect on the China and the world. As the changes unfolded, national interest-based foreign policy premised on the Westphalian principle seems to have prevailed in Asia, unlike in Middle East, where almost all these states are threatened by militant challenges to their legitimacy. In Asia, the state is threatened, it's treated as the basic units of international and domestic politics. The various nations emerging from the colonial period generally affirm one another's sovereignties and committed to non-interference in one another's domestic affairs. They follow the norms of international organizations that build a region or in inter-regional economic and social organizations. In this vein, a top Chinese military official, the Chinese People Liberation Army Deputy Chief of General Staff Q Jianguo wrote in a major Jan 2013 policy review that one of the primary challenges of the contemporary era is to uphold the basic principle of modern international relations, firmly established in the 1648 Treaty of Westphalia, especially the principle of sovereignty and equality. So this is the map of Asia. There's a big Russia, there's a Kazakhstan, there is a Mongolia, and there's a big China, there's India, there's all those countries. Asia has emerged as among the Westphalian system most significant legacies, historic and often historically antagonistic. People are organizing themselves as a sovereign states and the states as a regional grouping in Asia far more than in Europe. Not to speak of the Middle East, the maxims of the Westphalian model of international order find their contemporary expression, including doctrines and questions by many in the West as excessively focused on the national interest or insufficiently protective of human rights. Sovereignty, in many cases, brought only recently from the colonial is treated as having an absolute character. The goal of a state policy is not to transcend the national interest, as in the fashionable concept in European or the United States, but to pursue it energetically and with a conviction. Every government dismisses foreign criticism of its internal practices as symptoms of just a surmounted colonial tutelage. Thus, even when the neighboring states' domestic actions are perceived as an excessive, they have been, for example, in Myanmar, they are treated as an occasion for quite diplomatic intercessions, not overt pressures, much less foreseeable intervention. At the same time, an elephant of implicit threat is ever present. China affirms explicitly and all others key plays implicitly the option of military forces in the pursuit of a core national interest. Military budget arising national rivalries as in the South, China sees the Northwestern Asian waters to have generally been conducted within methods of 19th century European diplomacy. Forces have not been excluded, though its application has been restrained simultaneously as the year go on. Hierarchy, not sovereign equalities was the organizing principle of Asia historical international system. Power was demonstrated by the deference shown to the ruler and the structure of authority that recognizes his overlordship, not on the delineation of the specific border on the map. Empires spread their trade and their political grids, soliciting the alignments of a small political units. For the people who existed at the intersection of two or more imperial orders, the path to independence was to enroll as a nominal subordinates in the more than one sphere, an art still remembered and practiced today. In some quarters in Asia's historical diplomatic systems, where based on Chinese or Hindu monarchy was considered an expression of divinity, or at the very least a kind of a paternal authority. Tangible expressions of attributes were thought to be owed to superior countries by the inferiors. This theoretically left no room for ambiguity as to the natures of region power relationship, leading to a series of rigid alignments. In practice, however, this principle were applied with remarkable creativity and fluidity. In Northeastern Asia, the Ryukyu kingdom for the time paid tribute to both Japan and China. In northern hill of Burma, tribes secured a form of de facto autonomy by pledging the royalty simultaneously to the Burmese royal court and the Chinese emperor, and generally not straining to follow the dictates of the either. For centuries, Nepal skillfully balanced its diplomatic posture between the ruling dynasty in China and those in India, offering letters and gifts that were interpreted as a tribute in China but recorded as an evidence of an equal exchange in Nepal, then holding out a special tie with China as a guarantee of Nepal independence vis-a-vis India. Thailand eyed it as a strategic target by expanding Western Empire in the 19th century, avoided colonizations altogether through an even more elaborate strategy of forming cordial ties with all foreign powers at once, welcoming foreign advisors from the multiple competing Western states into its court, even while sending to mission to China and regaining Hindu priest of Indian descent for the royal households. The intellectual suppleness and emotional forbearance demanded by this balancing strategy were all the more remarkable given that the Thai king was himself regarded as a divine figure Any concept of a regional order was considered to be inhibiting of the flexibility demanded from a diplomacy. Against the backdrop of a subtle and diverse legacies, the great Westphalian sovereign states on the map of Asia presents an oversimplified picture of a regional realities. It cannot capture the diversity of aspiration that leaders bring to their task, or the combination of a punctilious attention to hierarchy and protocol with adroit maneuver with that characterize much of Asian diplomacy. It is a fundamental framework of international life in Asia, but statehood there is also infused with a set of cultural legacies of a greater diversity and immediacy than perhaps any other region. This is underscored by the experience of the two of Asia's major nations, Japan and India. Japan. All Asia's historical, political and political entities, Japan reacted the earliest and by far the more decisively, to the Western eruptions across the world. Situated in archipelago, some 100 miles of Asian mainland at the closest crossing, Japan long cultivated its traditions and distinctiveness, culture and isolation, possessed of ethnic and linguistic near homogeneity and an official ideology that stressed the Japanese people divine ancestry. Japan turned conviction of its unique identity into a kind of a near religious commitment. So the sense of distinctiveness gave it great flexibility in adjusting its policy to its concept of national strategic necessity. Within the space of a little more than a century after 1868, Japan moved from a total isolation to the extent, extensive borrowing from the apparently most modern state in the West, for the army for Germany, for parliamentary institution, and for the navy from Britain, from audacious attempts at empire building to pacifism, and hence to re-emergence of a new kind of a major power stance, from feudalism to varieties of Western authoritarianism, and from that to embracing democracy and in and out of the world orders. First Western, then Asian, now global. Throughout, it was convinced that its national, mission could not be diluted by adjusting to the technique and institution of other societies. It would only be enhanced by the successful adaptations. Japan, for centuries, existed at the fringe of the Chinese world, borrowing heavily from Sinic and religion culture. But unlike most societies in a Chinese cultural sphere, it has transformed the borrowed forms into Japanese patterns and never conflated them with the hierarchical obligation to China. Japan's resilient position was at times a source of consternation for the Chinese court. Other Asian people accepted the premises and protocols of the tribute system, a symbolic subordination to the Chinese emperor, by which Chinese protocol ordered the universe, labeling their trade as a tribute. To the gain access to the Chinese market, they respected, at least in their exchange with the Chinese courts, the Confucian concept of international order as a familial hierarchy with China as the patriarch. Japan was geographically close enough to understand this vocabulary intimately and generally made tacit allowances for the Chinese world order as a regional reality. In the quest of trade or a culture exchange, Japan was geographically close enough to understand this response. Japanese mission followed the etiquettes close enough to establish forms that Chinese official could interpret as it as evidence of Japan's aspiration to membership in a common hierarchy. Yet in a region carefully attuned to the gradations of status implied in a minute protocol decision, such as the single word used to refer to a rule, or the mode in which a formal letter was delivered, or the style of a calendar state on a formal documents, Japan consistently refused to take up a formal role in the Sino-centric tribute system. It hovered at the edge of a hierarchical Chinese world order, periodically insisting on its equality and some points its own superiority. At the apex of Japan's society and its own view of the world order stood the Japanese emperor, figure conceived like the Chinese emperor as the son of heaven, an intermediary between the human and the divine. This title, insistently displayed on Japanese diplomatic dispatches to the Chinese courts, was a direct challenge to the cosmology of a Chinese world orders, which posited Chinese emperor as a single pinnacle of human hierarchy. In addition to the status which carried transcends import above and beyond what would have been claimed by any Holy Roman Emperor in Europe, Japan's traditional political philosophy posited with another distraction. The Japanese emperor were deities descended from the sun goddess who gave birth to the first emperor and endowed his successor with an eternal right to rule. According to the 14th century records of the legitimate succession of the divine sovereigns, Japan is the divine country, the heavenly ancestor it was who first laid its foundations, and the sun goddess left her descendants to reign over it forever and ever. This is true only of our country, and nothing similar may be found in foreign lands. That is why it is called the divine country. Japan's insular position, it's allowed it wide latitude above, about whether to participate in international affairs at all. For many centuries, it remained one of the outer boundaries of Asian affairs, cultivating its military tradition through the internal contest and admitting foreign traits and culture at its discretions. At the close of the 16th century, Japan attempted to recast its role with an abruptness and sweep of ambition that its neighbors at first dismissed as implausible. The result was one of Asia's major military conflict. whose regional legacies remain in the subject of vivid remembrance and Korean dispute, and whose lesson, if heeded, might have changed America's conduct in the 20th century Korean War. In 1590s, the warrior Toyotomi Hideyoshi, having bested his rival, unified Japan and brought more than a century of civil conflict to a close, announced a grandeur vision. He would have raised the world's largest army, marched it up the Korean peninsula, conquered China, and subdued the world. He dispatched a letter to the Korean king announcing his intent to proceed to the country of the great Ming and compel the people there to adapt our customs and manners, and inviting his assistant after the king demurred and warned him against the endeavor, citing an impossible relationship between the Middle Kingdom and our kingdom, and the Confucian principle that to invade another state is an act of which men of culture and intellectual attainment should feel ashamed. Hideyoshi launched an invasion of 160,000 men and roughly 700 ships. The massive force overwhelmed initial defense and at first marched swiftly up the peninsula. It progressed slow as a Korea admiral organized a determined naval resistance harrying Hideyoshi supply line and deflecting the invading armies to battle along the coast. When Japan first reached Pyongyang near the narrow northern neck of peninsula, and now North Korea capital, China intervened and was unwilling to allow its tribute state to be overrun. The Chinese expeditionary army, estimated between 40 to 100,000 strong, crossed the Yalu River and pushed Japanese forces back as far as Seoul. After 5 years of inconclusive negotiation and devastating combat, Hideyoshi died as the invasion forces withdrew and the status quo ante was restored. Those who argue that history never repeated itself should ponder the comparability of China's resistance to Hideyoshi enterprises with that encountered with America in the Korean War nearly 400 years later. On the failure of this venture, Japan changed course, turning to ever increasing seclusions under the locked country policy lasting over 2 centuries. Japan all but absented itself from participating in any world orders. Comprehensive state-to-state relation on conditions of strict diplomatic equality existed only with Korea. Chinese traders were permitted to operate in select locations, though no official Sino-Japanese relation existed. If no protocol could be worked out that satisfied both the sides' armor property, foreign trade with European countries was restricted to a few specified coastal cities. By 1673, all but the Dutch had been expelled, and they were confined to a single artificial island of the port of Nagasaki. By 1825, suspicion of the seafaring Western power had become so great that Japan's ruling military authorities promulgated an edict to expel foreigners at all cost, declaring that any foreign vessels approaching Japanese shores was to be driven away unconditionally by force if necessary. All this was, however, a precursor to another dramatic shift, under which Japan ultimately vaulted itself into the global world order, and for 2 centuries largely Western and become a modern great power on Westphalian principle. The decisive catalyst came when Japan was confronted in 1853 by 4 American naval vessels dispatched from the Norfolk, Virginia, and an expedition to flout deliberately the seclusions, edicts by the emperor in Tokyo Bay. The commanding officer, Commodore Matthew Perry, bore a letter from President Millard Fillmore to the Emperor of Japan, in which he insisted on delivering directly to the imperial representative in Japan's capital, a breach of 2 centuries of Japanese law and diplomatic protocol. Japan, which held foreign trade in as little esteem as China, cannot have been particularly reassured by the President's letters, which informed the Emperor, whom Fillmore addressed as his great and good friends, that American people think that if your Imperial Majesty were so far to change the ancient laws as to allow free trade between the two countries, it would be extremely beneficial to both. Fillmore clothed the de facto ultimatums into a classically American pragmatic proposal to the effect that that the very establishment seclusions laws here to escape as an immutable might be loosened on a trial basis. If your Imperial Majesty is not satisfied that that it would be safe to altogether abrogate the ancient laws, which forbids foreign trades, they might be suspended for 5 or 10 years so as to try the experiments. If it does not prove as beneficial as was hoped, the ancient laws can be restored. The United States often limit their treaties with a foreign state to a few years and then renew them or not as they please. The Japanese recipient of the message recognized it as a challenge to their concept of political and international orders. Yet they reacted with the reserved composure of a society that had experienced and studied the transitoriness of human endeavors for centuries while retaining its essential natures. Surveying Paris for our superior firepower, Japanese cannons and firearms had barely advanced in 2 centuries, while Paris vessels were equipped with a state-of-the-art naval gunnery capable, as he demonstrated along the Japanese coast, of firing explosive shells. Japan's leaders concluded that direct resistance to the black ship would be futile. They relied on the cohesions of the society to absorb the shock and maintain their independence by their cohesions. They perhaps prepared and execute exquisitely, courteous reply explaining the altogether, although the changes America sought were most positively forbidden by the laws of our imperial ancestors, nonetheless, for us to continue attached to ancient laws seems to misunderstand the spirit of the age, allowing that we are governed now by imperative necessity. Japanese representative assured Perry that they were prepared to satisfy nearly all of Americans' demands, including constructing a new harbor capable of accommodating American ships. Japan drew from the West in unchallenged conclusion, contrary to that of China after the appearance of the British envoy in 1793. Discussion in the next chapter. China reaffirmed its traditions and traditional stance of dismissing the intruders with aloof defenses while cultivating China's distinctive virtues, confident that the vast extent of its population, territory, and the refinement of its culture would, in the end, prevail. Japan sets out with studious attention to details and subtle analysis of the balance of material and psychological forces to enter the international orders based on the Western concept of sovereignty, free trade, international law, technology, and military powers, albeit for the purpose of expelling the foreign dominations. After a new faction came to power in 1868, promising to revert the balance in an emperor, expel the barbarian. They announced that they would do so by mastering the barbarian concept and technologies and joining the Westphalian world order as an equal member. The new Meiji Emperor coronation was marked with the charter oath signed with nobility, promising a sweeping program of reforms, which included provisions that all social classes should be encouraged to participate. It provides for deliberate assemblies in all provinces and the formation of the due process and the commitment to fulfill the aspiration of the population relied on the national consensus, which have been one of the principal strengths, perhaps the most distinctive features of Japanese society. By this oath, we set up as our aim the establishment of the uniform national wealth on board basis and the framing of a constitutions and laws. Deliberative assemblies shall be widely established and all matters decided with open discussions. All classes, high and low, shall be united in vigorously carrying out the administration of affairs of state. The common people, no less than the civil and military officials, shall be allowed to pursue their own calling, so that there may be no discontent. Evil customs of the past shall be broken off, and everything based upon the just laws of nature. Knowledge shall be sought throughout the world so as to strengthen the foundation of the imperial rule. Okay, so understood. Ah. Okay, so Japan would henceforth embark on the systematic construction of railways, modern industries, and export-oriented economy, and a modern military. Amidst all this transformation, the uniqueness of Japan's culture and society would preserve Japanese identity. The result of this dramatic change of the course would, within a few decades, vault Japan into the ranks of the global power. In 1886, after a brawl between Chinese sailors and Nagasaki police, a modern German-built Chinese warship sailed towards Japan, compelling a resolution. By the next decades, intensive naval construction and training had given Japan the upper hand. When in 1894, disputes over relative Japan and Chinese influence on Korea culminated in war. Japan prevailed decisively. The peace term includes an end of the Chinese suzerainty over Korea, giving way to a new contest between Japan and Russia, and the cessation of Taiwan, which Japan governed as a colony. Japan's reforms were pursued with such a vigor that the Western powers were soon obliged to abandon the model of extraterritorialities, the rights to their own citizens in the Japan by their own local laws, which they had first applied in China in the landmark trade between treaty Britain. So the preeminent Western powers committed British Japan and British subject in Japan to abide by Japanese jurisdiction. In 1902, it's not 02, 1902, the British treaty was transformed into a military alliance, the first formal strategic alignment between Asian and a Western power. Britain sought the alliance to balance Russian pressures in India. Okay, so Russian pressure, 1902. Britain sought the alliances to balance Russia's pressures on India. Japan's goal was to defeat Russian aspiration to dominate Korea and Manchuria and to establish its own freedom of maneuver for later design there. 3 years later, Japan stunned the world by defeating the Russian Empire in a war, the first defeat of a Western country by an Asian country in the modern period. In the World War I, Japan joined the entity power and seized German bases in China and the South Pacific. Japan had arrived as the first non-Western great power in the contemporary age, accepted as a military, economic, and diplomatic equal by the countries that had therefore shaped the international orders. There was one important difference. On the Japanese side, the alliances with the Western countries were not based on a common strategic objective, but to expel its European allies from the Asia. After the after the exhaustions of Europe in World War One, Japan's leaders have concluded that the world beset by conflict, financial crisis, and American isolationism favored imperial expansions aimed at imposing hegemony on Asia. Imperial Japan detached Manchuria from China in 1931, established it as a Japanese satellite state under the exiled Chinese emperor. Okay, yeah, so that's where the Chinese were under the control of Japan, like satellite. American isolation is okay. This one's okay. Just wait. Okay. After the exhaustion of the Europe in World War One, Japan leaders concluded that the world besets by conflict, financial crisis, American isolation is in favor of imperial expansion aimed at imposing hegemony in Asia. Imperial Japan detached Manchuria from China in 1931 and established it as the Japanese satellite state under the exiled Chinese emperor. In 1937, Japan declared a war on China in order to subjugate additional Chinese territory in the name of the new order in Asia and then an East Asian prosperity sphere. Japan strove to organize its own anti-Westphalian space of influence, a bloc of Asian nations led by the Japanese and three of Western powers, arranged hierarchically to hereby enable all nations to find its own proper place in the world. In this new order, other Asian state sovereignty would be allied into the form of Japanese tutelage. Okay, just wait. What is the definition of tutelage? Emancipation. Okay. Tutelage, tutelage. Okay, so first I'll try you. What does it look like? Okay, definition. After reading the sentence, right? Okay, in this new order, other Asian state sovereignty would be allied into a form of a Japanese tutelage. Japanese tutelage. Okay, not exactly sure. The teaching, advice, or instruction that a person gives to another. Okay, under his tutelage. Okay, tutelage. Okay, so it's like a tutor. Okay, under his tutelage, she regained her interest in literature. The state of being protected or controlled by another person, country, or organizations. Parental tutelage. Okay, other protections or okay. Okay, in this other Asian sovereignty would be allied in the form of a Japanese tutelage. The members of the establishment international order were too exhausted by the World War One and too preoccupied with the mounting European crisis to resist. Only one Western power in our country remained in the way of this design, the United States, the country that had forcibly opened up Japan less than a century earlier, as though history contained a narrative. The first bombs of a war between the two countries fell on American territory in 1941, when the Japanese launched a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, okay, which led to the official entry of United States to the Second World War. American mobilization in the Pacific eventually culminated in the use of the two nuclear weapons, the sole military use of this weapon to date, bringing about Japan's unconditional surrender. Japan adjusted to the debacle by methods similar to its response to Commodore Perry, resilience sustained by an indomitable national spirit based on distinct national cultures. To restore the Japanese nation, Japan's post-war leaders, almost all of whom had been in the public service in the 1930s and 40s, portrayed surrender as an adaptation of an American priorities. Indeed, Japan used the authority of the American occupation regime to modernize more fully and to recover more rapidly than it could have purely national efforts. It renounced war as an instrument of national policy, affirmed the principle of constitutional democracy, and re-entered the international state system as an American ally, though a low-key one more visibly concerned with economic revival than with the participation in the grand strategy. For nearly 7 decades, this new orientation has proved an important anchor of an Asian stability and a global peace and prosperity. So Japan's post-war posture was frequently described as a new pacifism, in the fact that it was considerably more complex. Above all, it reflected an acquiescence in American predominance and in assessments of the strategic landscape and the imperatives of Japan's survival and long-term success. Japan's post-war governing class accepted a constitution to affect American occupying authorities with its stringent prohibitions on military action as a necessity of their immediate circumstances. They avowed its liberal democratic orientation as their own. They affirmed principle of democracy and international community akin to those embraced in Western capital. At the same time, Japan's leaders adapted their country's unique demilitarized role to Japanese long-term strategic purposes. They transformed the pacifist aspect of the post-war order from a prohibition against military action to an imperative to focus on other key elements of the national strategy, including economic revitalization. American forces were invited to remain deployed in Japan in substantial numbers, and the defense commitment was solidified into a mutual security treaty, lettering potentially antagonistic power, including a sovereign Soviet Union expanding its Pacific presence. From viewing Japan as a target for strategic actions, having established the framework of a relationship, Japan, the Cold War leaders proceeded to reinforce their country's capacities by developing an independent military capability. The effect of the first stage of Japan's post-war evolution was to take its strategic orientation out of the Cold War to freeing it to focus on transformative programs of economic development. Japan placed itself legally in the camp of the developed democracies, but citing its pacifist orientation and commitment to world community, declined to join the ideological struggle of the ages. The result of this subtle strategy was a period of concerted economic growth paddled only by that of following the 1868 Meiji Revolution. Within 2 decades of its wartime devastation, Japan had rebuilt itself as a major global economic power. The Japanese miracle was soon after invoked as a potential challenge to an American economic preeminence, though it began to level off in the last decades of the 20th century. The social cohesion and sense of national commitments that enable. Just imagine, okay, I think most of the Russian, Japan Constitution, I think it was written by America, is written by USA, is it? Yes, the Constitution of Japan, which came into effect on May 3rd, 1947, was written primarily by American civilians to official and military official during the Allied occupation. This one, while drafted by the US, it was modified and approved by Japanese lawmaker and remains in effect today, known for its pacifist Article 9. Okay, what is this? Okay, pacifist Article 9. Okay, what is the meaning of it? Pacifist Article 9. Okay, pacifist Constitution Article 9. Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, effective since May, this one is the no war clause that fundamentally renounces the right to wage war and prohibits maintaining land, sea, or air forces. It serves as a strict pacifist constraints aimed at ensuring Japan never again become a militaristic aggressor, although self-defense exists within its constraints. Oh, so Article 9, pacifist. What is Article 9 pacifist of the Constitutions? Does Article 9 promote peace? What is pacifist constitutions? A pacifist constitution, mostly notable Japan 1947 post World War I constitution. It is a supreme law that formally renounced war, threat of a force, and the maintenance of armed forces to settle the international dispute. Article 9 is the core peace clause aiming to. Okay, so renunciation. Okay, understood. Adjustments. Okay, and the dramatic changes. Okay, just wait. Okay, where was I? Okay, so yeah. The social cohesion and sense of national commitment that enabled these remarkable transformations has been called for in response to contemporary challenges. It enabled the Japanese people to respond to a devastating 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear crisis in Japan northwest. By World Bank estimates, the costliest natural disaster in world history. Yes, Japan is a country which is very much prone to natural disaster like earthquake, tsunami. The name itself came from tsunami, Japan, and earthquake, obviously. So that's why most of the tall building, right? Okay, tall skyscrapers in Japan are built within engineering marvels where it can handle huge earthquake shocks. And how do they do? In the base, they just put a big spring so that it does not affect the structure of a building. Okay, so tsunami and the cost of natural disaster with an astonishing display of mutual assistance and national solidarity. The financial and democratic challenges have been the subject of the surging internal assessments and in some respect equally bold measures. In each endeavor, Japan has called forth its resources with its traditional confidence that its natural essence and culture could be maintained through almost any adjustments. Dramatic changes in the balance of power will inevitably be translated by Japan's establishment into a new adaptation of a Japanese foreign policy. The return of strong national leaders under the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe gives. Okay, I know Shinzo Abe. The return of a strong national leaders under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Okay, just wait. Into a new adaptation of a Japanese foreign policy. Okay, the return of a strong national leadership. But he was assassinated later, right? Under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe gives Tokyo a new latitudes to act as an assessment. At December 2013, Japanese government white paper concluded that as Japan's security environment becomes ever more severe, it has become indispensable for Japan to make more proactive efforts in line with the principle of international cooperation, including strengthening Japan's capacity to deter and, if needed, defeat threats. Surveying a changing Asian landscape, Japan increasingly articulates a desire to become a normal country with the military not constitutionally buried from war and an active alliances policy. The issue for Asian regional order will be definition of normality. As at other pivotal moment in history, Japan is moving towards a redefinition of its broader role in international orders, sure to have its far-reaching consequences in its region and beyond. Searching for a new role, it will assess once again, and carefully, unsentimentally, and obtrusively the balance of material and psychological force in the light of the rise of the China Korean developments and their impact on Japan's security. It will examine the utility and record of the American alliances and its considerable success in serving wide-range mutual interest. It will also consider America's withdrawal from three military conflict. Japan will conduct this analysis in terms of the three broad options: continued emphasis on the American alliances, adaptation to China's rise, and reliance on increasingly national foreign policy. Which of them will emerge as a dominant? So, or whether the choice is for a mixed stems depends on Japan's calculations of the global balance of power, not formal American assurance, and how it perceives the underlying trends. Should Japan perceive a new configurations of the power unfolding in its region of the world, it will base its security on its judgments of reality, not on traditional alignments. The outcome, therefore, depends on how credible the Japanese establishment judges an American policy in Asia to be, and how they assess the overall balance of forces. The long-term directions of U.S. foreign policy is as much at issue as Japan's analysis. So yeah, this is the story of Japan, and I do think that Japan, first of all, their first priority is that they, I mean, I wouldn't say they share a border, but their border, right? Okay, there's a big the ocean, right? So in between, but still, on the right side, on the west side, there is China. So that's their number one threat, and China, and then there is there's North Korea also. So that's why it's very important for them to have a good relation with the America, because America is only counter to Japan, because Japan technically cannot handle China on its own. So yeah, so that's why they have an American. I think they do have a big American base, right? If I'm not wrong. How many American bases are in Japan and army? Number of soldiers. So Japan hosts the highest number of U.S. military bases in the world, with approximately 120 active installations ranging from major facilities to small sites, and roughly 53,000 to 55,000 personnel, including a significant army presence, most including main army facilities like Camp Zimba and connected to Okinawa. So yeah, I mean, they have a huge American bases. So that means Japan technically is not a sovereign country, right? Because just imagine, okay, having a foreign military based on your own country. Largest. Okay, Kadena Air Base is the largest and most active US force base in East Asia. So yeah, that's it. And now next topic I think is India. So what has happened is that I've read about different countries, and it's fascinating to read. It's actually a good book to read, a short story about what has happened in all those history. And I'm not exactly sure about the entire history of theirs, so that's why I cannot say if there's any biases or not. So now I'm reading the next chapter is the next topic is of India. I do know a fair bit of the India's history, so now I'll be able to understand if he is biased or not, because I know a bit, more than a bit of India's history. India. In Japan, the impetus of Western intrusion changed the course of historic nations. In India, it reshaped a great civilization into a modern state. India has long developed its qualities at the intersection of the world orders, okay, shaping and being shaped by their rhythms. It has been defined less by its political borders than by its shared spectrums of cultural traditions. No mythic founders has been credited with the promulgating the Hindu traditions. India's majority faith and the wellsprings of the several others history has traced its evolution timely and incompletely through a synthesis of a traditional hymns, legends, and rituals from cultures along the Indus and Ganga rivers and plateaus and uplands northwesterns. In the Hindu tradition, however, these specific forms were the diverse articulation of the underlying principle that predated any two written text. In its diversity and resistant to the definition encompassing distinct gods and philosophical traditions, the analogs, right, okay, of which would likely have been defined as a separate religion in Europe. Hinduism was said to be approximate and prove the ultimate oneness of the manifold creation, reflecting the long and diversified history of man's quest for reality and at all once all-embracing infinite. When united as during the 4th through 2nd centuries BC and the 4th through 7th centuries AD, India, when united as during the 4th through 2nd centuries BC and the 4th through 7th century AD, India's generated current of vast cultural influence. Buddhism spread from India to Burma, Ceylon, China, Indonesia. Hindu art and statecrafts influenced silence in Indochina and beyond. When divided, it is often was incomplete, competing kingdoms. India was a lure for invaders, traders, and spiritual seekers, some fulfilling the multi role at once, such as the Portuguese, who arrived in 1498 in search of the Christians and spices, whose depredations it endured and whose culture it eventually observed and makes it with its own. China, until the modern age, imposed its own matrix of customs and culture on invaders so successfully they grew indistinguishable from the Chinese people. By contrast, India has transcended foreigners not by converting them into Indian religion or culture, but by feeding their ambition with their supreme equanimity. It integrated their achievements and their diverse, doctrine into the fabric of the Indian life without ever professing to be specially awed by any of them. The innovators might raise the extraordinary monuments to their own importance as to reassure themselves of their greatness in the face of so much aloofness. But the Indian people endured core culture defiantly impervious to alien influences. Okay, India's foundational religions are inspired not by prophetic visions of a messianic fulfillment, rather they bear witness to the fragility of human existence. They offer no personal salvation, but the solace of an inextricable destiny. World order in Hindu cosmology was governed by the immutable cycles of an almost inconceivable vast scale. Millions of years ago, kingdom would fall and the universe would be destroyed. If it could be, it would be recreated. A new kingdom would rise again. With each wave of the invaders arrived. Persian in the 6th century BC, Alexander and his Bactrian, Greek in the 4th century, Arabs in the 8th century, Turks and Afghans in the 11th and 12th century, Mongols in the 13th and 14th century, Mughals in the 6th centuries, and various European nations following shortly after. They were fitted into his timeless matrix. Their efforts might disrupt, but measured against the perspective of the infinite, they were irrelevant. The true nature of human experience was known only to those who endured and transcended these temporal upheavals. The Hindu classic, the Bhagavad Gita, framed this spirited text in terms of the relationship between mortalities and power. The work and episodes within the Mahabharata, the ancient Sanskrit epic poem, sometimes likened in its influence to the Bible or the Homeric, epics, takes the forms of a dialogue between the warrior Prince Arjuna and his charioteer, a manifestation of the god Lord Krishna. Arjuna, overwhelmed by sorrow on the eve of battle at the horror he is about to unleash, wonders what can justify the dreadful consequences of the war. This is the wrong question. Krishna rejoiced because life is eternal and cyclical, and the sense of the universe is indestructible. The wise, grieve neither for the living nor for the dead. There have never been a time when you and I and the king gathered here not existed, nor will there be a time when we will cease to exist. Redemption will come through the fulfillment of a pre-assigned duty, paired with the recognition that its outward manifestations are illusional because the impermanent has no reality. Reality lies in the eternal. Arjuna, a warrior, has been presented with the war he did not see. He should accept the circumstances with equanimity and fulfill his role with honor, and must strive to kill and prevail and should not grieve. While Lord Krishna appealed to duty prevails and Arjuna professed himself freed from doubts to the catalysis of the wars described in details in the rest of the epic and to resonance to the earlier poems. The central work of Hindu thought embodied both an exhortations to war and importance not so much of the avoiding but of transcending it. Morality was not rejected, but in any given situations, the immediate consideration was dominant. While eternity provided a curative perspective, what some readers lauded as a call for the fearless in battle, the Gandhi would praise as his spiritual dictionary. Against the background of the eternal verities of the religion preaching, the elusiveness of any single earthly universe, the temporal rulers was in fact afforded with a wide berth of practical necessities. The pioneering example of this school was the 4th century BC minister Kautilya, credited with engineering the rise of India's Maurya dynasty, which expelled Alexander the Great successor from northern India and unified the subcontinents for the first time under the single rule. Yes, Kautilya, wrote about India's incomparable in structure of the Europe before the Peace of Westphalia. It describes a collection of a state potentially in permanent conflict with each other, like Machiavelli's. His is an analysis of the world as he found it. It offers a practical, not a normative guide to actions, and its moral basic is identical with that of Read-Aloud, who lived nearly 2,000 years later. The state is a fragile organization, and the statesman does not have the moral right to risk its survival on ethical constraints. Tradition holds that at some point during or after completing these endeavors, Kautilya recorded the strategic and foreign policy practices that he had observed in a comprehensive manual of statecraft, the Arthashastra. I think Arthashastra means economy, if I'm not wrong. Arthashastra. Arthashastra. Arthashastra is an ancient Indian treatise on statecraft, economic policies, and military strategy. Okay. Arthashastra by Chanakya. Arthashastra by Kautilya. Okay. Chanakya. It's Chanakya. Okay. Just wait. Is Chanakya. Chanakya. No, Chanakya and Kautilya same. I think it's same person. Yes. Kautilya. Kautilya or Kautilya? I don't know the term.
Yes, Kautilya and Chanakya.
Kautilya, okay. The Kautilya and Chanakya are the same person. He was an ancient Indian philosopher, role advisors, and strategists who played a key role in the creation of a Maurya empire. His tradition ended with the author of the Arthashastra landmarks. Okay, so yeah, I want to read Arthashastra. Okay. But I think did I read this? I think I've read this Arthashastra Chanakya, a book by Chanakya. Okay, I will go to my book and YouTube, and I'll just type it there. Okay, so Arthashastra. Okay, Arthashastra by Kautilya. And this work sets out with a dispassionate clarity a vision of how to establish and guard a state while neutralizing, subverting, and when opportune condition have been established, conquering its neighbor. The Arthashastra confronts the world of a practical statecrafts, not philosophical disputations. For Kautilya, power was the dominant reality. It was multidimensional and its factors were interdependent. All elements in the given situation are relevant, calculable, and amenable to manipulation towards a leader's strategic aim. Geography, finance, military strength, diplomacy, espionage, law, culture, agriculture, culture, traditions, moral, popular opinion, rumors, and legends, and men's vices and weaknesses needed to be shaped as a unit by a wise king to strengthen and expand his realm. Much as a modern orchestra conductor shapes the instrument in his charge in a coherent tune, it was a combination of Machiavelli and Clausewitz. Millennia before European thinkers translate their faiths on the facts on the grounds into the theory of balance of power. Arthashastra set out an analogues of if more elaborate system termed the circle of states continuous politics in Kautilya analysis existed in a state of latent hospitality. Whatever professions of amenity he might take, any ruler whose power grew significantly would eventually find that it was in his interest to subvert its neighbor realm. It was an inherent dynamic of self-preservation to which morality was irrelevant, much like the Frederick the Great 2000 years later. Kautilya concluded that the ruthless logic of a competition are no deviations. The conqueror shall always endeavor to add to his own power and increase his own happiness. The imperative was clear. If the conqueror is superior, the campaign shall be undertaken, otherwise not. European theorists proclaimed that the balance of power is a global foreign policy in such a world order based on the equilibrium of the states. In the Arthashastra, the purpose of a strategy was to conquer all other states and to overcome such equilibrium as existed on the roads to victory. In that respect, Kautilya was more comparable to Napoleon and Cheng Zhong, the emperor who unified China, than to Machiavelli. So I want to know who is this Machiavelli? I think I heard its name a lot of time. Nicola Machiavelli, the diplomat and author. Okay, from Italy. Okay. Nicola Bernardo di Machiavelli was a Florentine diplomat, author, philosopher, and historian who worked during the Italian Renaissance. He is known for his political treatise, The Prince, written around this one, but not published until this one's okay. He was famous for his political treatise of The Prince. Okay. What are the Machiavelli's two famous sayings? So the ends justify the means. The ends justify the means. The phrase reflects Machiavelli's belief that achieving political or strategic goals may require morally questionable actions. It is better to be feared than loved if we cannot be both. It is better to be feared than loved. Okay, I don't know. In Kautilya's view, state had an obligation to pursue self-interest even more than glory. The wise ruler would seek his alliances from among his neighbor's neighbor. The goal would be an alliances system with the conqueror at the center. The conqueror shall think of the circle of a state as a wheel, himself as the hub, and his alliances drawn to him by the spokes through the separated by intervening territory at its rim. The enemy, however strong he may be, becomes vulnerable when he is squeezed between the conqueror and his alliances. No alliances is conceived as a permanent. However, even within his own alliances system, the king should undertake such work as would increase his own power and maneuver to strengthen his state's position and prevent neighboring states from aligning itself. Like the Chinese strategist Sun Tzu, Kautilya held that the latest direct course was often the wisest. Held that the least direct course was often the wisest, to foment dissensions between the neighbors of the potential allies, to make one neighboring king fight another neighbor, and having thus prevented the neighbor from getting together, proceed to overrun the territory of his own enemy. So yeah, basically just let your two neighbors fight each other, and you don't have to do anything. They will destroy each other. The strategic effort is unending. When the strategy prevails, the king's territory expands and the border are redrawn. The circle of the states would need to be recalibrated. New calculation of the power would have to be undertaken. Some alliances would now become your enemies and vice versa. What our time has labeled covert intelligence operations were described in the Arthashastra as an important tool operating in all states of circle, that is, the friends and adversaries alike, and drawn from the ranks of the holy, ascetics, wandering monk, cart drivers, wandering, minstrels, juggler, traps, fortune tellers. These agents would spread rumors to foment discord within the and between the other states, subvert enemies and armies, and destroy the king's opponents at opportune moments. To be sure, Kotiala insisted that the purpose of the ruthlessness was to build a harmonious universal empire and uphold the Dharma. The timeless order versus principle were handed down by the gods, but the appeal to morality and religion were more than a name of the practical operation purpose of the principle in its own right, as elements of a conqueror strategy and tactics, not imperatives of a unifying massive war. The Arthashastra advised that restrained and humanitarian conduct was under most circumstances strategically useful. A king whose abused his subject would forfeit their support and would be vulnerable to rebellion or invasion. Conqueror who unlessly violated a subdued people, customs, and moral sensibilities risk catalyzing resistance. Arthashastra, exhaustive and matter-of-fact catalogue of the imperatives of the success led the distinguished 20th century political theorist Max Weber to conclude that the Arthashastra exemplified truly radical Machiavellianism. Compared to it, Machiavelli's The Prince is harmless unless Machiavelli Cordiale exhibits no nostalgic for the big virtues of better age. The only criterion of a virtue he would accept was whether his analysis of the road to victory was accurate or not. Did he describe the way policy was in fact being conducted? In Cordiale's counsel, equilibrium, if ever came about, was the temporary result of an introduction of a self-serving motive. It was not as in the European concept after Westphalian, the strategic aim of the foreign policy. Arthashastra was a guide to conquest, not to the construction of the international orders. Following the Arthashastra prescriptions or not, India reached its high water mark of territorial extent in the 3rd century BC when it revered Emperor Ashoka governed the territory comprising all of India's today. Bangladesh, Pakistan's today. Ashoka, yeah, I've heard of him. I wanted to read about him also, but I know Ashoka the Great, right? Okay, he was the former emperor of the Maurya Empire. Okay, so he was the person, okay. Born Paliputra, okay, where is it? Paliputra is an ancient, okay, this one current day. Location, okay, current day, okay, Patna district. So he was born in Paliputra, ancient, in modern day Patna, Bihar was an ancient city, okay. And okay, so spouse is equals to Maharani Devi, okay, Maharani Devi. And okay, so he basically married 3 women. And children, okay, he had like a few children's parents, okay, Vidusara and Ashoka, full name Ashoka Maurya, what is the Ashoka Great known for? Ashoka the Great is best known for his transforming from a ruthless warrior into a benevolent Buddhist ruler who propagated non-violence. Okay, he was a Buddhist. That I don't know. Ashoka the Great. Gautam Buddha, right? Okay, that just went. Okay, Ashoka the Great religion. Samrat Ashoka the Great embraced Buddhism following the devastating Kalinga War. While originally associated with Hinduism, he remorsed over the conflict led to him to adopt the Buddhist principle of non-violence, compassion, and allegiance. Okay, just wait. Ashoka the Great relation with Gautam Buddha. Ashoka the Great converted to Buddhism after witnessing the brutal carnage of the Kalinga War. While transforming from a conquering warrior to devoted patrons of the business, he played with this one. Okay, just wait. Okay. And Gautam Buddha, right? Okay, G-A-U-T. Even he was the prince. Gautam Buddha. Even he was a prince. Siddhartha Gautam, most commonly referred to as the Buddha, was wandering ascetic and religious teacher who lived in the eastern Indo with Gangetic plains during the 6th or 5th century BC. He was born in Lumbini, it's in Nepal, and died is goes to Kushinagar. Okay, he died in Kushinagar, town in Uttar Pradesh. The national Buddhist preeminence where his believed to have been attained for final nirvana after his. Okay, no, it's Bodh Gaya. He died in Bodh Gaya, right? Okay, what happened? Okay, Gautam Buddha, Bodh Gaya tree. what had happened. Located in the Gaya district of Bihar, Bodh Gaya is the holiest sites of Buddhism, where apart this one, Siddhartha Mandikan attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree and became known as the Buddha, the UNESCO World Heritage. Okay, so he didn't die in. Okay, full name Siddhartha Gautama. Okay, Gautam Buddha was born into a Hindu Vedic family in 6th century and raised. Okay, his father, I think, parents Suddhodana meaning he who grows pure rice was the father of the first, better known as the Buddha. He was a leader of the Shakya who lived in the oligarchy republic with the. Okay, so it's like a Nepal. Okay, countries. What countries in England list? Okay, so yeah. When it revered, Emperor Ashoka governed its territory comprising all of today's India, Pakistan, okay, Russia, no, not Russia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, part of Afghanistan, Iran. Then about the time when China was being unified by its founding emperor, Qin Shi Huang in 2021 BC, India split into competing kingdoms, reunified several centuries later. India fractured again in the 7th century, and as Islam was beginning to mount its challenge to the empire of the European and Asia. For nearly a millennium, India was, with its fertile, soil, wealthy cities, and represented intellectual and technological achievements, became a target for conquest and conversions. Waves of conquerors and adventurers, Turks, yes, Afghans, Parthians, Mongols descended each century from Central and Southeast Asia into the Indian plains, establishing a patchwork of smaller principalities. Subcontinent was grafted to the greater Middle East, with its ties of religion, ethnicity, and strategic sensitivity that endured to today's day. For most of this period, the conqueror were too hostile towards each other to permit anyone to control the entire region or to extinguish the power of Hindu dynasties in the south. Then in the 16th century, the most skillful of these invaders from the northwest, the Mughals, succeeded in uniting most of the subcontinents under a single rule. The Mughal Empire embodied India's diverse influence: Muslim in faith, Turkic and Mongol in ethnicity, Persian in alien cultures. The Mughal ruled over Hindu majority, fragmented by the by regional identities. In this vortex of language, culture, and creeds, the appearance of yet another wave of foreign adventure in the 6th century did not at first seems to be an opportune events first and setting out to profit from an expanding trades with the wealthy Mughal Empire. Private British, French, Dutch, and Portuguese companies vied with another to establish a footholds on the lands and friendly principal states. Britain's India's realm grew the most, initially without a fixed design, prompting the Regal professor of the modern history at Cambridge to say, "We seem, as it were, to have conquered, and people half the world is in a fit of absence of mind." Mm. Okay. Once a base of British power and commerce to establish in the eastern region of the Bengal, it found itself surrounded by the competitors to European of Asians. Okay, yeah. So now came the British Raj. That means the British in not invading as such, but the British rule. Once a base of British power and commerce was established in the eastern region of the Bengal, to be exact, Calcutta, it found itself surrounded by the competitors, European nations, with each other war with each war in Europe and the Americas. If the British and India clashed with rivals, colonies, and alliances, with each victory, they acquired the adversary Indian assets. The Britain's position, technically the holding of the East India Company, not the British state itself. Yeah, expanded. It was a private company. It considered itself threatened by the Russia looming to the north, by Burma, by turns, militants, and fragmented, and by ambitions and increasingly autonomous Mughal ruler, thus justifying British further annexations. Ultimately, Britain found itself, conceiving of an Indian entity whose unity was based on the security of a continental swath of territories encompassing the contemporary state of Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Myanmar. Something akin to Indian national interest was defined, ascribed to a geographic unit that was in fact run as a state. Even in the absence, it was assumed of an Indian nations. The policy based the security of India on the British naval supremacy in Indian oceans, on friendly or at least non-threatening regime as far as Singapore and Eddings, and on the non-hostile regime at the Khyber Pass in the Himalayas in the north. Britain, offended of the Tsarist Russia's advance through the complex forests of the spices explorers and indigenous surrogates, backed by the small contingents of British forces in what came to be known as the Great Game of Himalayas geostrategy. It also edged India's borders with the China north towards Tibet, an issue that arises again in China war with India in 1962. Contemporary analogs to these policies have been taken over as the key elements of the foreign policy of post-independence India. They amount to a regional order for Southeast, whose linchpin would be India and the opposition of any country's attempts, regardless of territories. Okay. When London responded to the 1857 mutiny of Muslim and Hindu soldiers in the East India Company army by declaring direct British rule, it did not conceive of this act as a stabilizing British governance over foreign nations. Rather, it saw itself as a neutral overseer and civilizing uplifter of multifarious people and states. As late as 1888, a leading British administrators could declare, "There is not and never was in India, or even any country of India, possessing, according to any European idea, any sort of unity, physical, political, or social, or religious. You might, with as much reason and probability, look forward to a time when a single nation will have taken the place of the various nations of the Europe." But deciding after the mutiny to administer India as a single imperial unit, Britain did much to bring such an India into being. The diverse regions were connected by rail lines and common language. Okay, now he's praising British. Okay, this diverse region were connected by the rail lines and a common language, English. The glories of India's ancient civilization were researched and catalogued, and India's elite trained in British thought and institution. In the process, Britain reawakened in India the consciousness that it was a single entity under foreign rules, and it inspired a sentiment that to defeat the foreign influence, it had to constitute itself as a nation. Britain's impact on India was similar to Napoleon's on Germany, whose multiple states has been treated previously only as a geography, not a national entity. The manner in which India achieved its independence and charted its world role reflected the diverse legacies India has survived through the centuries by combining cultural, imperviousness with extraordinary psychological skill in dealing with the occupiers. Mohandas Gandhi passive resistance to British rule was made possible in the first instance by the spiritual uplift of Mahatma, but it also proved to be the most effective way to fight the imperial power because of its appeal to the core value of freedoms of liberal, British society. Like American 2 centuries earlier, Indians, vindicated their independence by invoking against their colonial rulers the concept of liberty they had studied in British schools, including at the London School of Economics, where India's future leaders have absorbed many of their quasi, socialist idea. Modern India conceived of its independence as a triumph not only of a nation but of a universal moral principle, and like America's founding fathers, India's early leaders equated the national interest with moral rectitudes, but India's leaders have acted on Westphalian principle with respect to spreading their domestic institutions with little interest in promoting democracy and human rights practices internationally. As Prime Minister of a newly independent state, Jawaharlal Nehru argued that the basis of India's foreign policy would be India's national interest, not international amity per se or the cultivation of compatible domestic system. In a speech in 1947, shortly after independence, he explained, "Whatever policy you may lay down, the art of conducting the foreign affairs of a country lies in finding out what is most advantageous to the country. We may talk about international goodwill and mean what we say, but in the ultimate analysis, a government functions for the good of the country it governs, and not government dare do anything which, in short or long runs, is manifestly to the disadvantages of the country." Kotiala and Mike Machiavelli could have said it better. Nehru and subsequent prime minister, including his daughter, the formidable Indira Gandhi, proceeded to buttress India's position as a part of a global equilibrium by elevating their foreign policy into an expression of India's superior moral authority. India presented the vindications of its own national interests as a uniquely enlightened enterprise, as much as America had nearly 2 centuries earlier, and Nehru and in the later Indira Gandhi prime minister from 66 to 77 and 88 to 84 succeeded in establishing their okay, just wait. Okay, this one's done. Fledgling nation as one of the principal elements of the post-World War II international orders. The content of a non-alignment was different from the policy undertaken by balancer in a balance of this one system. India was not prepared to move towards the weaker sides as a balancer would. It was not interested in operating an international system with overriding impulses was not to be found formally in either camp, and it measured its success by not being drawn into conflict that did not affect its national interest. Emerging into a world of established powers and Cold War, independent India certainly elevated freedom of a maneuver from a bargaining tactic into an ethical principle, blending righteous moralisms with a shrewd assessment of the balance of forces and major powers psychologies. Nehru announced India is to be a global power and that would chart a course of maneuvering between a major blocks. In 1947, he stated in a message of the new republic, "We propose to avoid entanglements in any blocks or groups of power, realizing that only thus, can we serve not only the cause of India but of but of world peace." This policies and sometimes leads partisans of one group to imagine that we are supporting the other groups. Every nation places its own interest first in developing foreign policy. Fortunately, India's interest coincides with a peaceful foreign policy and cooperation with all progressive nations. Inevitably, India will be drawn closer to the countries which are friendly and cooperative to her. In other words, India was neutral and above power politics, partly as a matter of principle in the interest of the world peace, but equally on the grounds of the national interest. During the Soviet ultimatums on Berlin between 1957 and 62, two American administrators, especially John F. Kennedy, had sought India's support on behalf of an isolated city seeking to maintain its free status. But India took the position that any attempt to impose on its norm of a Cold War bloc would deprive of it from a freedom of action and therefore its bargaining position. Short-term moral neutralities would be the means towards the long-term moral influences, as Nehru told his asides. It would have been absurd and impolitic for the Indian delegation to avoid the Soviet bloc for fearing of irritating the Americans. A time may come when we may say clearly and definitely to the Americans or others that if their attitudes continues to be unfriendly, we shall necessarily seek friends elsewhere. The essence of this strategy was that it allowed India to draw support from both Cold War camps. Yeah, that's the thing, right? But that's what most people don't like, is that you're getting benefit from both sides. The essence of this strategy was that it allowed India to draw support from both Cold War camps, securing the military aid and diplomatic cooperation of the Soviet bloc, even while courting American development assistance and the moral supports of the US intelligence establishments. However, irritating to Cold War Americas, it was a wise course for an emerging nations with them, a nascent military establishment and underdeveloped economy. India would have been a respected but secondary ally. As a free agent, it could exercise a much wider reaching influence. In pursuit of such a role, India set out to build a bloc of like-minded states in efforts and alignment of non-aligned. As Nehru told the delegates of 1955 Afro-Asian Conference in Bandung, Indonesia, are we, the countries of Asia and Africa, devoid of any positive position except being pro-communist or anti-communist? Has it come to this that the leaders of thought who have given religions and all kind of things to the world have to tack on to this kind of a group, or that, and be hanger on of his party over the other, carrying out their wishes and occasionally giving an idea? It is most degrading and humiliating to any self-respecting people or nation. It is intolerable thought to me that the great countries of Asia and Africa should come out of bondage to into freedom only to degrade themselves or humiliate themselves in this way. The ultimate rationale for Indian rejection of what it described as the power politics of the Cold War was that it saw no national interest in the disputes at war issues. For the sake of disputes along the dividing lines of Europe, India would not challenge the Soviet Union only a few hundred miles away, which it wished to give no incentives to join up with the Pakistans, nor would it risk Muslim hostility on the behalf of the Middle East controversies. India refrained from judgments of North Korea, invasions of the South Korea and North Vietnam, suppressions of South Vietnam. India's leaders were determined not to isolate themselves from what they identified as a progressive trends in the developing world or risk the hostility of the Soviet power. Nevertheless, India found itself involved in a war with China in 1962 and 4 wars with the Pakistans, one of which 1971 was carried out under the protection of a freshly signed Soviet Defense Treaty and ended with the division of India's principal adversary into two separate states, Pakistan and Bangladesh, greatly improving India's overall strategic position. Okay. In a quest of leading role among the non-alliance, India was adhering to a concept of international order compatible with the inherent on both on one inherent one on both the global and regional level. Its formal articulation was classically Westphalian and congruent with the historical European analysis of the balance of power. Nehru defined India's approach in terms of 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. Though given the name of Indian philosophical concept Panchashila, Panchashila means Panch, 5 principles of coexistence. Those were in effect a more high-minded recapitulations of the Westphalian model for a multipolar order of sovereign states, mutual respects for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggressions, mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equalities and mutual benefits, and peaceful coexistence. India's advocacy of an abstract principle of it is an abstract, right? India's advocacy of an abstract principle of the world order was accompanied by a doctrine for Indian security on the regional level, just as the early American leaders developed in the Monroe Doctrines to a concept for American special role in the Western Hemisphere. So India has established in the practice a special position in the Indian Ocean regions between the East Indies and the Horn of Africa, like Britain with respect to Europe in the 18th and 19th century. India strives to prevent the emergence of a dominant power in this vast portion of the globe, just as early American leaders did not seek the approval of the countries of the Western Hemisphere with respect to the Monroe Doctrines. So India, in the regions of its special strategic interest, conducted its policy on basis of its own definition of a South Asian context. And while Americans and Indian views often clash on the conduct of the Cold War, they have, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, been largely parallel for the Indian Ocean and region its peripheries. With the end of the Cold War, India was freed from many conflicting pressures and some of its socialist infatuations in engage in economic reforms triggered by the balance of payments crisis in 1991 and assisted by the IMF programs. Indian companies now lead some of the world's major industries. This new direction is reflected on India's diplomatic posture, with a new partnership globally and a particular throughout Africa and Asia, and with a heightened regard around the world for India's role in multilateral economic and financial institutions. In addition to its growing economic and diplomatic income, India has considerably enhanced its military power, including its navy and stockpile of nuclear weapons. And in a few decades, it will surpass China as Asia's most populous country. India's role in the world is complicated by structural factors related to its founding. Among the more complex will be its relation with with its closest neighbor, particularly Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, and China. Their ambivalent ties and antagonism reflect a legacy of a millennium of competing invasions and migrations into the subcontinents, of Britain's forays on the fringes of its Indian realm, and of the rapid end of British colonial rule in the immediate aftermath of the World War II. No successor state has accepted the boundaries of 1947 partition of the subcontinent in full. Treated as a provincial by one party or another, the dispute between borders have ever since been the cause of the sporadic communal violence, military clashes, and terrorist infiltrations. The borders with the Pakistani, which roughly trace this concentration of Islam on the subcontinent, cut across the ethnic boundaries. They brought it into being a state based on the Muslim religions in a non-contiguous part of what had been British India, divided by thousands of miles of Indian territory, setting the stage for multiple subsequent wars. Borders with Afghanistan and China were proclaimed based on lines drawn by the 19th century British colonial administrators, later disclaimed by the opposite parties, and to this day disputed. India and Pakistan have each invested heavily in nuclear weapons, arsenal, and regional military posture. Pakistan also tolerates when it does not abet violent extremisms, including terrorism in Afghanistan and in India itself. A particular complicating factors will be India's relation with the larger Muslim world, of which it forms an integral part. India is often classified as an East Asian or classified as a not East Asian or South Asian countries, but itself, but it has a deeper historical links with the Middle East and larger Muslim population than Pakistan itself. Yes, so he knows it, right? But it has a deeper historical links with the Middle East and a larger Muslim population than Pakistan itself. Indeed, than any Muslim country except Indonesia. India has for thus far been able to wall itself off from the harshest current of political turmoil and sectarian violence, partly through enlightened treatments of its minorities and a fostering of common Indian domestic principle, including democracy and nationalism, transcending communal differences. Yet this outcome is not foreordained, and maintaining it will require concerted efforts. The further radicalizations of the Arab world or heightened civil conflict in Pakistan could expose India to significant internal pressures. Today, India pursues a foreign policy in many ways similar to the quest of former British Raj, as it seeks to base a regional order on a balance of power in an arc stretching halfway across the world, from Middle East to Singapore and then north to Afghanistan. In relation with China, Japan, and Southeast Asia follows a pattern akin to the 19th century European equilibrium. Like China, it does not hesitate to use distant barbarian like the United States to help achieve its regional aims. Though in describing their policies, both countries would use more elegant terms in the administrations of George W. Bush. I think, what is the full form of George W? George Washington? No, it's not. George Bush, full name, right? Okay, full name. George Walker Bush. Okay, I thought it's a Washington. It's not Washington. Okay. It remained confined to the South. Okay, this one's in the administration of this one's a strategic coordination between India and America on a global scale was occasionally discussed. It remained confined to the South Asia regions because India's traditional non-alignment stood in the way of global arrangements, and because neither country was willing to adopt a confrontation with China as permanent principles of the national policy. Like the 19th century British, who were driven to deepen their global involvement through protect strategic routes to India over the course of the 21st century, India has felt obliged to play a growing strategic role in Asia and the Muslim world to prevent this region's domination by the countries or ideologies it considers hostile. In pursuing the countries, India has had a natural ties to countries of the English-speaking Anglosphere. Yet it will likely continue to honor an honored legacy of Nehru by preserving freedom of maneuver in its Asian Middle Eastern relation and in its policies towards key autocratic countries. Okay, access to whose resources India will require to maintain its expensive economic plans. These priorities will create their own imperatives, transcending historical attitudes with the reconfiguration of the American position in the Middle East. The various regional countries will seek new partners to buttress their position and to develop some kind of a regional order. And India's own strategic analysis will not permit a vacuum in Afghanistan or the hegemony in Asia, which Asia of another power under a Hindu nationalist-led government elected by the decisive margin. Okay, so yeah, he does mention this, right? Under a Hindu nationalist-led government elected by a decisive margin in 2014 on a platform of reform and economic growth, India can be expected to pursue its traditional foreign policy goals with added vigor. With a firm mandate and charismatic leadership, the administration of Narendra Modi may consider itself in a position to chart a new directions on historical issues like the conflict with Pakistan and the relationship with China, with India, Japan, and China, all led to the strong, strategically oriented instruments in the scope for both for intensified rivalries and for potential bold resolution will expand. In any of this evolution, India will be in a fulcrum of 21st century orders and indispensable elements based on its geography, resources, and traditions of the sophisticated leadership in the strategic and ideological evolution of the regions and concept of order at whose intersection it stands. I mean, I think I wouldn't say he has written about India in depth, but yeah, he does has written about India in a surface level, which I wouldn't argue with it. I think it's true, whatever, he has mentioned it, but he could have gone a little deeper. But yeah, but I think I'm not exactly sure about this thing, right? I thought till 2014, India does not have that much of an influence in even in the region. But I think I have to. I think I made a mistake or something because he's clearly mentioned that in any of this evolution, he does it does seem to from his writing that India at that time also was a kind of a, I wouldn't say a leader, but a kind of an important player in the regions, which I didn't know that. So any of this evolution, I'm happy with the statement, right? Any of these evolutions, India will be a fulcrum of a 21st century. I think fulcrum means the torch bearer, right? Okay, if you're here in fulcrum, the point on which something turns or it's supported, fulcrum. Fulcrum, okay, it's not fulcrum, okay, it's fulcrum. Fulcrum or fulcrum? Okay, it's fulcrum and it's fulcrum. Fulcrum, right? So it's a fulcrum. It's a fulcrum, okay, just wait, let's see. What a simple definition fulcrum is. A fulcrum is supporting point of a lever that the first fulcrum, okay, fulcrum, that's it. Fulcrum, right? So the first fulcrum you encountered was probably on the playgrounds right underneath the seesaw back in 2017. Okay, this one's what is another word for fulcrum? A pivot, okay, a pivotal point, a hinge, accessible support, okay, understood. Pivot hinges to join devices, okay, so that's like the metaphorical, okay, fulcrum. Okay, so that's about it. Now we'll go to the next. What is what is an Asian regional order? What is an Asian regional order? I mean, Asia is a big country, right? And if you see from all those things, then you do have to consider important players like uh, India, Russia, and you have China. So even in terms of population, right? Asia has the biggest population by far, by a huge margin. Not just in terms of population, also, but in terms of the land area. Also, it's a big country. So yeah, I think not just India, right? The entire Asian region, the southeastern region, it's a very densely populated as well. Now, what is an Asian regional order? The historical European order has been self-contained. England was until the early 20th century able to preserve the balance through its insular position and naval supremacy. Yes, I think I have to agree, and I've read about a lot of this thing that United Kingdom, right? I mean, their military is strong mostly because of the navy, because the entire country is in a big island. So if they want to do any of this thing, then they need navy or either navy or air force, right? So their navy is very strong. Yeah. Okay, the historical European order has been self-contained. England was until the early 20th century able to preserve the balance through its insular position and naval supremacy. Occasionally, its European power enlisted outside the influence to strengthen the position temporarily. For example, France courting the Ottoman Empire in the 16th century, or Britain's early 20th century alliance with Japan, but non-Western powers other than occasional surge from the Middle East or by North Africa had few interest in Europe and were not called on to intervene in Europe's conflict. By contrast, the contemporary Asian order includes two outside in a power as an integral features: the United States, whose role as an Asia-specific power was explicitly affirmed in a joint statements by U.S. President Barack Obama and Chinese President Hu Jintao in early Jan 2011, and Chinese President Xi Jinping in June 2013, and Russia geographically an Asian power and participates in Asian groupings such as the Shanghai Cooperation Organizations, even if over 3/4 of its population lives in the European portion of the Russian territory. I have to add this that I don't think Henry Kissinger would have imagine about Russia, India, and China together. So there is a group called RIC, right? So Russia, China, and India together, and not just that. There's a BRICS nations also, right? Most of the developing nations. Okay, and the United States in modern time has occasionally been invited to act as a balancer of power. In Treaty of Portsmouth in at of 1905, it mediated the war between Russia and Japan in World War II. It defeated Japan's quest for Asian hegemony. The United States played a comparable Asian role during the Cold War when it sought to balance the Soviet Union through the network of alliances of stretching from Pakistan to the Philippines. Yes, that time in during Cold War, India, Pakistan, United States was directly supporting Pakistan's evolving Asian structure will have to take into account a plethora of states not dealt with in the preceding pages. Indonesia, anchoring Southeast Asia while affirming an Islamic orientation, plays an increasingly influential role as has thus far managed a delicate balancing act between China and the United Kingdom and the Muslim world. With Japan, Russia, and China as neighbors, the Republic of Korea has achieved a vibrant democracy bolstered by a globally competitive economy, including leadership in strategic industries such as telecommunication and shipbuilding. Many Asian countries, including China, view North Korea policies as destabilizing but regard as a collapse of North Korea as a greater danger. South Korea, on its part, will have to deal with the increasing domestic pressure for unifications. In the face of Asia's vast scale and the scope of its diversity, its nation have fashioned a dazzling array of multilateral grouping and bilateral mechanism. In contrast to the European Union, NATO, and the Commissions on Security and Cooperation in Europe, this institution deal with security and economic. Just wait, okay. NATO was formed at what time? I think early 2000s. NATO, yeah, was formed in which year? Okay, it was formed early, right? Okay, 1949. It was formed early. Okay. In contrast to European influence, these institutions deal with the security and economic issues on a case-by-case basis, not in expressions of the formal rules of regional orders. Some of the key grouping includes the United States, and some, including economic ones, are Asian only, of which the most elaborated and significant is ASEAN's to the South Association. So, what is the term ASEAN equals to? Association of Southeast Asian nations. Association of Southeast Asian nations. The core principle is to welcome those nations most directly involved with the issues at hand, but does all this movement to an Asian system of order. In Europe's equilibrium, the interests of the main parties were comparable, if not concurrent. A balance of power could be deployed not only in practice as inevitable in the absence of hegemony, but as a system of legitimacy that facilitated decision moderated policies. Such a concurrence does not exist in Asia, as is shown by the priorities the major countries have assigned to themselves. While India appears mostly concerned with China as a peer competitors, in large measures to a legacy of 1962 border war, China sees its peer rival in Japan and the United States. India has devoted fewer military resources to China than to Pakistan, which, if not a peer competitors, has been a strategic preoccupation for New Delhi. The armor-first nature of Asian grouping is partly because geography has dictated a sharp dividing line between East Asia and the South Asia. Through history, cultural, philosophical, and religious influence have transcended the geographic dividing lines, and Hindu and Confucian concept of governance have coexisted in South Asia and Southeast Asia, but the mountain and jungle barrier were too impenetrable to permit military interactions between the great empires of the East Asia and the South Asia until the 20th century. The Mongols and their successors entered the Indian subcontinent from the Central Asia, not through the Himalaya high passes, and they failed to reach the southern parts of India. The various regions of Asia have geopolitically and historically pursued distinct courses. The regional orders constructed during the period included non-based Westphalia premises, while the European order embraced an equilibrium of territory-defined sovereignty states recognize each other's legal equalities. Traditional Asian political powers and this operated by more ambiguous criteria until well into the modern era in inner Asian world influenced by Mongol Empire. Russia and Islam coexisted with the Chinese imperial tribute system. The latter reached outward to the kingdoms of Southeast Asia, which entertained China's claim of universality, even as they practiced a form of a statecraft deeply influenced by Hindu principles received from India that posited a form of divinity for monarchs. Now, these legacies are meeting, and there is far from a consensus among his various countries about the meaning of the journey they have taken or its lesson for 21st century world order. Under contemporary conditions, essentially two balances of power are emerging, one in South Asia, the other in East Asia. Neither possesses the characteristic integral to the European balance of power. A balancer, a country capable of establishing an equilibrium by shifting its weight to the weaker sides. The United States, after its withdrawal from Afghanistan, has refrained from treating the contemporary internal South Asia balance primarily as a military problem, but it will have to it'll have to be active in diplomacy or establishing as a regional order, at least lest a vacuum is created which would inevitably draw all the surrounding countries into a regional confrontations. Yes, vacuum is very difficult because if there's a vacuum of a power, right, then the entire region becomes destabilized. Okay, so now chapter number 6 is uh, towards an Asian order, confrontation or partnership. Okay, so I will talk about more. I don't think he has mentioned about the Afghanistan's United States withdrawal of Afghanistan. I thought this happened much later. I don't know if it's updated or not. Towards Asian orders, confrontations or partnerships, the most common feature of Asian state is their essence of representing emerging or post-colonial countries. All have sought to overcome the legacy of colonial rule by asserting a strong national identity. They share a conviction that the world order is now rebalancing after an unnatural Western eruptions over the past several centuries, but they have drawn vastly different lessons from their historical journeys. When top officials seek to evoke core interest, many of them look to different cultural traditions and ideas at different golden age. In Europe's 18th century, 18th and 19th century system, the preservation of the equilibrium and by implication the status quo was seen as a positive virtues. In Asia, almost every state is impelled by its own dynamisms, convinced that it is rising. It operates with the conviction that the world has yet to affirm its full deserved role. Even while no states questions that other sovereignty and dignity and all affirm a dedication to non-zero sum diplomacy, the simultaneous pursuit of so many programs of national prestige building introduces a measure of volatility to the regional powers. With the evolution of modern technology, the major powers of Asia have armed themselves with a far more destructive military arsenal than ever in the strongest 19th century European state possessed, compounding the risk of miscalculations. The organizations of Asia is thus an inherent challenge for the world orders. The major countries' perception and pursuit of their national interest rather than the balance of power as a system have shaped the mechanisms of the order that have developed. The test will be whether a trans-Pacific partnership providing a peaceful framework for the interplay of many established interests will be possible. Asia's international order and China. I mean, there's no denying the fact that in Asia right now, the most powerful is, if you include Russia, then it's going to be China, Russia. Russia is militarily very superior as compared to China, but in terms of economy, then, I mean, we have to agree that China is a much ahead than not just India, but also Russia. So now the next topic is Asia's international order and China. I mean, there's a lot to think there's a lot of things to criticize about China, but there's a lot of things to learn from China also. In terms of infrastructure, what they are doing with the infrastructure, it's mind-boggling. The kind of development that the country has had. That too in the last 1-2 decades. I think their GDP started growing, very fast from early 2000s, and then it just skyrocketed. So yeah. Asia's international order in China. I don't know why China is called Sino. So let's search. Okay, why China is called Sino? Yeah, Sino is a prefix used to denote China or things related to, derived from the Latin word Sinia, Greek Sinia, which ancient Westerner used for China, likely originating from the Okay. So it's like Indo, right? Okay, so India we call it Indo. It is similarly used to like Anglo, right? Or Anglo means English and all. So Franco. Just what is the exact definition of Indo-Pacific? Indo-Pacific region. Okay, so but where is the Pacific region then? The entire is the Indian Ocean, right? Indo-Pacific region. Okay, so Indo-Pacific is a vast, interconnected maritime region spanning from East Africa to the US West Coast and emerging the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. It represents the world's primarily economic and geopolitical hub, contributing about 63% of the global GDP and 65% of the global population.
That's a lot. Okay. Now, Asia's international order and China. Of all the conceptions of the world in order in Asia, and China operates the longest lasting, the most clearly defined, and the one furthest from Westphalian ideas. China has also taken the most complex journey from ancient civilization through classical empire to communist revolution to modern great power status, a course which will have a profound impact on the mankind. From its unification as a single political entity in 221 BCE through the early 20th century, China's position at the center of the world order was so ingrained in its early thinking that in the Chinese language there was not a word for it. Only retrospectively did scholars define the Sinocentric tribute system. In this tradition concept, China considered itself in a sense the sole sovereign government of the world. Its emperor was treated as a figure of a cosmic dimensions and the linchpin between the human and the divine. His purview was not a sovereign state of China, that is the territories immediately under his rule, but all under heaven, of which China formed the central civilized part, the Middle Kingdom, inspiring and uplifting the rest of the humanity. Okay, so that's a pretty that's a pretty big thing to say about he's the king of the world. In this view, the world order reflected a universal hierarchy, not an equilibrium of a competing sovereign states. Everyone, every no, every known society was conceived of as being in some kind of a tributary relationship with China, based in parts of its approximation of a Chinese culture. None could reach equalities with its other monarch were not fellow sovereigns, but earnest peoples in the art of the governance. Striving towards civilization, diplomacy was not a bargaining process between multiple sovereign interests, but a series of carefully contrived ceremonies in which foreign societies were given the opportunity to affirm their assigned place in the global hierarchy. In keeping with this perspective, a classical China, what would now be called a foreign policy, was the province of the Ministry of Rituals, which determined the shades of the tributary relationship, and the office of the border affairs, charged with the managing relation with the nomadic tribes. A Chinese foreign ministry was not established until the mid 19th centuries, and then pre-forced to deal with the intruders from the west. Even then, officials considered the task the traditional practice of barbarian management, not anything that might be regarded as a Westphalian diplomacy. The new ministry carried, the telling title of the Office for the Management of the Affairs of all Nations, implying that China was not engaging in the interstate diplomacy at all. The goal of the tribute system was to foster deference, not to extract economic benefits or to dominate foreign society militarily. China's most imposing architectural achievement, the Great Wall, eventually extending over roughly 5,000 miles, was begun by the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who had just defeated all rivals militarily, ending the periods of warring states and unifying China. It was a grandiose testimony to military victory, but also to its inherent limitation, denoting the vast power coupled with the consciousness of vulnerability. For millennia, China sought to beguile and entice its adversaries more often than it attempted to defeat them by force of arms. There's a minister in the Han dynasty described the 5 baits which he proposed to manage the mounted Xiaoxian tributes to China's northwestern frontier. By conventional analysis, China was a superior military power. To give them elaborate clothes and carriage in order to corrupt their eyes, to give them fine food in order to corrupt their mouths, to give them music and women in order to corrupt the ears, to provide them with a lofty building, granaries and slaves in order to corrupt their stomach, and for those who come to surrender, the emperor should show them favor by honoring them with the imperial reception party, in which the emperor should personally serve them with wine and food so as to corrupt their mind. These are what may be called the 5 baits. The hallmark of China's diplomatic rituals, the kowtow. Is it the pronunciation kowtow? Okay, I think kowtow, right? So it's kowtow. 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 Okay, kowtow. Right, kowtow. The hallmark of Chinese diplomatic ritual, the kowtow, kneeling and touching one's head to the ground to acknowledge the emperor's superior authority, was an abasement to be sure and proved a stumbling block to relation with the modern Western states. But the kowtow was a symbolically voluntary. It was the representative preference of the people that have been not so much conquered as awed. The tribute presented to China on such occasion as was often exceeded in value by emperor's return gift. Traditionally, China sought to dominate psychologically by its achievement, and its conduct interspersed with occasional military excursions to teach recalcitrant barbarian lessons and to induce respect. Both the strategic goals and this fundamentally psychological approach to armed conflict were in evidence as recently as China's war with India in 1962 and Vietnam in 1979, as well as in the manner in which core interest vis-a-vis other neighbors are affirmed. Oh, just wait, okay. China and China war with Vietnam. Who won, right? I want to see who won the war. Both China and Vietnam claim victory in 1979. Okay, this is what happens most of the time. Both the parties they claim victory, which ended in a stalemate. China achieved its goal of briefly occupying northern Vietnamese cities to punish Vietnam for invading Cambodia, while Vietnam successfully defended its sovereignty, forcing China's troops to withdraw within a month. So yeah, traditionally China sought to dominate psychology. Okay, still China was not a missionary society in the Western sense of the term. What is a missionary society? That means they want to expand, right? Okay, if I'm not wrong. Okay, missionary meaning a person who is sent to foreign country to teach about the Christian religion. Yeah, that's a thing. I don't want this kind of a thing, right? Still, China was not a missionary society in the Western sense of the term. It sought to induce respect, not convergence. That subtle line could never be crossed. In its mission was to its performance, which foreign societies were expected to recognize and acknowledge. It was, I mean, no. Currently, the Communist Party, right? They are, I think, atheist. They don't believe in any religion. Its mission was its performance to which foreign societies were expected to recognize and acknowledge. It was possible for another country to become a friend, even on old friends, but it could never be treated as a China's peer. Ironically, the only foreigners who achieved something akin to this status were conquerors. In one of the history's most amazing feats of cultural imperialism, two people that conquered China, the Mongols in the 13th century and the Manchus in the 7th century, 17th century, were induced to adopt core elements of Chinese culture to facilitate the administration of the people, so numerous and so obdurate in its assumption of a cultural superiority. The conqueror was significantly assimilated by the defeated in a Chinese society to a point where substantial part of the home territory came to be treated as traditionally Chinese. China had not sought to export its political system, rather it had seen others came to it. In that sense, it has expanded only by conquest but by osmosis. In the modern era, Western representatives with their own sense of cultural superiority set out to enroll China in the European world system, which was becoming the basic structure of international order. They pressured in China to cultivate its ties with the rest of the world through exchange of ambassadors and free trade, and uplift its people through modernizing economy and a society upon the Christian proselytizing. What the West conceived of as a process of enlightenment and engagement was treated in China as an assault. China tried at first to parry it and then to resist outright. When the first British envoy, George Macartney, arrived in the late 18th century, bringing with him some early products of industrial evolution and a letter from King George III proposing free trade and establishments of reciprocal residence embassies in the Beijing and London. The Chinese boat then carried him from the Guangzhou to Beijing was festooned with a banner that identified him as the English ambassador, bringing tribute to the Emperor of China. He was dismissed with a letter to the King of England explaining that no ambassador could be permitted to reside in Beijing because Europe consists of many other nations besides your own. If each and all demanded to be represented at our court, how could we possibly consent? The thing is utterly impracticable. The emperor saw no need for a trade beyond what was already occurring in limited, tightly regulated demand because Britain had no goods China desired. Swaying the wide world, swaying the wide world. I have but one aim in view, namely to maintain a perfect governance and to fulfill the duties of the state. Strange and costly objective do not interest me. If I have commanded that the tribute offerings sent by you, O king, are to be accepted, this was solely in consideration for the spirit which prompted you to dispatch them from afar. As your ambassador can see for yourself, we possess all things. After the defeat of Napoleon, as its mercantile expansion gathered pace, Britain attempted another overture, dispatching a second envoy with a similar proposal. Britain's display of a naval power during the Napoleon War had done little to change China's estimates of the desirability of the diplomatic relations. When William Armhurst, the envoy, declined to attend the kowtow ceremony, offering the excuse that his dress uniform had been delayed, his mission was dismissed and any further attempts at diplomacy was explicitly discouraged. The emperor dispatched a message to England's Prince Regent, explaining that as overlord of all under heaven, China could not be troubled to walk each barbarian envoy through the correct protocol. The imperial records would dully acknowledge that your kingdom far away across the ocean, professes its loyalty and yearns for civilization, but as 19th century Western missionary publication translated the edict, henceforward no more envoys need be sent over this distant route, as the result is but a vain waste of traveling energy. If you can but incline your heart to submissive services. You may dispense with sending missions to court at certain periods. That is the true way to turn towards civilization. That you may forever obey. We issue this mandate. English is the old English, so little difficult. Okay, though such admonitions seem presumptuous by today's standards and were deeply offensive to the country that had just maintained the European equilibrium and could count itself Europe's most advanced naval, economic, and industry power. The emperor was expressing himself in a manner consistent with the ideas about his place in the world that had prevailed for millennia, and that many neighboring people have been induced to at least indulge. The Western powers, to their shame, eventually brought matters to head over the issues of free trade and the most self-evidently harmful product they sold, insisting on, okay, so I know they had a war over opium, I think. The Western powers, to their shame, eventually brought matters to a head over the issues of a free trade in the most self-evidently harmful product they sold, insisting on the right to the unrestricted importations from all the fruits of the Western progress. Yeah, opium. China in the late Qing dynasty had neglected its military technology, partly because it had been unchallenged for so long, but largely because of the low status of military in China, confusion, social and hierarchy expressed in the saying, good iron is not used for nails, good men do not become soldiers. Even when under assault by Western forces, the Qing dynasty diverted military funds in 1893 to restore a Repleston marble port in the imperial summer place. Temporarily overwhelmed by military pressures in 1842, China signed treaties conceding Western demands, but it did not abandon its sense of uniqueness and fought a tenacious, re-argued actions after scoring a decisive victory in 1856 to 58 war, fought over an alleged improper impoundment of a British registered ship in Ganzhuang. Britain insisted on treaty enshrining its long-sought right to station a resident minister in Beijing. Arriving the next year to take up his post with a triumphal retinue, the British envoy found the main river route to the capital blocked with a chain and spikes. When he ordered a contingent of British Marines to clear the obstacle, Chinese forces opened fire. 519 British troops died and another 456 were wounded in the ensuing battle. Britons then dispatched a military force under Lord Elgin that stormed Beijing and burned the summer palace as the Qing court fled. This is weird, man. This is weird in a sense, like, I mean, obviously, if some people are coming to your place, then officially, I mean, just imagine, okay, they're coming all the way from England, right? Traveling through the oceans, still you're not able to defend. That's weird, man. So brutal intervention compelled the ruling dynasty, grudging acceptance of a legations quarter to house the diplomatic representative. China's acquiescence in the Qatar concept of reciprocal diplomacy within a Westphalian system of sovereign state were reluctant and resentful. At the heart of this disputes for us is a larger question: was China a world order entire onto itself, or a state like others that was a part of a wider international system? China clung to the traditional premises as late as 1863 after two military defeats by barbarian powers and a massive domestic uprising. The Taiping Rebellion, quelled only by calling in foreign troops. Emperor dispatched letters to the Abraham Lincoln, assuring him of a China's benign favor, having with reverence received the commission from heaven to rule the universe. We regard both the Middle Empire, China, and the outside countries as constituting one family without any distinction. 1872, the eminent Scottish sinologist James Legge praised the issue pointedly and with his era's characteristic confidence in the self-evident superiority of the Western concept of the world order. During the past, during the past 40 years, China position with regard to the more advanced nations of the world has been entirely changed. She has entered into treaties with them upon equal terms, but I do not think her ministers and people have yet looked this truth fairly in the face so as to realize the fact that China is only one of many independent nations in the world, that the beneath the sky over her emperor has rule is not all beneath the sky, but only a certain portion of it which is defined on the earth's surface and can be pointed out upon the map. With technology and trade impelling contradictory system into the closer context, which world orders to norm would prevail. In Europe, the Westphalian system was an outgrowth of a plethora of de facto independent states at the end of the 30 Years' War. Asia entered the modern era without such a distinct apparatus of a national and international organization. It possessed several civilizational centers surrounded by smaller kingdoms, with a subtle and shifting set of mechanisms for interaction between them. The rich fertility of China's plain and culture of uncommon resilience and political acumen had enabled China to remain unified over much of the 2 millennia period and to exercise considerable political, economic, and cultural influence. Even when it was militarily weak by conventional standard, its comparative advantage resided in the wealth of its economy, which produced goods that all of its neighbors desired. Shaped by these elements, the Chinese ideas of a world order differed markedly from a European experience based on a multiplicity of a co-equal states. The drama of China's encounters with the developed West and Japan was the impact of a great powers organized as expansionist states on a civilization that initially saw the trapping of modern statehood as an abasement. The rise of China to eminence in the 21st century is not new, but reestablished historic patterns. What is distinctive is that China has returned as both the inheritor of an ancient civilization and as a contemporary great powers on the Westphalian model. It combines the legacies of all under heavens, a technocratic modernization, and unusually a turbulent 20th century national quest for a synthesis between the two. China and the world order. The imperial dynasty collapsed in 1911, and the foundation of Chinese Republic under Sun Yat-sen in 1912 left China with a weak central government and ushered in a decades of warlordism. A stronger central government under Chiang Kai-shek emerged in 1928 and sought to enable China to assume a place in the Westphalian concept of world order and in the global economic system. Seeking to be both modern and traditionally Chinese, it attempted to fit into an international system that was self-evident, that was itself in upheaval. Yet at that point, Japan, which had launched its modernization drive half a century earlier, began a bid for Asian hegemony. The occupation of Manchuria in 1931 was followed by Japan's invasion of large stretches of central and eastern China in 1937. The nationalist government was prevented from consolidating its position, and the communist insurgency was given breathing space, though emerging as one of the victorious Allied power with the World War I. Second, in 1945, China was torn apart by civil war and revolutionary turmoil that challenged all relationship and legacies. On October 1st, 1949, in Beijing, the victorious Communist Party leader Mao Zedong proclaimed the establishment of the People's Republic of China with the words, "The Chinese people have stood up." Mao elaborated the slogan as China's purifying and strengthening itself through the doctrine of continuous revolution and proceeded to dismantle the established concept of domestic and international order. The entire institutional spectrums came under attack. Western democracy, Soviet leadership of the communist world, and the legacy of the Chinese past, and art and monuments, holiday and traditions, vocabulary interest, fell under various forms of interdict. Okay, I don't know interdict. Okay, I some also check interdict. Interdict or interdict. Interdict. Okay, interdict is an authoritative prohibition against prohibitions. Prohibit or forbid something. A society will never interdict sex. Prohibit or forbidden ban. Okay, interdict. Interdict. Okay, where was I? Okay, on various forms of okay. Arts and monuments, holidays and tradition, vocabulary and rest fell under various forms of interdict, banned, blamed for bringing about the passivity that had rendered China unprepared in the face of foreign intrusions. And Mao's accepting its concept of order, which it called the Great Harmony, echoing classical Chinese philosophy. A new China would emerge out of the destruction of the traditional Confucian culture, emphasizing harmony. Each wave of revolutionary exertions he proclaimed would serve as a precursor to the next. The process of revolution must be ever accelerated. Mao held at lest the revolutionary become complacent and indolent. Disequilibrium is the general objective rules, wrote Mao. Disequilibrium is general objective rules. The cycle, which is endless, evolve from disequilibrium to equilibrium and then to disequilibrium again. Each cycle, however, brings us to a higher level of development. Disequilibrium is normal and absolute, whereas equilibrium is temporary and relative. In the end, this upheaval was designed to produce a kind of a traditional Chinese outcomes, a form of a communism intrinsic to China, settling itself apart by distinctive forms of conduct that swayed by its achievement. With China's unique and now revolutionary moral authority again swaying all under heavens, Mao conducted international affairs by the same reliance on this unique nature of China. Although China was objectively weak by the way the rest of the world measured strength, Mao insisted on its central role of psychological and ideological superiority to be demonstrated by defying rather than conciliating a world emphasis superior physical power. When speaking in Moscow to an international conference of Communist Party leaders in 1957, that is as he has not mentioned about the Tibet at all, right? Mao shocked fellow delegates by predicting the events of a nuclear war with China. So, nuclear war, China's more numerous population and hardier culture would be the ultimate victors, and that even casualties of the hundreds of millions would not deflect China's from its revolutionary courses. But this might have been partly bluff to discourage countries with a vastly superior nuclear arsenal. Mao wanted the world to believe that he contemplated nuclear war with equanimity. In July 1971, during my secret visits to his secret visit during my secret visit to Beijing, Zhuo Enlai summed up Mao's conception of world orders by invoking the chairman's claimed view of Chinese emperor with the sardonic twist. All under the heaven is in kiosk. The situation is excellent. From a world of chaos, the People's Republic, hardened by the years of struggle, would ultimately emerge triumphant, not just in China but everywhere under heavens. The communist world order would merge with the traditional view of the imperial court. Like the founder of China's first all-powerful dynasty, the emperor, Qin Queen Hong, Mao sought to unify China while also striving to destroy the ancient culture that he blamed for China's weakness and humiliation. He governed in a style as remote as that of any emperors, though the emperor would not have convened mass rallies, as he combined it with the practice of Lenin and Stalin. Mao's rule embodied the revolutionary dilemma. The more sweeping the changes the revolutionary seeks to bring about, the more he encounters resistance, not necessarily from the ideological and political opponents, but from the inertia of the familiar. The revolutionary prophet is ever tempted to defy his moralities by speeding up its timetable and multiplying the means of enforcing his vision. Mao launched his disastrous Great Leap Forward in 1950 to compel breakneck industrialization and the Cultural Revolution in 1966 to purge the ruling group to prevent its institutionalization and a decade-long ideological campaign that exiled a generation of educated young youth to the countrysides. Tens of millions died in pursuit of Mao's goals, most eliminated without love or hatred, mobilized to foreshorten into one lifetimes. What had they have to for been considered a historical process? Revolutionary prevail when their achievements come to be taken for granted, and price paid for them is treated as inevitable. Some of the Chinese contemporary leaders suffered grievously during the Cultural Revolution, but they now present that suffering as having given them strength and self-discovery to steel themselves for the daunting task of leading another period of vast transformations. And the Chinese public, especially those too young, have to experience the travel. The travail directly seems to accept the depiction of Mao as a primarily unifier on behalf of the Chinese dignity. Which aspect of this legacy prevail? The taunting Mao's challenge to the world, or the quiet resolve gained through weathering Mao's upheavals? Well, too much to determine China's relationship with the 21st century world orders. In the early stages of the Cultural Revolution, China, by its own choices, had only 4 ambassadors around the world and was in confrontation with both nuclear superpower, the United States and the Soviet Union. By the end of 1960, Mao recognized that the Cultural Revolution is exhausted even the Chinese people's millennially tested capacity for endurance, and that China's isolation might tempt the foreign intervention he had sought to overcome by ideological and defiances. In 1969, the Soviet Union seemed on the verge of attacking China to a point that caused Mao to disperse all ministry to the provinces, with only Premier Zhou Enlai remaining in Beijing. To this crisis, Mao reacted with a characteristically unexpected reversal of direction. He ended up the most anarchical aspect of the Cultural Revolution by using the armed forces to put an end to the Red Guards, who had been his shock troops, sending them to the countrysides where they joined the erstwhile victims of the ineffective forced labors, and he strove to checkmate the Soviet Union by moving towards the heretofore verified adversary, the United States. Mao calculated that the opening with the United States could end China's isolations and provide other countries that were holding back with justification for recognizing the People's Republic of China. Okay, so that time I think there was a close relation between. From that time, I think there was a close relationship between China and United States because of the Henry Kissinger's, and because China was against China and the Soviet Union. They were not. They were not in a good relations. Yes. Mao calculated that the opening with the United States would end China's isolation and provide other countries that were holding back with the justification for recognizing People's Republic of China. Interestingly, a CIA analysis written as I was preparing for my first trip held that Sino-Soviet tension was so great as to make US-China rapprochement possible, but that Mao's ideological fervor would prevent it in its lifetime. Revolutions, no matter how sweeping, need to be consolidated and in the end adapted from a moment of exaltation to what is sustainable over a period of time. That was the historic role played by Deng Xiaoping. Okay, so Deng Xiaoping and China. Okay, I think during Deng Xiaoping times they had a good relation with China, the United States. Although he had been twice purged by Mao, he became the effective ruler 2 years after Mao's death in 1976. He quickly undertook to reform the economy and open up the society, pursuing what he defined as socialism with Chinese characteristics. He liberated the latent energies of the Chinese people within less than a generation. China advanced to become the second largest economy in the world. To speed up this dramatic transformation, if not necessarily by the conviction, China entered international institution and accepted the establishment rules of the world order. I'm actually very sad to read this, but I'm actually very saddened by the fact that he has not mentioned about the Tibet. Yet China's participation in respect of the Westphalian structure carried with an ambivalence, one of the history that brought it to enter into the international state system. China has not forgotten that it was originally forced to engage with the existing international orders in a manner utterly at odds with its historical image of itself, for that matters to with the avowed principles of the Westphalian system, with the urge to adhere to the international system, rules of the games, and responsibilities. The visceral reaction of many Chinese, including senior leaders, has been profoundly affected by the awareness that China has not participated in making the rules of the system. They are asked, and as a matter of prudence, have agreed to adhere to rules they had no part in making. But they expect that sooner or later will act on its exceptions to the international order to evolve in a way that enable China to become centrally involved in the further international rule making, even to the point of revising some of the rules that prevailed. While waiting for this to transpire, Beijing has become much more active on the world scene. With China's emergence as potentially the world's largest economy, its view and support are now sought in every international forum. China has participated in many of the prestigious aspects of the 19th and 20th century Western orders, hosting the Olympic addresses by its presidents before the United Nations, reciprocal visits with the heads of the states and government from leading countries around the world. By any standard, China has regained the stature by which it was known in the centuries of its most far-reaching influence. The question now is how it will relate to the contemporary search for the world orders, particularly in its relation with the United States. The United States and China are both indispensable pillars of the world order. Remarkably, both have historically exhibited an ambivalent attitude towards the international system they now anchor, affirming their commitment to it even as they reserve judgment on aspect of its design. China has no precedence for the role it is asked to play in the 21st century order. As one major states among others, not the United States, have experience of interacting on a sustained basis with a country of comparable size, reach, and economic performance, embracing a distinctively different model of a domestic order. The cultural and political backgrounds of the two sides are diverge in an important aspect. The American approach to policy is pragmatic. China is conceptual. America has never had a powerful, threatening neighbor. China has never been without a powerful adversary on its borders. America's hold that every problem has a solution. China thinks that each solution is an admission tickets to a new set of problems. American seeks an outcome responding to the immediate circumstances. China's concentrate on evolutionary changes. America outlines an agenda of practical, deliverable items. Chinese set out general principle and analyze where they will lead. Chinese thinking is shaped in the part by communism, but embraces a traditionally Chinese way of thought to an increasing extent. Neither is intuitively familiar to Americas. China and United States have in their histories only recent, fully participated in an international system of sovereign states. China has believed that it was unique and largely contained within its own reality. America also considers itself unique, that is exceptional, but with a moral obligation to support its value around the world for reasons beyond raison d'etat. Two great societies of different cultures and different premises are both undergoing fundamental domestic adjustments. Whether this translates into rivalry or into a new form of partnership will importantly shape prospect for 21st century world order. China is now China is now governed by the fifth generation of leaders since the revolution. Each previous leaders distilled his generation particular vision of China's needs. Mao Zedong was determined to uproot establishment institution, even those who had built in the original phase of this victory, lest they stagnate under Chinese bureaucratic propensities. Deng Xiaoping understood that China could not maintain its historic role unless it became internationally engaged. Deng's style was sharply focused not to boast lest foreign countries become disquieted, not to claim to lead, but to extend China's influence by modernizing both the society and economy. On that basis, starting in 1989, Jiang Zemin, appointed during the Tiananmen Square crisis, overcame its aftermath with its personal diplomacy internationally and by broadening the base of the Communist Party domestically. He led the PRC goes to public, People's Revolution, PCR goes to People's Republic of China into international states and trading system as a full member. Hu Jintao, elected by the Deng, skillfully switch concerned about China's growing power and laid the basis for the concept of a new type of major power relationship enunciated by the Xi Jinping. The Xi Jinping leadership has sought to build on this legacy. I think he came in 2013, if I'm not wrong. Right? Okay, so I don't think Xi Jinping. Right? Okay, even he became president in China. Okay, so became president equals to became president in which year equals to. Okay, so yeah, he became president in 2013. So I think this book was written in 2014. So he don't have any idea. I don't think Xi Jinping leadership has sought to build on this legacies by undertaking a massive reforms programs of things fields. It has projected a skill system and one eschewing a democracy would be more made more transparent, in which outcomes would be determined more by legal procedures than by established patterns of a personal and family relationship. It has announced challenges to many established institutional practices of state-run enterprises, fiefdoms of regional officials, and large-scale corruptions in a manner that combines visions with the courage, but is certain to bring in its train a period of flux and some uncertainty. The composition of Chinese leadership reflects China's evolution towards participating in and even shaping global affair. In 1982, not a single member of the Politburo had challenged and had a college degree. At this writing, almost all of them are college educated, and a significant numbers have advanced degrees. A college degree in China is based on Western style curriculum, not a legacy of the old Mandarin system of the subsequent Communist Party's curriculum, which imposed its own form of intellectual breeding. This represents a sharp break with Chinese past, when the Chinese were intensely and proudly parachial in their perception of the world outside their immediate sphere. Contemporary Chinese readers are influenced by the knowledge of China's history but are not captured by it. Okay. And okay, so now next topic is equals to a longer perspective. Okay. Longer perspective. Potential tension between an established and rising power are now not new. Inevitably, the rising power impinges on some sphere heretofore treated as the exclusive preserve of the established powers. By the same token, the rising power suspect that its rival may seek to quash its growth before it's too late. A Harvard study has shown that in 15 cases in history where a rising and established power interacted, 10 ended in wars. Okay. A Harvard study has shown that in 15 cases in history where a rising and established power interacted, 10 ended in wars. Okay. It is therefore not surprising that significant strategic thinker. Okay, I think he has wrote this in 2014, but still we could see right now that China is not coming openly to direct confrontation with the United States, but United States is confronting all out, right? So especially Trump, he's unhinged. He just says that okay, China is a competitor. China, they're not fair and all those things, right? So, but China is not coming out, and I think they knows it, right? Because they don't want right now, because right now they're still number 2, and there's still a gap to climb in terms of militarily and in terms of economy also. So if they so what happens is that if they write down directly confront with the United States, then there'll be a loss of theirs. And what will happen is that India might go, because India is also growing at the same time. So they don't want to do that. So first they want to fully achieve that full potential, and then only I think they'll confront. By the same token, the rising powers suspect that its rival may seek to squash its growth before it's too late. I Harvard, okay. It is therefore not surprising that significant strategic thinkers on both sides invoke a pattern of behavior and historical experiences to predict that inevitably of the conflict between the two societies. On the Chinese side, many Americans' actions are interpreted as a design to thwart China's rise, and the American. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see the pronunciation. Is it thwart? THWRT thwart.
Thwart.
Thwart. Okay, it's not thwart. It's thwart. Thwart. Thwart.
Ford.
Thwart. Huh? Just wait. Thwart. Thwart.
Foot.
Thwart. Huh? It's very different, man.
Thwart.
Thwart. It's very different. Thwart.
Foot.
Thwart. Right. Okay. Thwart. Okay. Colonial society goes this one. Stand one American actions are interpreted as a design to thwart China's rise, and American promotion of human rights is seen as a seen project to undermine Chinese domestic political structures. Some major figure describes America's so-called pivot policy as a forerunner of an ultimate showdown designed to keep China as permanently in a secondary position, an attitude all the more remarkable because it has not involved any significant military redeployments at this writing. On the American side, the fear is that the growing China will systematically undermine American preeminence and thus American security. Significant groups view China, by analogy to the Soviet Union in the Cold War, as determined to achieve military as well as economic dominance in all surrounding regions and hence ultimately hegemony. That will not happen because there's India. Both sides are reinforced in there. So that's why I think it's very important for United States to not back as such, but build a good partnership with India. In that you'll But nah, I don't think Trump is not doing. It's very far from that. Both sides are reinforced in their suspicions of by military maneuvers and defense programs of the others, even when they are more normal, that is, composed of measures a country would reasonably take in defense of national interest, as it is generally understood. They are interpreted in terms of worst case scenario. Each side has a responsibility for taking care lest its unilateral deployments and conduct escalates into an arm race. The two sides need to observe the history of the decade before World War One, when the gradual emergence of an atmosphere of a suspicion and latent confrontation escalated into a catastrophe. The leaders of the Europe trapped themselves by their military planning and inability to separate the tactical from the strategy. Two other issues are contributing to the tension in Sino-American relations. China rejects the proposition that international order is fostered by the spread of a liberal democracy and that the international community has an obligation to bring this about, and especially to achieve its perceptions of human rights by international action. The United States may be able to adjust the application of its views on human rights in relation to its strategic priorities, but in light of its history and the conviction of its people, America can never abandon these principles altogether. On the Chinese side, the dominant elite view on the subject was expressed by Deng Xiaoping. Actually, national sovereignty is far more important than human rights, but a group of 7 or 8 often infringes upon the sovereignty of a poor, weak countries of the third world. The talk about human rights, freedoms, and democracy is designed only to safeguard the interest of the strong, rich countries which take advantage of their strength to bully weak countries and which pursue hegemony and practices in power politics. No formal promises possible between these views. To keep the disagreement from spiraling into conflict is one of the principal obligations of the leaders of the both sides. A more immediate issue concerns North Korea, to which Bismarck 19th century aphorism surely implies. We live in a wondrous time in which the strong is weak because of his crumpled strength, the weak grows strong because of his audacity. North Korea is ruled under no accepted principle of legitimacy, not even its claimed communist one. Its principal achievement has been to build a few nuclear devices. It has no military capability. Yeah, that's true. North Korea, the economy is not strong. Militarily, they are not strong. All they have is they just have a nuclear weapon. That's it. It has no military capability to engage in a war with the United States, but the existence of these weapons have a political impact far exceeding the military utility. They provide an incentive for Japan and South Korea to create a nuclear military capability. Yes. And mind you, Japan and Korea are so economically advanced, technologically advanced that they can, if they wish, they can develop a nuclear weapon in any time. But they have restrained on themselves by doing it. They embodied Pyongyang into risk-taking, disproportionate to its capabilities, raising the danger of another war in the Korean Peninsula. For China, North Korea embodies complex legacies. In many Chinese eyes, the Korean War is seen as a symbol of China's determination to end its century of humiliations. Yes, for China, North Korea embodies complex legacies. In many Chinese eyes, the Korean War is seen as a symbol of a Chinese determination to end its century of humiliations. Okay, Korean War. Okay, I don't get it. Okay, just wait. Korean War. But it was between... Korean War was between... I thought it was between North and South Korea, right? North Korea... Okay. The Korean War was fought between North Korea, supported by China and the Soviet Union. So it was done in 1950 to 53, and South Korea, supported by the United Nations and primarily the United States, began as a civil war to unify the peninsula and evolved into a major response. And North Korea was led by aiming to reunify Korea response. Okay, then why Chinese consider a century of humiliation, a period of century of humiliation? What does it mean? Because the North Korea lost, or what? Why Chinese consider a century of humiliations? The century of humiliation is the period between 1839 and 1949, during which China was transformed from a dominant global power into a weak semi-colonial state, where the Chinese era represents an unprecedented loss of sovereignty, territory, and dignity at the hands of the Western powers in Japan. Why is it considered humiliating or cumulative to defeat an unequal treaties? For China lost nearly every major war it fought during this time, and starting with the first Opium War. They lost. Okay, just wait. Okay, Opium War, yeah. I want to do this one. The losses resulted in unequal treaties that forced China to pay massive reparations and cede key territories, loss of sovereignty, extra territory as to foreigners on Chinese soil were often made exempt from local laws, living in a concession of the territorial losses. China lost control of vast regions, including Hong Kong to Britain, Taiwan to Japan, and large swath of the north to Russia. Cultural trauma, symbolic events such as the burning of the Summer Palace in 1860 by British and French forces are viewed as a direct attack on Chinese civilizations. First Opium War forced China to open ports and cede Hong Kong to Britain. First Sino-Japan, a shocking defeat by the neighbors. Sino-Japan, Japanese. Okay, Taiwan is lost. Boxer rebellion and anti-foreign uprising crushed by 8 alliances, leading to crippled deaths. Sino is equals to Japan. Massive casualties and atrocities such as the Nanjing massacre. Which so it does seem to me that Japan has fucking thrashed China in all the time. The narrative of never forget national humiliation is a central pillar of the modern Chinese nationalism and legitimacy of the Communist Party, which claims to have ended this one's okay. Rejuvenations. Okay, just wait. Okay, I want to see that. Was Arunachal, okay, was Arunachal. Okay, now I think it's not possible, right? Okay. Summary of opium war. I thought it, there was a, okay, so it would not even be possible, right? Because there was a Tibet. So that time, the British know that there's no Tibet, so that's why, okay, just wait. The Opium War were two mid-19th century conflict between Qing dynasty China and the Western powers, primarily Great Britain. This was sparked by China's attempt to suppress the illegal opium trade and resulted in overwhelming Western victories that forced China to open its borders to foreign trade and influence. First Opium War. Britain versus China. Commissioner, this one destroyed 20,000 plus chests of British opium in cantons. Second Opium War equals to this one. Britain and France equals to okay. Britain and France versus China. The Arrow incidents. Seizure of British registered ship and the execution of a French emissary. Trade imbalances. Britain had a massive trade deficit with China due to insatiable demand for Chinese tea, silk, and porcelain. What is porcelain? Porcelin. Porcelain. What is it? Okay, it's a vase, right? Okay, I don't know how to.
Porcelain is a
Porcelain. It's not porcelain. It's porcelain. Porcelain.
durable, not
It's a durable, non porous type of like a ceramic made from material like kaolin. Okay, porcelain. Porcelain pronunciation. Okay, porcelain. Okay, it's not porcelain. It's porcelain. It's porcelain. Porcelain, right? It's porcelain. Okay, porcelain. And okay, I want to see this thing. Okay, Korean War. Opening for legitimacy, open the drug. Okay. Okay. Opium solution. To stop the overflow or outflow of silver, the British East Company began smuggling in and growing opium to China. Opium addiction became widespread. Okay, just wait. Britain had a massive trade deficit. Okay. So Britain had a massive trade deficit with China due to an insatiable demand response. To stop the outflow of silver, the British East India Company began smuggling in and growing opium into China. Opium addiction became widespread in China, derailing the country as with silver and causing severe social decay. China operated on a tribute system where it viewed itself as superior while Britain pushed for a free trade and equal diplomatic status. Outcome are unequal treaties. China was forced to sign treaties that grant a massive concession to Western powers. Cessation of trade. China ceded Hong Kong Islands and later the Kowloon Peninsula to Great Britain. Opening of 5 treaty ports, including Shanghai and cantons, were opened after this first war, and 11 more were opened after the second. Extraterritoriality. Foreigners were made exempt from Chinese laws and could only be tried in their own national courts. Legalizations of opium. The drug trade was officially legalized after the Second Opium War. Reparation. China was forced to pay millions in silver to compensate for destroyed opium and war cost. Long-term impact. The war marked the beginning of China's century of humiliation. The military defeat shattered the prestige of the Qing dynasty, leading into internal rebellion like the Taiping Rebellion and ultimately Dynasty 5 to 1920. Okay, so that's how it started. Okay. Its principal achievement has been to build a new this one's okay, and they provide an incentive for Japan and South Korea to okay. For China, North Korea embodies complex legacies. For China, North Korea embodies complex legacies. In many Chinese eyes, the Korean War is seen as a symbol of a Chinese determination to end its century of humiliation and stand up on the world stage, but also as a warning against becoming involved in wars whose origin China does not control and whose repercussion may have serious long-range unintended consequences. This is why China and the United States have taken a parallel position in the UN Security Council in demanding that North Korea abandon, not curtail its nuclear program. Okay, I want to see. Okay. Does China did China get permanent, right? Okay, UNSC permanent then see because of India. Is it because of India? Because India refused. India were like Jawaharlal Nehru were like, no, give it to China. The claim that China obtained its United Nations Security Council permanent seat because of India is a historical simplification. While India consistently advocated for People's Republic of China to take its seat, China was already a designated permanent member of the UNC from UN's inception in 1945. Historical context of China's origin of this. The seat for China was originally held by the Republic of China, led by Chiang Kai-shek as one of victorious allied power of World War II. Okay, 1949 revolutions. After the Communist Revolution in 1949, the ROC government fled to Taiwan, but it continued to represent China at the UN for over two decades. 1971 shift. It was not until UN Resolution 2758 in 1971 that Beijing was recognized as the only legitimate representative of China representing ROC. India's role and the offer. Historians and declassified documents suggest that India under Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru received informal feelers rather than formal offer to take China's place. US feelers. US informally explored the idea of replacing PRC with China India to prevent communist expansions. Nehru declined, believing it would cause enduring enmity with China and that the PRC was rightful representative of the Chinese mainland. The USSR suggested India join as a 6 permanent members. Nehru remained cautious, fearing it as a Cold War trap to create a rift between India and China. Nehru policy focused on integrating the PCR into the international community to ensure regional stability. He stated that India was entitled to a seat, but not at the cost of China. Why India didn't get a seat? Chartered amendments. Any change to the permanent membership would have required an amendment to the UN Charter, which was subject to a veto by any of the existing permanent members, including USSR or ROC. Cold War strategy. Both the US and Soviet suggestions are often viewed by historians as tactical move to pull India into the respective spheres of influence rather than sincere efforts to expand the UNSC. Okay. While some critics, view Nehru refusal as a major strategic mistake, supporters argue it was a principled decision to avoid becoming a pawn in the superpower rivalry. More information on India's current bid for permanent seat is available in the Ministry of External Affairs. Okay, yeah, understood. Will it be possible to merge the concerns and the goals of the two sides of the Korea? Are China and the United States able to work out a collaborative strategy for denuclearized unified Korea that leaves all the parties more secure and more free? Denuclearized, okay, but there's a non-nuclear proliferations. It would be a big step towards the new type of great power relation so often invoked and so slow in emerging. China new leaders will recognize that the reaction of the Chinese population to their vast agenda cannot be known. They are sailing into uncharted waters. They cannot want to seek foreign adventures, but they will resist intrusions on what they define as their core interest with perhaps greater insistence than their predecessors, precisely because they feel obliged to explain the adjustments inseparable from the reform by the reinforced emphasis on the national interest. And any international orders comprising both the United States and China must involve a balance of power, but the traditional management of the balance needs to be mitigated by agreements on norms and reinforced by elements of cooperation. The leaders of China and the United States have publicly recognized the two countries' common interest in charting of constructive outcomes. Two American presidents, Barack Obama and George Walker Bush, have agreed with their Chinese counterparts Xi Jinping and Hu Jintao to create a strategic partnership in the Pacific regions, which is a way to preserve a balance of power while reducing the military threats inherent to it. Insofar, the proclamations of intent have not been matched by any specific step in the agreed directions. Partnership cannot be achieved by proclamations. No agreement can guarantee a specific international status for the United States. If the United States comes to be perceived as a declining power, a matter of choice, not destiny, China and the other countries will succeed to merge up the world leadership that America exercised for most of the period following the World War II. After an interlude turmoil in our people, many Chinese sees the United States as a superpower past its peak. Yet among China's leadership, there is also demonstrated recognition that the United States will sustain a significant leadership capacity for the foreseeable future. Yeah, that I agree. Not foreseeable future in a sense that little upper hand, but they have to be cautious because number 2 is there. And number 2, not just number 2, number 2, I mean, there are 2 people in the number 2, right? So number 2. So there's a China and there's Russia. And then the number 4, there is India. The sense of the building a constructive world order is that no single country, neither China nor the United States, is in a position to fill itself by the world leadership role of that sort of the United States occupied in the immediate post-World War periods when it was materially and psychologically preeminent. In East Asia, the United States is not so much balancer as an integral part of the balance. Yes, previous chapters have shown the precariousness of the balance when the number of players is small and the shift of allegiance can become decisive. A purely military approach to the East Asian balance is likely to lead to alignment even more rigid than those that produced the World War I. In East Asia, something approaching a balance of power exists between China, Korea, Japan, and the United States, with Russia and Vietnam peripheral participants, but it differs from the historical balance of power in that one of the key participants, the United States, has its center of gravity located far from the geographic centers of East Asia, and above all, because the leaders of both the countries' military forces conceives themselves as adversaries in the military journal pronouncement also proclaimed partnership as a role on the political and economic issues. So it comes about the United States as an ally of Japan and proclaimed partners with China, a situation comparable to Bismarck when he made an alliance with Austria, balanced by the treaty with Russia, and paradoxically it was precisely that ambiguity which preserved the flexibility of the European equilibrium and its abandonments in the name of transparency started the sequence of increasing confrontation culminating in World War One. For over a century, since the open door policy and Theodore Roosevelt mediation of the Russo-Japan War, it has been fixed American policy to prevent hegemony in Asia. Under contemporary conditions, it is an inevitable policy in China to keep potentially the adversarial forces as far from its borders as possible. The two countries navigate that space. The preservation of a peace depends upon the restraints with which they pursue their objectives and on their ability to ensure that competition remains political and diplomatic. In the Cold War, the dividing lines were defined by military forces, and in the contemporary period, the lines should not be defined primarily by military deployments. The military components should not be considered as the only or even the principal definition of equilibrium. Concept of partnership needed to become paradoxically elements of the modern balance of powers, and especially in Asia, an approach that, if implemented as an overarching principle, would be as unprecedented as it is important. The combination of the balance of power strategy with the partnership diplomacy will not be able to remove all the adversarial aspect, but it can mitigate their impact. Above all, it can give Chinese and American leaders experience and a constructive cooperation and convey to their two societies a way of building towards a more peaceful future. Order always requires a subtle balance of restraint, force, legitimacy. In Asia, it must combine a balance of power with the concept of partnership. A purely military definition of the balance will shade into confrontations. Sure, a purely psychological approach to partnership will also fear of hegemony. Wise statesmen must try to find that balance. For outside its disastrous beckon. A disastrous beckon. What is beckon? I know reckon, but what's beckon? Beckon. I beckon, okay? To show somebody with a movement of your finger or that hand you wanted them to come closer. Okay?
Beckon.
Beckon. Beckon. Okay, so that is the beckon. What is it says? Foresight it our disaster beckon, okay? Wise statements, okay? Wise statesmanship must try to find that balance. For outside it's a disaster beckon. Now the chapter number 7, it's acting for all mankind. Acting for all mankind, the United States and its concept of order. And that's a little presumptuous, isn't it? Acting for all humankind. No, you're not been acting for all the mankind. You've just been acting of the mankind of a specific region called North America. Not even North America. To be specific, United States of America. Now I'm in chapter number 7, and it's about acting for all mankind, the United States and its concept of order. No country has played such a decisive role in shaping the contemporary world order as the United States, not professed such ambivalence about participations in it, imbued with the conviction that its course would shape the destiny of mankind. America has over its history played a paradoxical role in world order. It expanded across the continents in the name of the manifest destiny while adjourning any imperial designs, exerted a decisive influence over momentous events while disclaiming any motivations of national interest, and became a superpower while disavowing any intention to conduct power politics. America's foreign policy has reflected this the conviction that its domestic principles were self-evidently universal and their applications at all times salutary. That the real challenge of Americans' engagement abroad was not a foreign policy in the traditional sense, but a project of spreading values that it believed in all others aspired to be replicated. Inherent in this doctrine is a vision of extraordinary, originality and allure, while the old world considered the new an era for conquest to amass wealth and power. In America, a new nation arose as affirming freedoms of belief, expression, and action as the essence of its national experiences and character. In Europe, a system of order has been founded on the careful, sequestrations of moral absolutes from the political endeavors, if only because attempts to impose one faith or system of immoralities from the continents. Diverse people have enriched so disastrously. In America, the proselytizing spirit was infusing with an ingrained distrust of establishment, institution, and hierarchies. Thus, the British philosophers and member of Parliament Edmund Burke would recall his colleague that the colonists had exported liberty according to English ideas, along with the diverse descending religious sects and constraint in Europe. The
Protestantisms of the Protestant religion and agreeing in nothing but in the communisms of the spirit of liberty. These forces intermingling across the oceans had produced a distinct national outlook. In these characters of an American, a love of freedom is the predominating features which marks and distinguishes the whole. Alex de Tocqueville, the French aristocrats who came to the United States in 1831 and wrote what remains one of the most perceptive books about the spirit and the attitudes of its people, traced the American character similarly to what he calls at the point of departure. In New England, we see the birth and growth of the local independence, which is still the mainspring and lifeblood of Americans' birth and Americans' freedom. And Puritanism, he wrote, was not just a religious doctrine. In many respects, it shared the most absolute democratic and republican theories. This, he concluded, was the product of two perfectly distinct elements, which elsewhere have been at war with one another, but which in America was somehow possible to incorporate with each other, forming a marvelous combination. I mean, the spirits of religion and the spirit of freedom. The openness of American culture and its democratic principle made the United States a model and the refuge of millions. And now they have to. I mean, it's a good thing, just talking. It's a good thing in an idealist society that okay, you're helping the people, the poor people, right, to take refuge in the United States. But now what has happened is that people started using it for their own benefits, and right now I think most of the European, especially Western European countries, and most of the United States, because of the refuge and a lot of illegal immigrants, think they are facing the consequences, and I wouldn't surprised to say that they are in a mess. At the same time, the conviction that American principles are universal has introduced challenging elements in the international systems because it implies the government not practicing them are less than fully legitimate. This tended so ingrained in American thinking that it is only occasionally put forward as a foreign policy, while suggests that a significant portion of the world lives under a kind of unsatisfactory probationary arrangements and will one day be redeemed. In the meantime, the relation with the world's strongest power must have latent adversarial elements to them. So this tension have been inherent since the beginning of the American experiences. For Thomas Jefferson, America was not only a great power in the making, but an empire for liberty, and an expanding forces acting on behalf of all humanity to vindicate principles of good governance. And as Jefferson wrote during his presidency, we feel that we are acting under obligation, not confined to the limits of our own society. It is impossible not to be sensible that we are acting for all mankind, that circumstances denied to others, but indulged to us, have imposed on us the duty of proving what is degree of freedom and self-governments in which society may venture to leave its individual member. So defined the spread of the United States and the success of its endeavors was, quaterminous with the interest of humanity, having doubled the size of the new country through the shrewd engineering of the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. In retirement, Jefferson candidly confessed to President Monroe, "I've ever looked on Cuba as the most interesting addition which could ever be made to our system of states." And James Madison, Jefferson's wrote, "We should then have only to include the North, Canada, in our confederacy, and we should have such an empire for liberty as she was never surveyed since the creation. I'm persuaded to no constitution was ever before so well calculated as as for extensive empire and self-government. The empire envisaged by Jefferson and his colleague differed in their minds from the European empires, which they considered based on the subjugations and oppressions of foreign people. The empire imagined by Jefferson was in essence North America and conceived as the extension of liberty. And in fact, whatever may be said about the contradictions in this project or of the personal lives of its founders, as the United States expanded and thrived, so too did democracy and the aspiration towards the spreads and took root across the hemisphere and around the world. So despite such soaring ambitions, America's favorable geography and vast resources facilitated the perception that foreign policy was an optional activity. First of all, America is blessed with the geography, right? Because they don't have a lot of a country where they don't have a lot of trouble neighboring countries, so they don't have to focus too much of internal security. They just have to focus on internal security, not external security. And diplomacy, just wait, okay, where was I? Okay, United States is a position of this one. Diplomacy and forces in this conceptions were distinct stages of free activity, each following its own autonomous rules. A doctrine of universal sweep was paired with an ambivalent attitude towards countries necessarily less fortunate than the United States felt the compulsion to conduct foreign policy is a permanent exercise based on the elaborations of the national interest and the balance of power. Even after the United States assumed great power status in the course of the 19th century, this habits endured 3 times in as many generations. In the world, 2 wars, and in the world
In the two World Wars and the Cold War, the United States took decisive actions to shore up international order against hostile and potentially terminal threats. In each case, America preserved the Westphalian state system and the balance of the powers, while blaming the very institutions of that system for the outbreak of hostilities and proclaiming a desire to construct an entirely new world. For much of this period, the implicit goal of American strategy beyond the Western Hemisphere was to transform the world into a manner that would make an American strategic role unnecessary. From the beginning, America's intrusion into European consciousness had forced a re-examination of received wisdom. Its settlement would open a new vistas for individuals promising to fundamentally reinvent the world order. For the nearly settlers of the New World, the Americas were a frontier of the Western civilization whose unity was fracturing, a new stage on the world, a new stage on which to dramatize the possibility of a model order. The settlers left Europe not because they no longer believed in its centralities, but because they thought it had fallen short of its calling. As religious dispute and bloody wars drove Europe into the peace of Westphalia to the painful conclusion that its deal of a continent unified by a single divine governance would ever be achieved, America provided a place to do on a distant coast, where Europe reconciled itself to achieving security through equilibrium. America, as they began to think of themselves, they entered dreams of unity and governance enabling of redeemed purpose. The early Puritans spoke of demonstrating their virtues on the new continent as a way to transform the lands of which they had taken leave. As John Winthrop, a Puritan lawyer who left East Anglia to escape religious suppression, preached abroad the umbrella in okay, just wait. East Anglia. Where is East Anglia? I think it's in UK, right? East Anglia. Current. East Anglia means East Anglia is a commonly refers to East Anglia today, referring to a region in the east of England. Okay, yes, it consists of ceremonies such as the North. Okay, refers to Sussex. Frequently referred to as within. Okay. Preaches once okay, new God God in Indian America as an example for all people. Okay, we shall find that the God of Israel. Okay, we shall find that the God of Israel is among us. When tens of us shall be able to resist thousands of our enemies, when He shall make us up praised and glory that men shall say of succeeding plantations. May the Lord make it like that of a New England, for we must consider that we shall be as a city upon a hill. The eyes of all the people are upon us. None doubted that humanity and its purpose would in some way be revealed and fulfilled in America. America on the world stage, setting out its okay. So this is the next this one's the topic. America on the world stage, setting out to affirm its independence. The United States defined itself as a new kind of power. The Declaration of Independence put forward its principle and assumed as its audience the opinions of mankind in the opening essay of the Federalist Papers published in 1787. Alexander Hamilton described the new republic as an empire in many respects. The most interesting in the world whose success or failures would prove the viability of a self-governance anywhere. He treated this proposition not as a novel interpretation but as a matter of a common knowledge that has been frequently remarked. An assertion all the more notable considering the United States at the time comprises only the eastern seaports from the Maine to Georgia. Even while propounding those doctrines, the founders were sophisticated men who understood the European balance of power and manipulated it to the new country advantages and alliances with France was enlisted in the war for independence from Britain. Then loosened in the aftermath as France undertook revolution and embarked on a European crusade in which the United States had no direct interest. When President Washington, in his 1796 farewell address, delivered in the midst of the French Revolutionary Wars, counseled that the United States steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world and instead safely trust to temporarily alliances for the extraordinary emergencies. He was issuing not so much a moral pronouncement as a canny judgment about how to exploit America's comparative advantage. The United States, a fledgling power saved behind oceans, did not have the need or the resources to embroil itself in the continental controversies over the balance of power. It joined alliances not to protect the concept of international orders, but simply to serve its national interests strictly defined. As long as European balance held, America was better served by a strategy of preserving its freedom of maneuver and consolidating at home, a course of conduct substantially followed by former colonial countries. For example, India, after their independence a century and a half later. The strategy prevailed for a century following the last short war with Britain in 1812, allowing the United States to accomplish what no other country was in a position to conceive. It became a great power and nation of a continental scope through the sheer accumulation of domestic power, with the foreign policy focused almost entirely on the negative goal of keeping foreign developments as far as as possible. The United States soon set out to expand its maxims to all the Americas, to attach it in accommodations with the Britain, the premier naval powers, to allow the United States to declare in the Monroe Doctrine 1823, its entire hemisphere of limited foreign colonizations, decade after before it had access close to the power to enforce those sweeping pronouncements. So the thing about when the president, right, when the president of United States was Monroe, so he has made it clear that there's a Monroe Doctrine which says that the Western Hemisphere, that means the entire North America, and I think they also includes South America also. This entire region is the backyard of America, United States of America, and if anyone interferes in any of those countries, then it'll be like they will be declared enemy of the United States. So yeah, that's basically what is the definition of a Monroe Doctrine. Okay, and in the United States, the Monroe Doctrine was interpreted as the extension of a war of independence, sheltering the Western Hemisphere from the operation of a European balance of powers. No Latin American countries were consulted, nor not least because few existed at the time. As the frontier of the nation crept across the continents, the expansion of America was seen as the operation of a kind of a law of nature. When the United States practiced what elsewhere was defined as imperialism, America gave it another name, the fulfillment of our manifest destiny to overspend the continent allotted by the providence for free developments of our yearly multiplying millions. The acquisition of vast tracts of territory was treated as a commercial transaction in the purchase of the Louisiana territory from France, and as the inevitable consequence of this manifest destiny in the case of Mexico. It was not only the close of the 19th century in the Spanish-American War of 1898 that the United States engaged in a full-scale hostilities overseas with another major powers. Throughout the 19th century, the United States had the good fortune of being able to address its challenges sequentially and frequently to the point of definitive resolution. The drive to the Pacific and the establishment of the favorable northern and southern borders to the vindication of the Union in the Civil War, the projections of the power against the Spanish Empire, and the inheritance of many of its positions, each took place as a discrete phase of activity, after which American turned to the task of building prosperities and defining democracies. The American experiences supported the assumption that the peace was the natural condition of humanity, prevented only by the other countries' unreasonableness or ill will. The European style of statecraft, with its shifting alliances and elastic maneuvers on the spectrums during the peace and hostility, seemed to create the Americans' mind of this perverse departure from the common sense. In this view, the old world order, entire system of foreign policy, and the international order was an outgrowth of a despotic, capriced or malignments to cultural penchants for aristocratic ceremony and secretive maneuvers. America would forego these practices, just claiming colonial interest, remaining warily at arm's length from the European designs to the international system and relating to the other countries on the basis of the mutual interest and fair dealing. Johnny Quincy Adams summed up in this sentiments in 1821 in a tone verging on exasperations at other countries' determinations to pursue more complicated and devious courses. America, in the assembly of nations, since her admission among them, has invariably, though often fruitlessly, held forth to them the hands of the honest friendships, of equal freedoms, of generous reciprocities. She has uniformly spoken among them, though often to heedless and often to disdainful ears, the language of equal liberty, of equal justice, and of unequal rights. She has, in the lapse of nearly half a century, without a single exception, respected the independence of other nations while asserting and maintaining her own. She has obtained from interference in the concerns of others even when a conflict has been for principle to which she clings, so as to the vast vital drop that visits the heart. Because America sought not dominion but liberty, it should avoid, and I'm argued, involvement in all the contest of the European world. America would maintain its uniquely reasonable and disinterested stance, seeking freedoms and human dignity by offering a moral sympathy from afar. The assertions of the universalist of American principles was coupled with the refusal to vindicate them outside the Western, that is, American hemisphere. America goes not abroad in search of a monster to destroy. She is well wished with the freedoms and independence of all. She is the champion and vindicators of vindicators. What is vindicators? To prove that something is true or that you were right about something else. Okay, vindicated to this even partially vindicated our fear of conflict. To prove somebody vindicated. Champion and vindicators to only of her own as in the Western Hemisphere. No such restraint prevailed as early as 1792. The Massachusetts minister and geographer Jedediah Monsmores argued the United States, whose existence had been internationally recognized for less than a decade and whose constitution was only 4 years old, to making apogee of history. The new country he predicted would expand westwards and spread principles of liberty throughout the Americas and become the crowning achievement of a human civilization. Besides, it is well known that empire has been traveling from east to west, probably her last and broadest feat will be America. We cannot but anticipate the period as far as for distance when the American Empire will comprehend millions of souls west of Mississippi. Just wait, okay. I wanna. How did a lot of African are there in the United States? I think most of them are because of the slave, if I'm not wrong. Why does a lot of African are there in United States? Is it? I think significant presence of people of African descent in USA terms, is primarily from the Atlantic, slave trades, which forced millions of West and Central Asian Africans to North America from 16th to 19th centuries. While primarily descendants of enslaved people, modern voluntary immigration from American nations together this one also contributed to the current population. First, immigration. The foundation of African American populations is 10-12 million enslaved African brought to the Americas, only with roughly 388,000 sent directly to the British North America to work on plantations. Enslaved African began arriving in the Virginia colony as early as this one's okay. They made 20% of the British North American population. Okay, so that's why. All the while America's ardently and maintained that the endeavor was not a territorial expansion in the traditional sense, but the divinely ordained spread of a principle of liberty. In 1839, as the official United States exploring expedition reconnoitered for the far reaches of the hemisphere in the South Pacific, the United States Magazines and Democratic Review published an article heralding the United States, the greatest nation of futurity, disconnected from and superior to everything in history that has preceded it. The American people having derived their origin from many other nations, and the declarations of national independence being entirely based on the great principle of human equality. This fact demonstrates at once our disconnected position as regards many nations, that we have in reality but little connection with the past history of any of them, and still less with all antiquity. Its glories to all its crime, on the country, a national birth was the beginning of a new history. So, I mean, when you talk about the United States, okay, they don't have a rich history. That's the main problem, right? So you can't say, when you say Indian, okay, so this is Indian, ancient Indian civilization that came, and then right they are the Hindus, right? But you cannot say that with America because they are mostly like different, people from different background came, right? Most of the Europeans. The success of the United States, the author confidently predicted, would serve as a standing rebuke to all other forms of governments, ushering in a future democratic age. A great free union, divinely sanctioned and towering above all other states, would spread its principle throughout the Western Hemisphere, a power destined to become greater in scope and moral in purpose than any of the previous human endeavors. We are the nation of human progress, and who will, what can set limits to our own onwards march. Providence is with us, and no earthly power can. The United States was thus not simply a country, but an engine of God's plan and the epitome of world order. 1845, when American westwards expansion embroiled the country in a dispute with Britain over the Oregon's territory with Mexico over the Republic of Texas, which had ceded from Mexico and declared it intended to join the United States. The magazine concluded that the annexation of Texas was a defensive measure against the foes of the liberty. The author reasoned that the California will probably next fall away from Mexico, and an American sweep north into Canada would likely follow. The continental force of America, he reasons, would eventually render Europe's balance of power inconsequential by sheer countervailing weights. Indeed, the author of a Democratic Review article foresaw a day 100 years hence, that is 1945, when the United States would outweigh even a unified hostile Europe. So they should cast into the opposite scale all the bayonets and cannons on not only of France and England, but of Europe's entire. How would it kick up the beam against a simple solid weight of the 250 or 300 millions, 10 American millions destined to gather benefit, beneath the flutters of stripes and stars in the fast hastening years of the Lord. This is, in fact, what transpired, except that the Canadian border was peacefully demarcated, and England was not part of hostile Europe in 1945, but rather an ally. Bombastic and prophetic, the vision of America transcending and counterbalancing the harsh doctrines of the old world would inspire nations, often while being largely ignored elsewhere or prompting consternations and reshape the course of the history. As the United States experienced total war unseen in Europe for half a century, in the Civil War, with stakes so desperate both in North and South breached the principle of hemisphere isolation to involve especially France and Britain in their war efforts. Americans interpreted their conflict as a singular event of the transcendent moral significance, reflecting the view of that conflict as a terminal endeavor, the vindication of the rest of the world. The United States built up by far the world's largest and most formidable army and used to wage total war. Then within a year and a half, end of the year, all about the step, disbanded state, reducing a force of more than 1 million men to roughly 65,000. In 1890, the American army ranked 14th Okay, so in 1890, American Army ranked 14 in the world after Bulgaria, and the American Navy was smaller than Italy, a country with 1/13th of America's industrial strength, as late as in the presidential inaugural of 1885. President Grover Cleveland described American foreign policy in terms of detached neutrality and as it entirely different from the self-interested policies pursued by older, less entitled states. He rejected any departure from that foreign policy commented by the history, the tradition, and the prosperity of our republic. It is the policy of independence favored by our positions and defended by our known love of justice and by our own empire. It is a policy of the peace suitable for our interest. It is the policy of neutrality, rejecting any share in the foreign royalist ambition upon other continents and repelling their intrusion here. A decade later, America's world role have expanded. The tone had become more insistence and consideration for power loomed larger. In an important dispute in 1895 between Venezuela and British Guiana, Secretary of State Richard Olney warned Great Britain and still considered the premier world powers of the inequality of military strength in Western Hemisphere. Today, the United States is practically sovereign on its continents, and its fiat is law. America's infinite resources combined with its isolated power position rendered it master of the situation and practically invulnerable as against any or all the powers. America was now a major power, no longer a fledgling republic on the fringes of the world affairs. American policy no longer limited itself to the neutralities. It felt obliged to translate its long proclaimed universal moral relevance into a broader geopolitical role. When later than years, Spanish Empire colonial subject in Cuba rose in revolt, a reluctance to see an anti-imperial rebellion crashes on America's doorstep mingled with the conviction that the time had come for the United States to demonstrate its ability and will to enact as a great power. At the time when the importance of the European nation was in part judged by the extent of their overseas empire, and the battleship USS Maine expired in Havana Harbor in 1898 under unexplained circumstances. Widespread popular demand for a military intervention led President McKinley to declare a war on Spain, the first military engagement by the United States with another major powers overseas. Few Americans imagined how different the world order would be after this splendid little war, as Johnny Hay, the American ambassador in London, described it in a little letter to Theodore Roosevelt, at the time rising political reformer in New York City. After just 3.5 months of military conflict, the United States had ejected the Spanish Empire from the Caribbean, occupied Cuba, and annexed Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Guam, and the Philippines. President McKinley stuck to the established varieties and in justifying their purposes with no trace of self-consciousness. He presented the war that has established America as a great power in the two oceans as a uniquely unselfish mission. The American flag has not been planted on foreign soil to acquire more territory. And explained in a remark, emblazoned on his re-election poster of 1900s, but for humanity's sakes. The Spanish-American War marked America's entry into a great power politics and into the contest it had so long disdained. The American presence was intercontinental in extent, stretching from the Caribbean to the maritime waters of the Southeast Asia, by which of its size, its location, and its resources, the United States would become the most consequential global player in actions. Its actions would now be scrutinized, tested, and on occasion resisted by the more traditional powers already spreading over the territories and also sea lanes into which American interests protruded. Okay, let's see. First president, I think it's Abraham Lincoln. No, not it's Abraham Lincoln. The first president equals to Benjamin Franklin, if I'm not wrong, right? Okay, USA first president name. It's a Benjamin. Okay, no, it's a George Washington. So okay, George Washington was the first president of the United States, serving from Okay, so where was he born? Let's see. George Washington. So he was born in Westmoreland County, Virginia, United States. So he died is George Washington Mount Vernon, Mount Vernon, Virginia, United States. Okay, Vice President. Okay, so he was born there. Okay, so origin, right? Okay. Family origin. Let's see, where did he come from? Okay, so George Washington family originated in England with the roots tracing back to 12th century in Washington, while before establishing a branch of this one's. So that means, okay, so his origins are from England, okay. So yeah, that's the thing with most of the American people, right? Either from Spain, their ancestor, either from Spain, mostly from England, from Ireland. A lot of Italians also. Now comes Theodore Roosevelt, America as a world power. The first president to grapple systematically with the implication of America's world role was Theodore Roosevelt, who succeeded in 1909 upon McKinley assassinations after a remarkably rapid political ascent culminating in the vice presidency. Hard driving, ferociously ambitious, highly educated, and widely read, a brilliant cosmopolitan cultivating the air of a ranch hand and subtle for beyond the estimation of his contemporaries. Roosevelt saw the United States as potentially the greatest power, called by its fortuitous political, geographic, and cultural inheritance to an essentially world role. He pursued a foreign policy concept that unprecedentedly for America, based itself largely on geopolitical considerations. According to it, America, as the 20th century progressed, would play a global version of the role Britain had performed in Europe in the 19th century, maintaining peace by guaranteeing equilibrium, hovering offshore of Eurasia and tilting the balance against any power threatening to dominate the strategic regions, as he declared in 1905 inaugural address. To us as a people, it has been granted to lay the foundations of our national life in our new continent. Much has been given us, and much will rightfully be expected from us. We have duties to others and duties to ourselves, and we can shirk neither. We have become a great nation, forced by the facts of its greatness to interrelation with other nations of the earth, and we must behave as a beseems a people with such a responsibilities. Educated partly in Europe and knowledgeable about its history, he wrote a definitive accounts of the naval components of the War of 1812 while still alive, still in his 20s. Roosevelt was on cordial terms with prominent world orders, old world elites, and was well versed in traditional principles of strategy, including the balance of power. Roosevelt shared his compatriots, his assessment of America's special character. Yet he was convinced that to fulfill its calling, the United States would need to enter a world in which a power not only principles shared in governing the course of the events. In Roosevelt's view, the international system was in constant flux. Ambition, self-interest, and war were not simply the products of a foolish misconception of which America would disabuse traditional rulers. They were a natural human condition that required purposeful American engagement in international affairs. International society was like a frontier settlements without ineffective police forces. In new and wild communities where there is a violence, an honest man must protect himself, and until the other means of securing his safety are devised, it is both foolish and wicked to persuade him to surrender his arms, while the men who are dangerous to the community retain theirs. This essentially, Hubersian analysis delivered in, of all occasions, a Nobel Peace Prize lectures marked America's departure from the propositions that neutralities and pacific intents were adequate to serve the peace. For Roosevelt, if a nation was unable or unwilling to act to defend its own interest, it could not expect others to respect them. Inevitably, Roosevelt was impatient with many of the, PITs that dominated American thinking on the foreign policy. The newly emerging extension of the international law could not be, efficacious unless backed by force. He concluded, and disarmament emerging as an international topic was an illusionist. As yet, there is no likelihood of establishing any kind of international powers which can effectively check wrongdoing, and in these circumstances, it would be both foolish and an evil thing for a great and free nation to deprive itself of the power to protect its own rights, and even in exceptional cases to stand up for the rights of the others. Nothing would more promote equity, inequity, than for the free and enlightened people deliberately to render themselves powerless while leaving every despotism and barbarism harmed. Liberal societies, Roosevelt believed in tended to underestimate the elements of the antagonisms and strife in international affairs, implying a Darwinian concept of survival of the fittest. Roosevelt wrote to the British diplomat, Cecil Springward. Just wait a minute, I want to see when did the abolished. Slavery abolished. Okay, when did the slavery abolished? Slavery was abolished at different times globally, starting in the in the late 18th century. That means around 1700, late 1700s, and continuing through the 20th century. Key milestone include the UK in 1833 and 1834, France in 1848, and the USA in 1865. Brazil was the last in Americas, 1888, while Mauritania was the last country globally to officially abolish in 1981. Illegal in 1847. Okay, this one's okay. While leaving evidence to liberal society, okay, this one's okay. It is a melancholy fact that the countries which are most humanitarians which are most interested in internal improvement, tend to grow weaker compared to with other countries which possess a less altruistic civilization. I abhor and despise that pseudo-humanitarianism which treats advances of civilization as necessarily and rightfully implying a weakening of their fighting spirits, and which therefore invites the destruction of the advanced civilization by some less advanced tribe. If America disclaimed strategic interest, that is only meant that the more aggressive powers would overrun the world, eventually undermining the foundation of America's prosperity. Therefore, we need a large navy composed not merely of cruisers, but containing also a full proportion of powerful battleships and able to meet those of any other nation, as well as a demonstrated willingness to use it. In Roosevelt's view, foreign policy was the art of adapting American policy to balance global power discreetly and resolutely, tilting even in the direction of a national interest. He saw the United States, economically vibrant, the only country without threatening regional competitors, and distinctively both an Atlantic and a Pacific power, as in a unique position to grasp the points of vantage, which will enable us to have our say in deciding the destiny of our ocean of the East and the West, shielding the Western Hemisphere from outside powers and intervening to preserve an equilibrium of forces in every other strategic regions. America would emerge as the decisive guardian of the global balance and through this international peace. This was an astonishingly ambitious vision for a country that had heretofore viewed its isolation as its defining characteristics, and that had conceived of its navy as a primarily in instruments of coastal defense. But through remarkable foreign policy performance, Roosevelt succeeded, at least temporarily, in defining America's international role. In the Americas, he went beyond the Monroe Doctrine, well-established oppositions to foreign intervention. He pledged the United States not only to repel the foreign colonies residing in the Western Hemisphere, personally threatening war to deter an invading German encroachment on Venezuela, but also in effect to preempt them. Thus, he proclaimed the Roosevelt in a corollary to the Monroe Doctrine to the effect that the United States had the right to intervene preemptively in the domestic affairs of other Western Hemisphere nations to remedy flagrant cases of wrongdoing or importance. Roosevelt described the principle as follows: all that this country desired is to see, all that this country desired is to see the neighboring countries stable, orderly, and prosperous. Any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendship. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in a social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligation, it need not fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing or an importance which result in a general loosening of the ties of the civilized society may in America as elsewhere ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in a flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or importance to the exercise of any international police power. As in the original Monroe Doctrine, no Latin American countries were consulted. The corollary also amounted to a U.S. security umbrella for the Western Hemisphere. Henceforth, no outside power would be able to use forces to redress its grievances. In America, it would be obliged to work through the United States, which assigned itself the task of maintaining order. Backing up this ambition concept was the new Panama Canal, which enabled the United States to shift its navy between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans without long circumnavigations of the Cape Horn at the southern tip of the South Americas began in 1904. With American funds and engineering expertise on territory seized from the Colombia by means of a local rebellion supported by the United States and controlled by the long-term American lease of the Central Canal zones, the Panama Canal, officially opened in 1914, is similar. Okay, so it was opened in 1914, right? At the same time of this First World War, would stimulate trade while affording the United States a decisive advantage in many military conflict in the regions. It would also bar any foreign navy from using a similar route, except with the U.S. permissions. Hemispheric security was to be the linchpin of the American world or rule post on the muscular assertion of America's national interest. So long as Britain's naval power remains dominant, it would see to the equilibrium in Europe, during the Russo-Japanese conflict of 1905-45. Roosevelt demonstrated how he would apply his concept of diplomacy to the Asian equilibrium and necessity globally. For Roosevelt, the issue was the balance of the power in the Pacific, not flaws in the Russia's Tsarist autocracy, though he had no illusion about this. Because the unchecked eastward and advanced into Manchuria and Korea of Russia, a country that in Roosevelt was pursued a policy of consistent opposition to us in the East, and literally, fathomless, mendacity was inimical to America's interest. Roosevelt at first welcomed the Japan military victories. He described the brutal destruction of the Russian fleet, which had sailed around the world to its demise in the Battle of the Tsushima, as Japan playing our game. But when the scale of Japan victories threatened to overwhelm the Russian position in the Asia entirely, Roosevelt had second thoughts, though he admired Japan modernizations, and perhaps because of it, he began to treat as an expansionist Japan empire as a potential threat to the American position in Southeast Asia and conclude that it might someday make demands on the Hawaiian Islands. Roosevelt, though in essence a partisan of Russia, undertook mediations of the conflict in distance as Asia aligning America's role as an Asian power. The Treaty of Portsmouth in 1905 was a quintessential expression of a Roosevelt balance of power diplomacy. It limited the Japanese expansions, prevented the Russian collapse, and achieved an outcome in which Russia, as he described it, should be left face to face with Japan so that each may have moderative actions on others. For his mediation, Roosevelt was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for the first time, for the first American to so be honored. Roosevelt tweeted the achievement. I want to see the Theodore Roosevelt, the space. Okay. Roosevelt treated the achievements not as ushering in a static condition. Roosevelt treated the achievement not as ushering in a static condition of a peace, but as the beginning of an American role in managing the Asia-Pacific equilibrium. When Roosevelt began to receive threatening intelligence about Japan's war party, he set out to bring America's resolve to its attention, but with executive and a subtlety. He dispatched 16 battleships painted white to signify a peaceful mission to call the Great White Fleet, on a practice cruise around the world, paying friendly visit to foreign ports and serving as a reminder that the United States could now deploy overwhelming naval power to any regions, as he wrote to his son. The show of force was indebted to warn the aggressive factions in Japan, thus achieving a peace through strength. Yes, that's very important. That's a peace through strength. I do not believe there will be war with Japan, but I do believe that there is enough chance of war to make it eminently wise to ensure against it by building such a navy as to forbid Japan's hoping for success. Japan, while afforded a massive display of American naval power, was at the same time to be treated with the utmost courtesy. Roosevelt cautioned the admiral leading the fleet that he was not to go to the limit of its offending the sensibilities of the country he was deterring. I wish to impress upon you what I do not suppose is necessary to see it that none of our men does anything out of the way while in Japan. If you give the enlistment leave while at Tokyo or anywhere else in Japan, be careful to choose only those upon whom you can absolutely depend. There must be no suspicion of insolence or rudeness on our part. Aside from the loss of a ship, I had far rather than we were insulted than we insult anybody under these peculiar conditions. America would, in the words of the Roosevelt favorite proverb, speak softly and carry a big stick. Okay, so America, in the words of Roosevelt, favorite proverb was to speak softly and carry a big stick. In the Atlantic, Roosevelt's apprehensions were primarily directed at Germany's increasing power and ambition, especially in its large naval building program. If the British command of the sea was upset, so would be Britain's ability to maintain the European equilibrium. He saw Germany was as gradually overwhelming its neighbors country, countervailing forces at the outbreak of the World War I. Roosevelt, from his retirement, called on America to increase its military spending and enter the conflict early on the sides of the Triple Entity, Britain's, France, and Russia, lest the threat spread to the Western Hemisphere, as he wrote to 1914 to an American-German sympathizer. Do you believe that if Germany won in this war, smashed the English fleet and destroyed the British Empire, within a year or two, she would insist upon taking a dominant position in South America? I believe so. Indeed, I know so. For the Germans with whom I have talked, when once we talked, intimately, accepted this view with the frankness that bordered on the cynical. It was through contending ambition of major powers. Roosevelt believed that the ultimate nature of world order would be decided, and human values would be best preserved by the geopolitical success of liberal countries from pursuing their interest and maintaining the credibility of threats, where they prevailed in a strife of international competition. Civilization would spread and be strengthened with the salutary effects. Roosevelt adopted a generally skeptical view of the abstract invocations of international goodwill. He averred that it did no good and often active in harm for Americas to make a grand pronouncements of the principle if it was not in a position to enforce them against a determined position. Our words must be judged by our deeds. When the industrialist Andrew Carnegie urged Roosevelt to commit the United States more fully to disarmaments and international human rights, Roosevelt replied, invoking some principles of which Cottiala would have approved. We must always remember that it would be a fatal thing for the great free people to reduce themselves to impotence and leave the deposition. Okay, I don't know how to pronounce this. Okay, DEP Despotism. Despotism. Okay. Despotism.
Despotism.
Despotism. Okay. Despotism. Despotism. Okay. Despotism.
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 The exercise of absolute power, especially in a cruel and oppressive way. The ideology of enlightened despotism. Despotism.
Despotism.
Despotism. Okay. Despotism. It's a despotism. Despotism.
Despotism.
Despotism.
Despotism.
Despotism. Okay. And okay. Despotism. Okay. Despotism. Despotism. The tyranny, dictatorship, totalitarians, authoritarians, dominism, the exercise of an absolute power, despotism. Okay. We must always remember that it would be a fatal thing for the great free people to reduce themselves into impotence and leave the despotism and barbarism armed. It would be safe to do so if there was some system of international police, but there's now no such system. The one thing I won't do is to bluff when I cannot make good. To bluster and threaten and then fail to take the actions of my word need to be backed up. Had Roosevelt been succeeded by a disciple, or perhaps he had won the election of 1912, he might have introduced America into the Westphalian system of world order or an adaptation of it. In this course of events, America almost certainly would have sought an earlier conclusion to the World War I, compatible with the European balance of power, along the line of the Russo-Japanese treaty that left Germany defeated but indebted to American restraints and surrounded by the sufficient force to deter future adventurisms. Such an outcome before the bloodletting had assumed nihilistic dimensions would have changed the course of history and forestalled the devastation of Europe's culture and political self-confidence. In the event, Roosevelt died a respected statesman and a conservationist, but founded no foreign policy school of thought. He had no major disciples among either the public or his successor as a president. And Roosevelt did not win the 1912 election because he split the conservative vote with the William Hawkworth Taft, the incumbent president. It was probably inevitable that Roosevelt attempt to preserve his legacy by running for a third time would destroy any chance of it. Tradition matters because it was not given to societies to proceed through history as if they had no past and as if every course of actions were available to them. They may deviate from the previous trajectory only within the finite margin. The great statements act at the outer limits of that margin. If they fall short, the society stagnates. If they succeed, they lose the capacity to escape posterities. Theodore Roosevelt was operating at the absolute margin of the society's capabilities. Without him, American foreign policy returned to the vision of the shining city on the hill, not participation in, much less dominations of a geopolitical equilibrium. Nevertheless, America paradoxically fulfilled the leading role Roosevelt had envisioned for it, and within his lifetime, but it did so on behalf of principle Roosevelt derided under the guidance of a president whom Roosevelt despised. Woodrow Wilson, America as the World Conscience. Okay, what is this? Is that a person? Just wait, okay, let me see. Woodrow. Who is this person? Is that American president? Okay, he is the president, right? Woodrow Wilson. So he was the president during what time? Just wait, president equals to. He was best known for his leadership during the World War I and his attempt to establish the League of Nations. Okay, so Woodrow Wilson, he was the president. Okay, Woodrow Wilson, America as the world's conscience. Emerging victorious in the 1912 election with just 42% of the popular votes and only 2 years after his transition from academia to national politics, Woodrow Wilson turned the vision America had asserted largely for itself into an operational program. Okay, Woodrow, W-O-O-D, Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow, okay, it's not Woodrow, it's Woodrow, W-O-O-D, Wood, R-O-W, Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson turned the vision America had asserted largely for itself into an operational program applicable to the entire world. The world was sometimes inspired, occasionally puzzled, yet always obliged to pay attention both by the power of America and by the scope of his vision. When America entered World War I, a conflict which started a process that would destroy the European state system, it did so not on the basis of Roosevelt's geopolitical vision, but under a banner of moral universality, not seen in Europe since the religious war, 3 centuries before. This new universality, proclaimed by the American presidents, sought to universalize a system of governance that existed only in the North Atlantic Coast and in the form heralded by the Wilsons only in the United States. Imbued by the America's historic sense of moral ambitions, Wilson proclaimed that America had intervened not to restore the European balance of power, but to make the world safe for democracy. In other words, to base world order on the compatibility of the domestic institution, like the American example, though This conception ran counter to the traditions. European leaders accepted it as the price of America's entry into the war. Setting out this vision of the peace, Wilson denounced the balance of power for the preservation of which his new allies had originally entered the war. He rejected established diplomatic methods, decried as secret diplomacy as having been a major contributing cause of the conflict. In their place, he put forward in a series of visionary speeches a new concept of international peace based on mixture of traditional American assumptions and a new insistence on pushing them towards definitive and global implementation. This has been with minor variations the American program for world order ever since. Okay, like many American leaders before him, Wilson asserted that a divine dispensation. Woodrow Wilson's. Wilson asserted that a divine dispensations had been made. They exited a different kind of nations. It was as if Wilson told the graduating class at West Point in 1916, in the providence of God, a continent had been kept unused and waiting for a peaceful people who love liberty and the rights of the men more than they loved anything else to come and set up an unselfish commonwealth. Nearly all of Wilson's predecessors in the presidency would have subscribed to such a belief. Where Wilson differed was in his assertion that an international order based on its opiate within a single lifetime, even a single administration. John Quincy Adams had lauded the special American commitment to self-government and international affairs, but warned his countrymen against seeking to impose these virtues outside the Western Hemisphere, among other powers not similarly inclined. Wilson was playing for higher stakes and set a more urgent objectives. The Great War, he told Congress, would be the culminating and final word for human liberty. When Wilson took the oath of office, he had sought for America to remain neutral in international affairs, offering its services as disinterested mediators and promoting a system of international arbitration meant to forestall war. On assuming the presidency in 1913, Woodrow Wilson had launched a new diplomacy, authorizing his Secretary of State, Wilson Jennings Bryan, to negotiate an array of international arbitration treaties. Bryan efforts produced 30-some such treaties in 1913 to 14. In general, they provided that every otherwise insoluble dispute should be submitted to a disintegrated commission for investigation. They would be not resort to arm until a recommendation had been submitted to the parties. A cooling off period was to be stabilized, in which a diplomatic solution could prevail over a nationalistic patterns. There's no record that any such treaty was ever applied to concrete issues. By July 1914, Europe and much of the rest of the world were at war. When in 1917, Wilson declared that the grave outrage of one party, Germany, had obliged the United States to join the war in association with the belligerent of the other sides, Wilson declined to contemplate an alliances. He maintained that America's purpose were not self-interested but universal. We have no selfish ends to serve. We desire no conquest, no dominance. We seek no indemnities for ourselves, no material compensation for the sacrifice we shall freely make. We are but one of the champions of the rights of the mankind. The premise of the Wilson grand strategy was that all the people around the world were motivated by the same values as America. These are American principles, American policies. We could stand for no others, and they are also the principles and policies of forward-looking men and women everywhere, of every modern nation, for every enlightened community. It was the scheming of autocracies, not any inherent contradiction between a differing national interest or aspiration that caused conflict. If all facts were made openly available and public would offer a choice, ordinary people would offer peace, a view also held by Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant, described earlier and by the contemporary advocates of an open internet. As Wilson told Congress in April 1917 in his request for a declaration of war against Germany, self-governed nations do not fill their neighbors. Self-governed nations do not fill their neighbor states with spies or set the course of intrigue to bring about some critical postures of affairs which will give them an opportunity to strike and make conquest. Such a design can be successfully worked only under cover and where no one has the right to ask a question. Cunningly contrived plans of deceptions or impressions carried maybe from generation to generation can be worked out and kept from the light only within the privacy of courts or behind the carefully guarded confidence of a narrow and privileged class. They are happily impossible where public opinion commands and insists upon the full information concerning all the nation's affairs. The procedural aspect of the balance of power is its neutrality as to the moral merits of continuing practice were therefore immoral as well as dangerous. Not only was democracy the best forms of governance, it was also the sole guarantor of a permanent peace. As such, American intervention was intended not simply to thwart Germany war aims, but Wilson explained in a subsequent speech to alter Germany's system of governance. The goal was to not primarily strategic, for strategy was an expression of the governance. the worst that can happen to the detriment of the German people is this: that if they should still, after the world is over, continue to be obliged to live under ambitions and intriguing masters and interested to disturb the peace of the world, men or women, when or classes, classes of men whom the other people of the world could not trust, it might be impossible to admit that them to the partnership of a nation which must henceforth guarantee the world's peace. In keeping with this view, when Germany declared itself ready to discuss an armistice, Wilson refused to negotiate until the Kaiser abdicated. International peace required the destruction of every arbitrary power anywhere that can separately, secretly, and with single courage disturb the peace of the world, or it cannot be presently destroyed at the least of its reduction to the virtual importance. Rule-based, peaceful international order was achievable, but because no autocratic government could be trusted to keep faith within or observe its convenience, peace required that autocracy must first be shown the utter futility of its claim to power to leadership in the modern world. The spread of democracy in Wilson's view would be an automatic consequence of implementing the principle of self-determination, since the Congress of Vienna wars had ended with an agreement on the restoration of the balanced power by territorial adjustments. Wilson's concept of world order called instead for self-determination for each nation defined by ethnic and linguistic unity to be given a state. Only through the self-government, he assessed, could people express their underlying will towards international harmony, and once they had achieved the independence and national unity, Wilson argued they would no longer have an incentive to practice aggressive or self-interested policies. Statements following the principle of self-determination would not dare attempting any such convenience of selfishness. The compromises were entered into the Congress of Vienna, where elite representatives of the great powers had redrawn international borders and secrets, favoring equilibrium over popular aspiration. The world would thus enter an age which rejects the standard of national selfishness that once governed the Council of Nations and demands that they shall give away to a new order of things in which the only question will be, is it right? Is it just? Is it in the interest of mankind? Scant evidence supported the Wilsonian premises that public opinion was more attuned to this overall interest of mankind than the traditional statements from Wilson castigated. The European countries that entered the war in 1914 all had representative institutions of various influences. The German parliament was elected by universal suffrage. In every country, the war was greeted by universal enthusiasm, with a nary even took taken opposition in any of the elected bodies. After the war, the publics of the democratic France and Britain demanded the punitive peace, ignoring their own historical experiences that a stable European order had never come up, by the exception through an ultimate reconciliation of the victor and defeated. Restraint was much more than the attribution of the aristocrats who negotiated with the Congress of Vienna, if only because they had shared a common value and experiences. Leaders who had been shaped by the demonstrated domestic policy of balancing multitude of pressure group were arguably more attuned to the modes of the moment or the dictates of the national dignity than to abstract principle of the benefits of humanity. Okay. The concept of transcending war by giving each nation a state, similarly admirable as a general concept, faced analogs difficulties in practice. Ironically, the redrawing of Europe's map on the new principle of linguistically based national self-determination largely at Wilson's behest to enhance Germany's geopolitical prospect. Before the war, Germany was surrounded by the three major powers. France, Germany was in the middle. France, there was Russia and then Austria and Hungary. No, I don't think they were surrounded with Russia. Were they? Constraining any territorial expansion now it faces a collection of a small state built on the principle of self-determination. Okay, let me see Germany's map. Germany in world map. I don't think they have a border with. Okay, they do have a border. Okay, because Poland was a part of Soviet Union, right? Okay, yes, Poland. Okay, Poland, Czech Republic, and Austria. So yeah, they had a border with Soviet Union. Constraining this one's only partially applied because in the Eastern Europe and the Balkans, the nationalities were so jumbled that each new state included other nationalities, combining their strategic weakness with ideological vulnerability. On the eastern flank of the Europe, this had affected central powers were no longer great masses, which at the Congress of Vienna had been deemed essential to restrain the then aggressive France. But as Britain's Prime Minister Lord George ruefully assessed, a number of the small states, many of them consisting of people who have never previously set up a stable government for themselves, but each of them containing large masses of the German clamoring for reunion with their native lands. The implementation of a Wilson revision was to be fostered by the construction of many international institutions, a practice allowing for the peaceful resolution of a dispute. The League of a Nation would replace the previous concert of powers for swearing the traditional concept of an equilibrium of power, not organized rivalries, but an organized common peace. It was understandable that after a war that had been caused by the confrontation of two rigid alliances, system. Statements might seek a better alternative, but the community of power of which Wilson was speaking replaced rigidity with unpredictability. What Wilson meant by community of power was this new concept that later became known as a collective security. In traditional international policy, states with a concrete interest or similar apprehensions might assign themselves as a special role in guaranteeing the peace and form an alliances as they had. For example, after the defeat of Napoleon, such arrangements were always designed to deal with a specific strategic threats, either named or implied. For example, revanchist France after the Congress of Vienna, the League of Nations, by contrast, would be founded on a moral principle, the universal opposition to military aggression as such, whatever its source, its target, or its proclaimed justification of the same, not as a specific issue but a violation of a norm. So because the definition of a norm has proven to be subject to divergent interpretation, the operation of the collective security is in that sense unpredictable. All states in the League of Nations concept would pledge themselves to the peaceful resolution of a dispute and would subordinate themselves to the neutral application of a shared set of rules of fair conduct. If states differed in their views as to their rights or duties, they would submit their claims to arbitration by a panel of disinterested parties. If a country violated this principle and used forces to press its claim, it would be labeled as an aggressor. League members would then unite to resist the belligerent party as the violators of the general principles. No alliances, separate interest, secret agreements, or plotting of inner circles would be permitted within the leagues because this would obstruct the neutral application of the system rules. International orders would be refounded instead of the open covenants of peace. Openly arrived at. Okay. 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 The distinction in Wilson, okay. The distinction Wilson made between alliances and collective security. The key element of the League of Nations system was central to dilemmas that have followed ever since. An alliances comes about as an agreement on a specific facts or expectation. It creates a formal obligation to act in a precise way and define contingencies. It brings about a strategic obligation fulfillable in an agreed manner. So it arises out of a consciousness of a shared interest, and the more parallel those interests are, the more cohesive the alliances will be. Collective security, by contrast, is a legal construct addressed to a no specific contingency. It defines no particular obligation except joint actions of some kind when the rules of a peaceful international order are violated. In practice, action must be negotiated from case to case. Alliances grow out of a consciousness of a defined common interest identified in practice. Collective security declares itself opposed to any suppressive conduct anywhere within the purview of the participating state. That in the proposed League of Nations to involve every recognized states. In the event of a violation, such a collective security system must distill its common purpose after the facts of out of variegated national interest. The idea that in such a situation countries will identify violation of a peace identically and be prepared to act in a common against them is believed by the experience of history from Wilson to the present. In the League of Nations or its successor, the United Nations, the military action that can be classified as a collective security in the conceptual sense were the Korean War and the first Iraq War, and came apart in both cases because the United States had made clear that it would act unilaterally if necessary. In fact, it had in both cases started deployments before there was a formal UN decisions. Rather than inspire an American decision, the United Nations decision ratified it. The commitment to support the United States was more a means to a great influence over American actions already entwined than the expression of a moral consensus. The balance of power system collapsed with the outbreak of World War I because alliances it spawned had no flexibility and it was indiscriminately applied to peripheral issues, thereby exacerbating all conflict. The system of collective security and much the opposite, failing when the confronted by the initial steps were dispensed. The League of Nations was important in the face of the dismemberment, the Czechoslovakia, and the Italian attack on the Abyssinia, the German derogations of the Locarno Treaty, and the Japanese invasion of China. The definition of aggression was so vague, the reluctance to undertake a common action so deep, then it proved inoperative even against a flagrant threat to the peace. Collective security has repeatedly revealed itself to be unworkable and in situations that most seriously threaten international peace and security. For example, during the Middle East War of 1973, the United Security Council did not meet by collusions among the permanent members until a ceasefire had been negotiated between Washington and Moscow. For example, during the Middle East War of 1973. Okay. Nevertheless, Wilson's legacy has so shaped America's thinking that American leaders have conflated collective security with alliances. When explaining the nascent Atlantic alliances system after World War II to Query Congress, administration spoke instead in describing the NATO alliances as the pure implementation of a doctrine of collective security. They submitted an analysis to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee tracing the differences between historic alliances and the NATO treaty, which held that NATO was not concerned with the defense of the territory, surely news to the America's European allies. Its conclusion was that the North Atlantic Treaty is directed against no one. I mean, don't be silly. It's directed towards Russia, Soviet Union. I know, right? You should have dismantled the moment the Soviet Union broke, right? But you didn't. And this one's okay. Surely news to America. This one. Its conclusion was that the North Atlantic Treaty is directed against no one. It is directed solely against aggression. It seeks not to influence any shifting balance of power, but to strengthen the balance of principle. One can imagine the gleam in Secretary of State Dean Aheshon's eyes, an astute student of history. He knew far better when he presented a treaty designed to get around the weaknesses of the doctrine of collective security Congress as a measure of the independence. In retirement, Theodore Roosevelt deplored Wilson's attempt at the beginning of the World War I to remain aloof from the unfolding conflict in Europe. He then, at its end, questioned the claims made on behalf of the League of Nations. After armistice was declared in November 1918, Roosevelt wrote, "I am for such a league provided. I am for such a league provided. We don't expect too much from it. Not willing to play the part which even Epson held up to the Eurasians when he wrote of how the wolves and the sheep agreed to disarm, and then how the sheep, as a guarantor of good faith, sent away the watchdogs of earth, then forthright eaten with wolves." Yes, the test of the test of Wilsonianisms has never been whether the world has Tenziism. Okay, yeah. Whether the world has managed to enshrine pieces through the sufficiently detailed rules with a broad enough base of signatories. So the essential questions has been what to do with these rules were violated or, more challenging, manipulated to end contrary to its spirit. If international order was a legal system operating before the jury of the public opinion, what if an aggressor chose conflict on an issue that democratic publics regarded as too obscure to warrant involvement? For example, in a border dispute in Italy, colonies in East Africa, and the independent empire of Abyssinia, if two sides violated the proscriptions against force and the international community cut off arms went to both parties as a result, this would often allow the stronger party to prevail. If a party legally withdrew from the mechanisms of a peaceful international orders and declared itself no longer bound by its strictures, as with Germany, Japan's and Italy's eventual withdrawal from the League of Nations, the Washington Naval Treaties in 1922, and the Kellogg Pride Pact in 1928. In our own day, the defiances of the nuclear non-proliferation treaty by proliferating countries. But the status quo powers authorized to use force to punish these defiances, or should they attempt to coax the renegades to power back into the system, or simply ignore the challenges and vote a course of appeasement, not then provide reward for the defiances? Above all, were there legal outcome that should nonetheless be resisted because they violated other principle of military or political agreement? For example, the popularly ratified the self-determinations of Austrian and German-speaking communities of the Czechoslovak Republic to merge with the Nazi Germany in 1938, or Japan's concoctions of the supposedly self-determining Manchukuo country in 1932 carved from the northeastern China. Were the rules and the principle themselves the international orders, or were they scaffolding on the top of a geopolitical structure capable of indeed requiring a more sophisticated management? A big question mark.
The old diplomacy had sought to counterbalance the interest of rival states and the passions of antagonistic nationalisms in an equilibrium of contending forces. In that spirit, it had brought France back into the European order after the defeat of Napoleon, inviting it to participate in the Congress of Vienna, even while ensuring that it would be surrounded by great masses to contain any future temptation to, aggrandizements for the new diplomacy, which promised to reorder international affairs on moral and not strategic principles. No such calculations were permissible. This placed the statements of the 1919 in a precarious position. Germany was not invited to the peace conference, and in resulting treaty was labeled the war's sole aggressor and assigned the entire financial and moral burden of the conflict. Yes, in 1918, when the Germany-led coalition lost its war, they were given a lot of financial burden. Not just financial burden, they had to comply with lots of conditions with respect to the size of their military all that time. To Germany's east, however, the statesmen at Versailles struggled to mediate between multiple people who claim a right to determine themselves in the same territories. This placed a score of weak, ethically fragmented states between two potentially great powers. Germany and Russia, in any events, there were too many nations to make independence for all realistic or secure. Instead of wavering efforts to draft minority rights would begin. The nascent Soviet Union, also not represented at Versailles, was antagonized but not destroyed by any abortive Allied intervention in northern Russia and afterward isolations. And to cap these shortcomings, the US Senate rejected America's accession to the League of Nations, to Wilson's shattering disappointments. In the years since Wilson's presidency, this is Woodrow Wilson's president, his failure have generally been ascribed not to shortcomings to his conceptions of international relation, but to contingent circumstances and isolationist opponents whose reservation Wilson made little attempt to address or assuage, or to stroke the debilitated him during this nationwide speaking tour in support of the League of Nations. As humanly tragic as these events were, it must be said that the failure of Wilson's vision was not due to America's insufficient commitment to Wilsonisms. Wilson's success tried to implement his visionary program through other complementary and essentially Wilsonian means. In the 1920s and 1930s, America and its democratic partners made a major commitment to diplomacy of disarmament and peaceful arbitration. At the Washington Naval Conference of 1921 and 22, the United States attempt to forestall an arms race by offering to scrap 30 naval vessels in order to achieve proportionate limitation of the American, British, French, Italian, Japanese fleet. In 1928, Calvin Colleide's Secretary of State Frank Kellogg pioneered the Kellogg-Briand Pact, which purported to outlaw war entirely as an instrument of national policy. Signatories, which included the vast majority of the world's independent states, all of the belligerents of the World War I, and all of the eventual Axis powers, promised to peacefully arbitrate all disputes over conflicts of the whatever natures or whatever of origin they may be, which may arise among them. No significant elements of this initiative survived, and yet Woodrow Wilson, whose career would appear more than a stuff of Shakespearean tragedy than of a foreign policy textbooks, and had touched an essential chord in the American soul. So far from being the most geopolitically astute or diplomatically skillful American foreign policy because of the 20th century, he consistently ranked amongst the greatest president in contemporary polls. It is the measure of Wilson's intellectual triumph that even Richard Nixon, whose foreign policy in fact embodied most of Theodore Roosevelt's precepts, considered himself as a disciple of Wilson's internationalism, and he hung a portrait of the wartime president in the cabinet room. Woodrow Wilson's ultimate greatness must be measured by the degree to which he rallied the traditions of American exceptionalism behind a vision that outlasted those shortcomings. He has been revered as a prophet towards whose vision America has judged itself obliged to aspire. Whenever America has been disturbed by crisis or conflict in the World War II, the Cold War, and our own era, upheavals in the Islamic world, it has returned to one way or another to Woodrow Wilson's visions of a world order that secures peace through democracy, open diplomacy, and cultivation of shared rules and standards. The genius of this vision has been its ability to harness American idealism in the service of great foreign policy undertaking in peacemaking, human rights, and cooperative problem solving, and to imbue the exercise of American power with the hope for a better and more peaceful world. Its influence has been it has been in no small way responsible for the spread of a participatory governance throughout the world in the past century, and for the extraordinary conviction and optimism that America has brought to its engagement with the world affairs. The tragedy of Wilsonism is that it bequeathed to the 20th century decisive powers and elevated foreign policy doctrine unmoored from a sense of history of geopolitics. Now we'll talk about the Franklin Roosevelt and the New World Order. So I think is he the this one's okay. Theodore Roosevelt. I think is it his son Theodore Tho Roosevelt, right? His son could be okay. It could be his son, right? Theodore Roosevelt. Kids. Theodore Roosevelt, 26th president, and his died equals to his president children equals to Theodore Roosevelt Jr. Elias. Okay, just wait. Okay. Is Franklin is Franklin Roosevelt related to Theodore Roosevelt, right? Okay, they could be Theodore Roosevelt and Franklin D. Roosevelt were fifth cousins. They were both descendants of Clea Van Roosevelt, okay, who immigrated to New Amsterdam. In 1660, the familial link was further strengthened by marriage. Theodore was the uncle of Franklin's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt, and famously walked her down the aisle in 1905. Okay, so they are cousins. Okay, so I mean Franklin Roosevelt and the New World Order. New World Order. Wilson's principles were so pervasive, so deeply related to the American perception of itself, that when 2 decades later the issue of World War came up again, the failure of the interwar period did not obstruct their triumphal returns. Amidst another world war, America turned once more to the challenge of building a new world order, essentially on Wilsonian principles. When Franklin, Delano Roosevelt, a cousins of Theodore Roosevelt, and by now a historic third-term president, and the Winston Churchill met for the first time as a leader in Newfoundland. So I think the first president, right? Okay, the president of the United States during the First World War was Woodrow Wilson, and Second World War, I think it's Theodore Roosevelt. And Winston Churchill met for the first time as the leaders in Newfoundland aboard HMS Prince of Wales in August 1941. They expressed what they described as their common visions in the Atlantic Charter of 8 common principles, all of which Wilson would have endorsed. While no previous British Prime Minister would have been comfortable with all of them, they included the right of all people to choose the form of a government under which they will live, the end of the territorial acquisition against the will of the subject populations, freedom from fear and wants, and a program of international disarmaments to precede the eventual abandonment of the useful of first, and the establishment of the wider and permanent system of general security. Not all of this, especially the point in decolonization, would have been initiated by Winston Churchill, nor would have been accepted. Nor would he have accepted it had he not thought it essential to win an American partnership that was British best, perhaps only hope to avoid defeat. Roosevelt even went beyond Wilson in spelling out his ideas of the foundation of international peace. Coming from the academy, Wilson had relied on building an international order, an essentially philosophical principle, having emerged from the manipulatory maelstorms of American politics. Roosevelt placed greater reliance on the management of the personalities. Thus, Roosevelt expressed the conviction that the new international orders would be built on the basis of personal trust, the kind of a world orders to which we place peace, which we, the peace-loving nations, must achieve, must depend essentially on friendly human relations, or on acquaintance, on tolerance, on unassailable sincerity and goodwill and good faith. Roosevelt returned to this theme in his fourth inaugural address in 1945. We have learned the simple truth, as Emerson said, that the only way to have a friend is to be one. We can gain no lasting peace if we approach it with a suspicion and mistrust, or with a fear. When Roosevelt dealt with Stalin during the World War, he implemented these convictions to confront it with evidence of the Soviet Union record of broken agreements and anti-Western his hostility. Roosevelt is reported to have assured the former U.S. ambassador in Moscow, William C. Willett, "Bill, I don't dispute your facts." Okay, so Will, I don't dispute your facts; they are accurate. I don't dispute the logic of your reasoning. Okay, that's reasonable. Bill, I don't dispute your facts. Okay, they're accurate. I don't dispute the logic of your reasoning. I just have a hunch that Stalin is not the kind of a man. I think if I give him everything that I possibly can and ask nothing from him in return, noblesse obliged, he won't try to annex anything and will work for a world of democracy and a peace. During the first encounters of the two leaders at Tehran for a summit. Tehran, okay, that's weird. Tehran, it's in Iran, right? For a summit in 1943. Yeah, obviously, Iran had a good relationship with the Iran before 1979, right? With Iran for a summit in 1943. Roosevelt's conduct was in keeping his pronouncements. Upon arrival, the Soviet leaders warned Roosevelt that Soviet intelligence had discovered a Nazi plot threatening the president's safety, and they offered him hospitalities in the heavily fortified Soviet compounds, and arguing that the American embassy was less secure and too distant from the projected meeting place. Roosevelt accepted the Soviet offer and rejected the nearby British embassy to avoid the impression that the Anglo-Saxon leaders were ganging up against Stalin. Going further at a joint meeting with Stalin, Roosevelt ostentatiously teased Churchill and generally sought to create the impressions of a disassociation from Britain's wartime leaders. The immediate challenge was to define a concept of peace. What principles would guide the relation of the world's powers? What contribution was required from the United States in designing and securing international orders? Should the Soviet Union be reconciled or confronted? And if those tasks were carried out successfully, what type of world would the result? What peace would documents or process? The geopolitical challenge in 1945 was as complex as any confronted by an American president. Even in its war-ravaged condition, the Soviet Union posed two obstacles to the construction of a post-war international order: its size and the scope of its conquest. Overthrew the balance of power in Europe, and its ideological thrust challenged the legitimacy of any Western institution structure, rejecting all existing institutions as a form of illegitimate exploitations. Communism had called for a world revolution to overthrow the ruling classes and restore power to what Karl Marx had called the workers of the world. When in the 1920s, the majority of the first wave of European communist uprising were crushed or withered for a lack of support among the anointed proletariats, Joseph Stalin, implacable and ruthless, promulgated the doctrine of consolidating socialism in one country. He eliminated all of the other original revolutionary leaders in the decades of purge and deployed a largely conscripted labor forces to build up Russia's industrial capacity, seeking to deflect the Nazi storms to the west. In 1939, he entered a neutrality pact with Hitler,
dividing northern and eastern Europe into northern and eastern Europe into Soviet and German spheres of influence. When in June 1941 Hitler invaded Russia anyway, yeah, I think that was a very that was the blunder move of Germany to invade Russia, and yeah, they took a big toll in terms of their military strength and all that thing because they couldn't defeat the Russia. When in 19, so that's why Russia joined Britain, America. When in June 1941 Hitler invaded Russia anyway, and Stalin recalled Russian nationalism from its ideological interments and declared the Great Patriotic War, imbuing communist ideology with an opportunistic appeal to Russian imperial feeling. For the first time in the communist rule, Stalin invoked the Russian psyche that had called the Russian state into being and defended it over the centuries through domestic tyrannies and foreign invasions and dictatorships. Victory in the war confronted the world with the Russian challenge analogous to that at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, only more acute. How would this wounded giant, having lost 20 million lives and with the western third of its vast territory devastated, react to the vacuum opening before it? Attention to Stalin pronouncements could have been provided the answer, but for the conventional wartime illusions which Stalin had carefully cultivated, that he was moderating communist ideologies rather than instigating them. Stalin's global strategy was complex. He was convinced that the capitalist system inevitably produced wars. Hence, the end of the World War II would at best be an armistice. He considered Hitler a sui generis representative of the capitalist system, not an aberration from it. The capitalist states remained adversaries after Hitler's defeat, no matter what their leaders said or even thought. As he had said with the scorn of the British and French leaders of the 1920s. They talked about pacifism. Okay, so what is a pacifism? I think a pacifism means a person who is against war. It's like a pacifist. It's like a pacifist, right? So what is a pacifist person? A pacifist is someone who believes that war and violence are unjustifiable, actively opposing them as a method to settle dispute. Yes. Yeah, pacifist. A pacifist is someone who believes that war and violence are unjustifiable, actively opposing them as a method to settle disputes. They advocate for peace and non-violent solution, often preferring to resolve conflict through diplomacy, dialogue, or non-violent resistance. Synonyms includes peacemaker, pacifist. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think if you're a strong, then you don't want to be pacifist, right? Because by hook or crook, you can take, what you want. But if you're on the weaker side, then obviously you would always, want to be a pacifist because you can, take that or do that or implement any of that thing physically. Okay. Okay. So this one's okay. And talk about decision or determined okay. In Stalin's worldview, decisions. Okay, where was I? Okay, just wait. They talked about pacifism. They speak about peace among European states. Bryan and Chamberlain are embracing each other. So all this is nonsense. From European history, we know that every time treaties envisaging a new arrangement of forces for a new wars have been signed, these treaties have been called treaties of peace, although they were signed for the purpose of depicting new elements of the incoming war. In Stalin's worldview, decisions were determined with objective factors, not personal relationship. Thus, the goodwill of wartime alliances was subjective and superseded by the new circumstances of victory. The goal of Soviet strategy would be to achieve the maximum security for the inevitable showdowns, and this meant pursuing the security borders of Russia as far west as possible, and weakening the countries beyond the security borders through communist parties and covert operations. While the war was going on, Western leaders resisted acknowledging assessments of his kind. Churchill became, because of his need to stay in step with America. Roosevelt, because he was advocating a master plan to secure a just and lasting peace, which was in effect a reversal of what had been the European international orders. He would countenance, neither a balance of power nor restoration of empires. His public program called for rules for the peaceful resolution of disputes and parallel efforts of the major powers. The so-called four policemen: the United States, the Soviet Union, and Britain and China. The four policemen. The United States and the Soviet Union especially were expected to take the lead in checking violation of a peace. Charles Bohlenz, then a young foreign service officer working as a for Roosevelt for Russian language translator and later an architect of the Cold War U.S. policy relationship, faulted Roosevelt's American conviction that the other fellow is a good guy who will respond properly and decently if you treat them right. Yeah, obviously there's a mistrust between those two. Roosevelt felt that Stalin viewed the world somewhat in the same light as he did, and that Stalin's hostility and distrust were due to the neglect that Soviet Union had suffered at the hands of other countries for years after the revolution. What he did not understand was that Stalin enmity was based on profound ideological connections. Okay. Another view holds that Roosevelt, who had demonstrated his subtlety in the often ruthless way in which he maneuvered the essentially neutralist American people towards a war that few contemporaries considered necessary, as was beyond being deceived by leaders even as heavily as Stalin. According to this interpretation, Roosevelt was building his time and humoring Soviet leaders to keep him from making a separate deal with Hitler. He must have known or would discover soon that Soviet views of world order was antithetical to the American ones. Invocations of democracy and self-determination would serve to rally the American public, but must eventually prove unacceptable to the Moscow. Once Germany's unconditional surrender had been achieved and Soviet intransigence had been demonstrated, according to this view, Roosevelt would have rallied the democracies with the same determination he had shown in the opposition to Hitler. Yes, great leaders often embody great ambiguities. When he was assassinated, was President John F. Kennedy on the verge of expanding America's commitment to Vietnam or withdrawing from it? Naivety was not, generally speaking, a charge Roosevelt critics made against him. Probably the answer is that Roosevelt, like his people, was ambivalent about the two sides of the international orders. He hoped for a peace based on legitimacy, that is, trust between individuals, respect for international law, humanitarian subjects, and goodwill. But confronted with the Soviet Union, insistently power-based approach, he would likely have reverted to the Machiavellian sides that had brought him to leadership and made him the dominant figures of this period. The question of what balance he would have struck was preempted by his death in the fourth months of these, fourth presidential terms. Before this, design for the dealing with the Soviet Union to be completed, Harry S. Truman, excluded by the Roosevelt from any decision making, was suddenly capitulated into that role. Yeah. So then came Harry S. Truman. Happy S. Truman. Okay, the next chapter. So it's gonna be chapter number 8. And it's going to be the United States ambivalent superpower. What is ambivalent superpower? The United States and the ambivalent superpower. All 12 post-war presidents have passionately affirmed an exceptional role for. Okay, it's this one. So they have all 12 post-war presidents have passionately affirmed an exceptional role for America in the world. Each has treated it as axiomatic for that United States was embarked on an unselfish quest for resolution of a conflict and the equality of all nations, in which the ultimate benchmark for the success would be the world peace and universal harmony. All presidents from both political parties have proclaimed the applicability of American principles to the entire world, of which perhaps the most eloquent articulation, though in no sense unique, was President John F. Kennedy. Inaugural address on Jan 20, 1961. Kennedy called on, so he's the grandfather of the current Kennedy Jr. Kennedy called on his country to pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friends, oppose any foe in order to assure the survival and the success of liberty. He made no distinction between threats, established no priorities for American engagement. He specifically rejected the shifting calculations of the traditional balance of power. What he called for was a new endeavor, not a balance of power, but a new world of law. It would be a grand and global alliances against the common enemies of the mankind. I can imagine, right? Just imagine the fact that you are in a bloody Cold War, and in Russia there's just a single leader, right, throughout. So they can do, that person can, do any, pretty much anything, right? If he sets his eye on. On the other hand, you have America, where there is every 4 years, there's an election, there's a turmoil, there's a internal conflict. So I'm actually surprised, for the fact that even in the Cold War, US was victorious. That's actually that's actually a great move, right? I don't know what had happened. Kennedy called on his country to pay any price. Bear in response, He specifically rejected the shifting calculations of the traditional balance of power. What he called for was a new endeavor, not a balance of power, but a new world order. This one, to grand global alliances against the common enemies of the mankind. What in other countries would have been treated as a rhetorical flourish, has in American court discourse have been presented as a specific blueprint for global action. Speaking to the UN General Assembly 1 month after President Kennedy's assassination, Lyndon Johnson affirmed the same unconditional global commitments. Any man and any nations. I repeat, any man and any nations that seeks peace and hates war and is willing to fight the good fight against hunger and disease and misery will find the United States of America by the side, willing to walk with them every step of the way. That's a good way to put. I mean, are they good? I think, yeah, they're trying to be good, but nah, man, even they have a dirt in their hands. That sense of responsibility for world orders and of indispensability of American powers, buttressed by a consensus that based on the model of universalism of the leaders of the American people, dedication of freedom and democracy, led to the extraordinary achievement of the Cold War period and beyond. America helped rebuild the devastated European economies, created the Atlantic alliances, and formed a global network of securities and economic partnerships. It moved from the isolation of China to a policy of cooperation with it. It designed a system of open world trade that has fueled productivity and prosperity and nervous as it has been over the past century at the cutting edge almost all of the technology revolutions of the period. It supported participatory governance in the both friendly and adversarial countries. It played a leading role in the articulating new humanitarian principles, and since 1945 it has 5 wars and on several other occasions spent American blood to redeem them in a distant corners of the world. No other country would have had the idealisms and the resources to take on such a range of challenges or the capacity to succeed in so many of them. American idealisms and exceptionalisms were the driving forces behind the building of a new international orders. For a few decades, there was an extraordinary correspondence between Americans' traditional belief and historical experiences in the world in which it found itself. The generation of the leaders who assumed the responsibility for constructing the post-war order, the two great experiences had been surmounting the recessions of the 1930s and victory over aggressions in the 1940s. Both tasks lend themselves to define solutions. Definite solution in the economic field, the restoration of a growth and the inaugurations of the new social welfare programs in the war, unconditional surrender of enemy. At the end of the war, the United States has the only major country to emerge essentially undamaged. Yes, that's the main thing, right? Because most of both the World War, it didn't happen in North America. It happened in the Europe, Asia regions. So the entire region, right, geographic of America is actually saved from all the destructions. So yeah, at the end of the war, the United States as the only major country to emerge essentially undamaged, produced about 60% of the world's GNP. It was the median, thereby only able to define leadership as essentially practical progress along the lines model on the American domestic experience alliances, as Wilsonian concept of collective security and governance as a program of an economic recovery and democratic reforms. America's Cold War undertaking began as a defense of countries that shared the American views of the world orders. The adversaries the Soviet Union was conceived as having strayed from the international community to which it would be eventually returned. On the journey towards that vision, Americans began to encounter other historic views of the world order. New nations with different histories and cultures appeared on the scene as colonialism extended. The nature of communism became more complex and its impact more ambiguous. Government and armed doctrines rejecting the American concept of domestic and international orders mounted tenacious challenges. Limits to American capabilities, however vast, became apparent. Priorities needed to be set. America encounters with this realities raised a new question that had not theretofore put the United States. Is American foreign policy a story with the beginning and an end, which final victory is possible, or is it a process of managing a temporary, ever-recurring challenge? Is foreign policy about destinations, or is it a process of never, completed fulfillments? In answering these questions, America put itself through the anguishing debates and domestic divisions about the nature of its world role. They were the reverse side of its historic idealism by framing the issue of America's role world as a test of moral perfection. It castigated itself sometimes to profound effects for falling short in expectation of final culmination of its efforts. The peaceful, democratic, rule-based world that Wilson prophesied. It was often uncomfortable with the prospect of foreign policy as a permanent endeavor for contingent aims, with nearly every president insisting that America had universal principle while other countries merely had a national interest. The United States has risked extreme of overextension and disillusioned withdrawal. Since World War II, in the quest of its vision of the world orders, America has embarked on 5 wars on behalf of expansive goals, initially embraced with a near universal public support, which then turned into public discourse, often on the brink of violence. In 3 of these wars, the establishment consensus shifted abruptly to embrace a program of effectively unconditional unilateral withdrawal. 3 times in rotation, the United States abandoned wars midstream as inadequately transformative or misconceived. In the Vietnam, as a result of a congressional decision, in Iraq and in Afghanistan by choice of the president. Victory in the Cold War has been accompanied by congenital ambivalence. America has been searching its souls about the moral worth of its effort to decree, for which it is difficult to find historical battles. Either American objectives have been unfulfillable, or America did not pursue a strategy compatible with reaching these objectives. Critics will ascribe these setbacks to the deficiencies and moral intellectuals of America's leaders. Historians will probably conclude that they derived from their inability to resolve an ambivalence about forces and diplomacy, realisms and idealisms, power and legitimacy cutting across the entire society. Now, the second is equals to topic, the beginning of the Cold War. Cold War started right after the Second World War. Nothing in Harry S. Truman's career would have suggested that he would become president. Even less than he would preside over the creation of a structure of international order that would last through the Cold War and help decide its yet. This quintessentially American common man would emerge as one of the seminal American presidents. No president has faced a more daunting task. The war had ended without any attempt by the powers to redefine international orders as in the Westphalian settlements of 1648 and the Congress of Vienna in 1815. Therefore, Truman's first task was to make concrete, resolved visions of realistically conceived international organization named the United Nations, signed in San Francisco in 1945. A charter emerged, two forms of international decision making. The General Assembly would be universal in membership and based upon the doctrine of the equality of states, one state, one vote. At the same time, the United Nations, would implement collective security by a global concert. The Security Council, designating five major powers: the United States, Britain, France, the USSR, and China. So these are the permanent members, designing five major powers: United States, Britain, France, USSR, and China as permanent members, wielding veto power. Britain, France, and China were included as much in homage to the records of the great achievement as in the reflection of their current capacities. Together with the rotating groups of nine additional countries, the country in a Security Council was vested with the special responsibility to maintain international peace and security. The United Nations could achieve its designated purpose only if the permanent members shared a conception of the world orders. On issues where they disagreed, the world organizations might enshrine rather than assuage the differences. The last summit meeting of the wartime allies at Potsdam in July and August 1945 by Truman, Winston Churchill, and Stalin established the zones of the occupation of Germany. Churchill was replaced as the result of electoral defeat halfway through by the Clement Attlee, his wartime deputy. It was also put Berlin under joint administration by the four victorious powers, with a guaranteed access to the western zones of the occupation through Soviet-occupied territory. It turned out to be the last significant agreement in the wartime allies. In the negotiations to implement the accords, the Western allies and the Soviet Union found themselves in the mounting deadlocks. The Soviet Union insisted on shaping a new international social and political structure of Eastern Europe on a principle laid by the Stalin in 1945. Whoever occupies the territory also imposes on it his own social systems. For everyone imposes his own system as far as he can in his army can reach. It cannot be otherwise, abandoning any notion of Westphalian principle in a favor of objective factors. Stalin now imposed Moscow's Marxist Leninist system ruthlessly through gradually across Eastern Europe. The first direct military confrontation between the wartime allies occurred after over access routes to the capital of the erstwhile enemy, Berlin, in 1948. Stalin, in response to the merging of the three occupation zones of the Westphalian allies, cut the access routes to Berlin, which until the end of the blockade was sustained by a largely American airlift. How Stalin analyzed objective factors is illustrated by a conversation in 1918 I had with the Andrew Gromyko, Soviet foreign minister for 28 years, until he was kicked upstairs by the newly installed Mikhail Gorbachev into largely ceremonial office of president. He therefore had much time for discussion about what he had observed of Russian history and no future to protect by discretions. It is a question of how, in light of the most casualties and devastation it has suffered in the war, Soviet Union could have dealt with an American military's response to the Berlin blockades. Gromyko replied that Stalin had answered similar question from subordinates to this effect. He doubted the United States would use nuclear weapon on a local issue if the Western allies undertook a conventional ground forces prop along the access routes to Berlin. Soviet forces were ordered to resist without referring the decision to Stalin. If American forces were mobilizing along the entire front, Stalin said, "Come to me." In other words, Stalin felt strong enough for a local war but would not risk general war with the United States. Henceforth, two power blocs were seeking to stare each other down without resolving the cause of the underlying crisis. Europe, liberated from Nazism, stood in danger of falling under the sway of the new hegemonic power. The newly independent state in Asia, with the fragile institutions and deep domestic and often ethnic divisions, might be delivered to self-government, only to be confronted by the doctrine hostile to the West and the inimical to pluralism domestically or internationally. At this juncture, Truman made a strategic choice fundamental for American history and the evolution of the international orders. He put an end to these history temptations of going it alone. By committing American to the permanent shaping of a new international orders, he advanced a series of crucial initiatives. The Greek-Turkish aid program of 1947 replaced the subsidies with which Britain had sustained this pivotal Mediterranean countries, in which Britain would no longer effort. The Marshall Plan in 1948 put forward a recovery plan that in time restored Europe's economic health. In 1949, Truman's Secretary of State, Dean Acheson, presided for a ceremony marking the creation of a NATO, North Atlantic Treaty Organization, as the capstone of the American-sponsored new international orders. NATO was a new departure in the establishment of European security. The international order no longer was characterized by the traditional European balance of power distilled from shifting coalition from multiple states. Rather, whatever equilibrium prevailed had been reduced to the existing between the two nuclear superpowers. If neither disappeared or failed to engage, then the equilibrium would be lost, and its opponent would become a dominant. The first was what happened in 1990s with the collapse of Soviet Union. The second was the perennial fear of America's allies during the Cold War that America might lose interest in defense of Europe. The nation joining the North Atlantic Treaty Organization provided some military forces, but more in the nature of an admissions ticket for the shelter under America's nuclear umbrella that is an instrument of local defense. What America was constructing in the Truman era was a unilateral guarantee in the form of traditional alliances. With the structure in place, the historical debates about the ultimate purpose of American foreign policy emerged, where the goals of the new alliances model or strategic coexistence or the adversity collapse. Did America seek convergence of the adversity or revolution? Convergence entails inducing adversity to break with its past in one comprehensive act or gesture. Evolution involves a gradual process, a willingness to pursue ultimate foreign policy goals in imperfect stages and to deal with the adversity as a reality when this process is going on. What course would America choose? Exhibiting its historic ambivalence on the subject, America chose both. Strategies of a Cold War order. Okay. The most comprehensive American strategies designed in the Cold War was put forward by a then obscure Foreign Service officer George Kennan, serving as the head of the political sections of the American Embassy in Moscow. No Foreign Service officer had ever shaped the U.S. debate over America's world role in such an extent. While Washington was still basking in the wartime euphoria based on the belief in Stalin's goodwill, Kennan predicted a looming confrontation with the United States. He asserted in a personal letter to the colleague in 1945, needed to face the fact that its Soviet ally would, at the conclusion of the war, turn into an adversary. A basic conflict is thus rising over Europe between the interest of Atlantic sea powers, which demands the preservation of the vigorous and independent political life on the European peninsula, and the interest of the jealous Eurasian land power, which must always seek to extend itself to the west and will never find a place short of Atlantic oceans where it can form its own standpoint safely. Stop. Kennan proposed an explicitly strategic response to gather together at once into our hands of all the cards we hold and began to play them for their full value. Eastern Europe, Kennan concluded, would be dominated by Moscow. It stood closer to Russian centers of the power than it did to the Washingtons. And however, regrettably, Soviet troops had reached its first. Hence, the United States should consolidate a spear in the Western Europe under American power protections, under the dividing line running through Germany, and endow its spear with a sufficient strength and cohesion to maintain the geopolitical balance. This prescient predictions of the post-war outcome was rejected by Kamen's colleague, Charles Chair, Bohlin and Wilson. Wilsonian ground that foreign policy of that kind cannot be made in democracy. Only totalitarian state can make and carry out such policies. Washington might accept a balance of power as a fact. It could not adopt it as a policy. In February 1946, the American Embassy in Moscow received a query from Washington as to the American Embassy in Moscow received a query from Washington as to whether a doctrinaire speech by Stalin inaugurated a change in the Soviet commitment to a harmonious international order. Kennan, at the time Deputy Chief of Mission, was given an opportunity many foreign services officers dream of to present their views directly to the high levels without requiring ambassadorial approval. Kennan replied in a 5-part telegram of a 19 single-space page. The essence of the so-called long telegram was that the entire American debate over the Soviet intention needed to be reconceived. Soviet leaders saw East-West relations as a contest between anti-theatrical concept of world order. They had taken a traditional and instinctive Russian sense of insecurity and grafted onto it a revolutionist doctrine of global sweep. The Kremlin would interpret every aspect of international affairs in light of a Soviet doctrine about a battle for advantage between what Stalin had called the two centers of the world significance, capitalism and communism, whose global contest was inevitable and could end with only one winner. They thought that the battle was inevitable and thus made it so. Next year, Kennan, now head of the policy spanning staff in the State Department, went public in an article in Foreign Affairs, published anonymously by X. On the surface, the article made the same point as the long telegraph. Soviet pressures on the West was real and inherent, but it could be contained by the adroit and vigilant application of counterforce at a series of constantly shifting geographical and political points. The Theodore Roosevelt would have had no difficulty endorsing this analysis, but when outlining his ideas of how the conflict might end, Kennan re-entered Wilsonian territory at some point in Moscow's futile confrontations with outside worlds. He predicted some Soviet leaders would feel the need to achieve additional support by reaching out beyond the party apparatus to the general public, which was immature and inexperienced, having never been permitted to develop an independent political some sense. But if the unity and the efficacy of the party as political instrument was ever so disrupted, Soviet Russia might be changed overnight from one of the strongest to one of the weakest and most pitiable of national societies. This prediction, essentially correct, was Wilsonian in the belief that at the end of the process, democratic principle would prevail, that legitimacy would trump over. This is the belief. This belief is what Dean Acheson, the model and seminal Secretary of State to many of his successors, including me, practiced from 1949 to 1953. He concentrated on building what he called a situation of strength. Why we know NATO, East-West diplomacy would more or less automatically reflect the balance of power. During the Eisenhower administrations, his successor John Foster Dulles extended the alliance system through the SEATO for Southeast Asia and the Baghdad Pact for Middle East. In effect, containment came to be equated with the construction of military alliances around this entire Soviet periphery over two continents. World order would consist of the confrontation of the two incongruent superpowers, each of which organized an international order within its sphere. Both secretaries of state viewed power and diplomacy as a successive stage. America would first consolidate and demonstrate its power. Then the Soviet Union would be obliged to seize its challenge and arrive at a reasonable accommodation with the non-communist world. Yet, if diplomacy was to be based on position of military strength, why was it necessary to suspend it in the formative stages of the Atlantic relationships? And how was the strength of the free world to be conveyed to the other side? For in fact, America's nuclear monopoly, coupled with the war's devastating impact on the Soviet Union, ensured that the actual balance of power was uniquely favorable to the West at the beginning of the Cold War. A situation of strength did not need to be built; it already existed. Winston Churchill recognized this in a speech in October 1948 when he argued that the West's bargaining position would never be stronger than it was at the moment. Negotiating should be pressed, not suspended. The question is asked, what will happen when they get the atomic bomb themselves and have accumulated a large store? You can judge yourself what will happen then by what is happening now. If these things are done in the green world, what will be done in the dry? No one in this sense can believe that we have a limitless period of time for us. We ought to bring matters to head and make a final settlement. The Western nations will be far more likely to reach lasting settlements without bloodshed if they formulate their own just demands while they have the atomic power and before the Russian communists have got it too. Truman and Acheson undoubtedly considered the risk to create and resisted a grand negotiation for fear that it might underline allied coalitions. Above all, Churchill was a leader of the opposition, not prime minister. When he argued in Italy's diplomatic showdowns, and the incumbents Clement Attlee and for his foreign secretary Ernest Bevin would surely have resisted a design invoking threat of war. In this context, the United States assumed leadership of the global effort to contain Soviet expansionism, but as a primarily model, not for geopolitical endeavors. Valid interest existed in both these spheres, yet the manner in which they were described is tended to obscure attempts to define strategic priorities. Even NSC 68, which codified Truman's national security policy as a classified document, was largely written by the hardline Paul Nietzsche and avoided the concept of national interest and placed the conflict into a traditional model, almost lyrical categories. The struggle was between the forces of freedom under the government of laws, which entailed marvelous diversity, the deep tolerance, the lawfulness of the free society in which every individual has the opportunity to realize his creative power, and forces of slavery under the grim oligarchy of a Kremlin by its own light. America was joining the Cold War struggle not as a geopolitical contest over the limits of the Russian power, but as a moral crusade for the free worlds. Okay. In such an endeavor, American policies were presented as a disinterested effort to advance the general interest of humanity. John Foster Dulles, a shrewd operator in the crisis and thought and exponents of American power, nonetheless described American foreign policy as a kind of a global volunteer effort guided by principle totally different from any other historic state's approach. He observed that though it was difficult for many to understand, the United States was really motivated by consideration other than short-range expediency. America's influence would not restore the geopolitical balance in this view, but transcend it. It has been customary for so many centuries for a nation to act merely to promote their own immediate self-interest, to hurt their rivals, that it is not readily accepted that there can be a new era when nations will be guided by principle. The implication that other nations had selfish interest while America had principles and destiny was an old as republic. What was new was that a global geopolitical contest in which the United States was the leaders, not a bystander, was justified primarily on moral grounds, and the American national interest was disavowed. This call to universal responsibility and underpinned the decisive American commitment to restoring a devastated post-war and whole war world, holding the line against Soviet expansion. Yet, when it came to fighting hot wars on the periphery of the communist world, it proved a less certain guide.
The next topic is the Korean War. The Korean War ended inconclusively, but the debate it generated foreshadowed the issue that tore the country apart a decade later. In 1945, Korea, until then a Japan's colony, had been liberated by the victorious allies. Okay, I didn't know that. Until then, a Japanese colony. Okay, the northern half of the Korean peninsula was occupied by the Soviet Union. Yes, the southern half by the United States. Each established its form of government in its zone before it withdrew in 1948 and 1949, respectively. In 1950, the North Korean army invaded South Korea. Okay, and the Truman administration considered it as a classic case of Soviet Chinese aggression on the model of the German and Japanese challenges preceding World War II. Although U.S. armed forces had been drastically reduced in the previous year, Truman took the courageous decision to resist largely with the American force based in Japan. Contemporary research has shown that these motivations on the communist side is just wait. Okay, I want to see when that this exact happened. Korean War happened in 1950 to 53. Okay, so contemporary research has shown that the motivation of the communist side was complex. When the North Korean leader Kim Second Sung asked Stalin approval for the invasion in April 1950, the Soviet executive encouraged him. He had learned from the defections of the Tito 2 years earlier that first generation communist leaders were respectively difficult to fit in the Soviet satellite system that had that he thought imperative for Russia's national interest. Starting with the Mao's visit to Moscow in late 1949, less than 3 months after the People's Republic of China was proclaimed, Stalin had been uneasy about the looming potential of China, led by a man of Mao's dominating attributes. An invasion of South Korea might divert China into a crisis on its borders, deflect America's attention from Europe to Asia, and then even absorb some American resources in that effort. If achieved with Soviet support, Pyongyang's unification project might give the Soviet Union a dominant position in Korea, and in a view of the historical suspicion of these countries for each other, create a kind of a counterbalance to China in Asia. Mao followed Stalin's lead, conveyed to him by Kim II, sung in almost certainly exaggerated terms. For the converse reason, he feared encirclement by the Soviet Union, whose acquisitive interest in Korea had been demonstrated over the centuries and was even displayed in the demands for ideological subservience Stalin was making as a price for the Sino-Soviet alliances. On one occasion, an eminent Chinese told me that letting Stalin lead Mao into authorizing the Korean War was the only strategic mistake Mao ever made, because in the end, the Korean War delayed Chinese unification by a century in that it led to America's commitment to Taiwan. Be that as it may, the origin of the Korean War was less a Sino-Soviet conspiracy against America. Okay. Okay, just wait. Okay, where was I? The complex strategic consideration of the communist world were not matched on. Okay, the complex strategic considerations of the communist world were not matched on the American sides. In fact, the United States was fighting for a principle, defeating aggressions, and the methods of implementing it. Why the United Nations? America could gain UN approval because the Soviet ambassador to the UN, in a continuing protest over the exclusion of a communist China from the UN, had absented himself from the crucial votes of the Security Council. So there was less clarity about what was meant by the phrase defeating aggressions. Was it total victory? If less, what was it? How, in short, was the war supposed to end? As it happened, experience outran theory. General Douglas MacArthur's surprise landing at Incheon in September 1950 trapped the North Korean army in the south and brought about its substantial defeat. Should the victorious army cross the previous dividing line along the 38th parallel into North Korea and achieve unification, if it did so, it would exceed the literal interpretation of a collective security principle, because the legal concept of defeating aggression has been achieved. But from a geopolitical point of view, what would have been the lessons? If an aggressors need fear no consequence other than the return to the status quo ante, would a recurrence somewhere else has not likely? Several alternatives presented themselves. For example, holding the advance at the narrow neck of the peninsula on the line from the cities of Pyongyang to Wonsan, a line roughly 150 miles short of the Chinese frontier. This would have destroyed most of North's war-making capacity and brought 9/10 of the North Korean population into a unified Korea while staying well clear of the Chinese borders. We now know that even before American planners had broached the topic of where to arrest their advances, China was preparing for a possible intervention. As early as 1950s, China had concentrated 250,000 troops on its borders with Korea. By August, top Chinese planners were operating on the premises that the still advancing North Korea ally would collapse once superior American forces were fully deployed to the theaters. Indeed, they accurately predicted MacArthur's landing at the entrance on 4th of August, while the front was still deep in South Korea along the so-called Busan Pyramid. As Mao told the Politburo, if the American imperialists are victorious, they would become dizzy with success and then be in a position to threaten us. We have to help Korea. We have to assist them. This can be in the form of a volunteer forces, and be at a time of it, be at a time of our choosing. But we must prepare to, we must start to prepare. However, he had told Zhou Enlai that if the United States remained along the Pyongyang to Woslan line, Chinese forces did not need to attack immediately and should pause for intensified trainings. What would have happened during or after such a pause must be left to the speculation. But the American forces did not pause. Washington ratified MacArthur's crossing of the 30th parallel and set no limits to his advances within the Chinese borders. For Mao's, the American movement to the Chinese border involved more than Korean stakes. Truman had, on the outbreak of the Korean War, placed the 17th Fleet between the combatants in the Taiwan Strait on the argument that the protecting both sides of the Chinese civil war from each other demonstrated American commitment to peace in Asia. It was less than 9 months since Mao had proclaimed People's Republic of China. Just wait. I want to see if does America have base in Taiwan? I don't think they have it, right? The United States does not maintain official permanent military base in Taiwan, having withdrawn from this one. However, a small undeclared number of U.S. military personnel and special forces are stationed there to provide training and maintenance. Okay, so no official. For Mao, the Mao's, this more than Korean stakes. Okay, this one's place the 7th Fleet between the combatant and the Taiwan Strait on the argument that protecting both sides of the Chinese civil war from each other demonstrated American commitments to peace in Asia. It was less than 9 months since Mao had proclaimed the People's Republic of China. If the final outcome of the Korean War was the presence of the largely American military forces along the Chinese borders and an American fleet interposed between Taiwan and the mainland, approving the North Korean invasion of South Korea would have turned into a strategic disaster. In an encounter between two different conceptions of the world order, America sought to protect the status quo following Westphalian and international legal principle. Nothing ran more counter to Mao's perceptions of his revolutionary mission than the protection of the status quo. Chinese history taught him that many times Korea had been used as an invasion route into China. His own revolutionary experience had based on the proposition that civil war ended with a victory or defeat, not stalemates. And he convinced himself that America once and scorned along with the Yalu River, separating China from Korea would, as a next step, complete the encirclement of China by moving into Vietnam. This was 4 years before America's actual involvement in Indochina. Zhou Enlai gave voices to this analysis and demonstrated the outsized role Korea plays in Chinese strategic thinking when he told on August 26, 1950, meeting of the Central Military Commission that Korea was indeed the focus of the struggle in the world. After conquering Korea, the United States will certainly turn to Vietnam and other colonial countries. Therefore, the Korean problem is at least the key to the East. Consideration such as this includes Mao's to repeat the strategy pursued by Chinese leaders in 1593 against Japanese invasion led by the Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Fighting a war with a superior was a daunting proposition. At least 2 Chinese field marshals refused to command the units destined for battle with the American forces. Mao insisted, and the Chinese surprise attack drove back the American deployment from the Yalu River. But after the Chinese intervention, what was now the purpose of the war and which strategy would implement it? The question produced an intense American debate foreshadowing far more bitter controversies in later American wars. The differences was that, in contrast to the opponents of the Vietnam War, the critics of the Korean War accused the Truman administration of not using enough forces. They sought victory, not withdrawal. The public controversy took place between the theater, Commander Douglas MacArthur and the Truman administration, backed him by the Joint Chief of Staff. MacArthur argued the traditional case that had been the basis of every previous American military involvement. The purpose of war was victory to be achieved by whatever means required, including aerial attack on China itself. Stalemate was a strategic setback. Communist aggression had to be defeated where it was occurring, which was in Asia. American military capacity needed to be used to the extent necessary, not
conserved for hypothetical contingencies in distinct geographic regions, meaning Western Europe. The Truman administration responded in two ways: in a demonstration of civilian control over the American military. On April 11, 1951, President Truman relieved MacArthur of his military command for making statements contradicting the administration's policy. On substance, Truman stressed the containment concept. The major threat was the Soviet Union, whose strategic goal was the domination of Europe. Hence, fighting the Korean War to a military conclusion, even more extending into China, was, in the words of the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, General Omar Bradley, a combat leader in the war against Germany, the wrong war and at the wrong place. The wrong war at the wrong place, at the wrong time, and with the wrong enemy. After some months, the battlefront settled near the 30th battle in June 1951, where the war had started just as it had half a millennium earlier. At that point, the Chinese offered negotiations, to which the United States accepted. A settlement was reached 2 years later that has, with some intense but short interruptions, lasted more than 6 years to write this, to this writing. In negotiations, as in the origin of the war, two different approaches to strategy confronted each other. Like the Truman administration expressed the American view that the relationship of about legitimacy. According to it, war and peace were distinct phases of diplomacy. When negotiations started, the application of the force ceased and diplomacy took over. Each activity was thought to operate by its own people. Forces was needed to produce the negotiation, then it had to stand aside, and the outcome of the negotiation would depend on an atmosphere of a goodwill, which would be destroyed by military pressures. In that spirit, American forces were ordered to confine themselves to essentially defensive measures during the talks and avoid initiating large-scale offensive measures. The Chinese view as was the exact opposite. War and peace were two sides of the same coin. Negotiation were an extension of the battlefield. In accordance with China's ancient strategist Sun Tzu in his Art of War, the essential contest would be psychological. To affect the adversary's calculations and degrade. Okay, Sun Tzu, that's okay. Sun Tzu. To affect the adversary's calculation and degrade his confidence and success, de-escalations by the adversary was a sign of a weakness to be exploited by pressing one's own military advantage. The communist side used these stalemates to enhance the discomfort of the American public with an inconclusive war. In fact, during negotiations, America suffered as many casualties as it had during the offensive phase of the war. In the end, each side achieved its objectives. America had upheld the doctrine of containments and preserved the territorial integrity of an ally that has even since evolved into one of the key countries of Asia. China, vindicated its determination to defend the approaches to its borders and demonstrated its disdain of international rules it had no voice when creating. The outcome was dry, but it revealed a potential vulnerability in America's ability to relate strategy or diplomacy, power to legitimacy, and to define its essential aim. Korea, in the end, drew a line across the century. It was the first war in which America specifically renounced victory as an objective, and in that was an augur of things to come. The biggest loser, as it turned out, was the Soviet Union. It had encouraged the original decision to invade and sustain its consequence of providing large stores of supplies to its allies, but it lost the trust. The seed of this Soviet split were sown in the Korean War because the Soviet insisted on payments of their resistance and refused to give combat support. War also triggered rapid and vast American rearmament, which restored the imbalance in the Western Europe in a big step towards the situation of strength that American containment doctrine demanded. Each side suffered setbacks. Some Chinese historians hold that China lost an opportunity to unify Taiwan with the mainland in order to sustain an unreliable ally. The United States lost its aura of invisibility that had attached to it since World War II and some of its sense of directions. Other Asian revolutionaries learned the lessons of learning and drawing America into an inclusive war that might outrun the American public willingness to support it. America was left with a gap in its thinking on strategy and international order that was to haunt it in the jungle of Vietnam. Now comes Vietnam and the breakdown of the national consensus. Yes, that's a clear, the United States lost the war. Even amidst the hardship of the Korean War, a combination of Wilsonian principle and Rooseveltian in geostrategy produced an extraordinary momentum behind the first decades and half of Cold War policy. Despite this incipient domestic debate, it saw America through the 1948 and 49 American airlift to the thwart Soviet ultimatums on access to Berlin, the Korean War, and the defeats of the Soviet efforts to place intermediate-range nuclear ballistic missile in Cuba in 1962. This was followed by the 1963 treaty with the Soviet Union announcing nuclear testing in the atmosphere, a symbol of the need for superpowers to discuss and limit their capability to destroy humanity. The containment policy was supported by essentially bipartisan consensus in Congress. Relation between this policymaker and the intellectual communities were professional, assumed to be based on shared long-term goals, but roughly coincided with the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. the national consensus began to break down. So part of the reason was the shock of the assassination of a young president who had called on America to fulfill its idealistic tradition. Though the assailants was a communist who had sojourned in the Soviet Union. Among many of the younger generation, the last raised a question about the moral validity of the American enterprises. The Cold War had begun with a call to support democracy and liberty across the world, reinforced by Kennedy at its inaugurations. Yet, over a period of time, the military doctrine that sustained the strategy of a containment began to have a blighting effect on public perception. The gap between the destructiveness of the weapon and the purpose of which they might be used proved unbridgeable. All theories for the limited use of military nuclear technology proved infeasible. The reigning strategy was based on the ability to inflict a level of civilian casualties, judge unbearable but surely, involving tens of millions on both sides in a matter of days. This calculus constrained the self confidence of national leaders and the public faith in their leadership. Besides this, as the containment policy migrated into the fringes of Asia, it encountered conditions quite opposite of those in Europe. The Marshall Plan in NATO succeeded, because the political traditions of a government remained in Europe, even if impaired. Economic recovery could restore political vitalities, but in much of the underdeveloped world, the political framework was fragile or reduced, and economic aid led to corruption as frequently as to stability. These dilemmas come to a headache in the Vietnam War. Truman had sent civilian advisor to South Vietnam to resist a guerrilla war in 1951. Eisenhower had added military advisor in 1954. Kennedy authorized combat troops as auxiliaries in 1962. Johnson deployed expeditionary forces in 1965 that eventually rose to more than 500,000. The Kennedy administrations had gone to the edge of the participating in the war, and the Johnson administration made it its own business because it was convinced that the North Vietnamese assault into South Vietnam was the spearhead of the Sino-Soviet drive for global dominations and that needed to be resisted by American forces, lest all of South Asia fall under the communist control. In defending Asia, America proposed to proceed as it had in the Western part of Europe. In accordance with the President Eisenhower domino theory, in which the fall of one country to the communism would cause the others to fall, it applied the doctrine of containment. So it's a domino theory. Thought regresses on the model of the NATO and economic and political rehabilitations as in the Marshall Plan. So at the same time, to avoid widening the war, the United States refrained from targeting sanctuaries in Cambodia and Laos, from the which Hanoi's forces launched to attack to conflict thousands of casualties, and to which they withdrew with their thwarted pursuits. None of these administrations had vouchsafed a plan for ending the war with other than preserving the independence of the South Vietnam, destroying the forces armed and deployed by Hanoi to support it, and the bombing North Vietnam with sufficient forces to cause Hanoi to reconsider its policy of conquest and begin negotiation. This has not been treated as a remarkable or controversial program until the middle of the Johnson administrations. Then a wave of protest media critique, culminating after 1968 test offensive in a conventional military terms, a devastating defeat for North Vietnam, but treated in the Western press as a stunning victory and evidence of the American failure, struck a chord with the administration official Lee Kuan Yew. I know this guy, the founder of the Singapore States and perhaps the wisest Asian leader of his period, was vocal in his firm belief, maintaining to his writing that American intervention was indispensable to preserve the possibility of independence of Southeast Asia. Okay, so he's in support of a United States. So that's why you think that he's the one of the wisest Asian leader. Now, I agree. The analysis of the consequence for the region of communist victory in Vietnam was largely correct, but by the time of America's full-scale participation in Vietnam, Sino-Soviet unity no longer existed, having been in perceptible crisis throughout the 1960s. China racked the great leap forward, and the cultural evolution increasingly regarded the Soviet Union as a dangerous and threatening adversary. The containment principles employed in Europe proved much less applicable in Asia. European instability came about when the economic crisis caused by the war threatened to undermine traditional domestic political institutions. In the Southeast Asia, after a century of colonization, this institution had yet to be created, especially in South Vietnam, which had never existed in the state of history. America's attempted to close the gap between through a campaign of a political construction side by side with the military efforts, while simultaneously fighting a conventional war against North Vietnamese division and the jungle war against White Kong, guerrillas. America threw itself into political engineering in a region that had not known self-governance for centuries or democracy ever. After a series of coups, the first of which in November 1963 was actually encouraged by the American embassy and acquiesced by the White House, and they accepted an expectation that the military rule would produce more liberal institutions. General Nguyen when Thieu emerged as a South Vietnamese president. At the outset of the Cold War, the non-communist orientation of the government had been taken perhaps overly expansively as proof that it was worth preserving against Soviet designs. Now, in the emerging atmosphere of predatory recriminations, the inability of a South Vietnam to emerge as a fully operational democracy amidst a bloody civil war led to the bitter denunciation of war, initially supported by a considerable majority and raised to its existing dimension by a president citing universal principle of liberty and human rights, was not decried as evidence of a unique American moral obtuseness. Charges of immorality and deception were used with abandon. Barbaric was a favorite adjectives. American military involvement was described as a form of insanity, revealing profound flaws in Americans' way of life. Accusation of a wanton slaughter of civilian became routine. The domestic debate over Vietnam War proved to be one of the most scarring in American history. Yes, the administrations that had involved America into Indochina were staffed by individuals of substantial intelligence and probity who suddenly found themselves accused of near criminal folly and deliberate deceptions. What had started as a reasonable debate about feasibility and strategy turned into a street demonstration, invective and violence. The critics were right in pointing out that American strategy, particularly in the opening phase of the war, was ill-suited to the realities of asymmetric conflict. Bombing campaigns alternating with the pauses to test Hanoi residents for negotiation tended to produce stalemates, bringing to bear enough power to incur denunciation and resistance, but not enough to secure the adversary's readiness for serious negotiation. Dilemmas of the Vietnam were very much the consequence of academic theories regarding graduated escalation that had sustained the Cold War, while conceptually coherent in terms of a standoff between nuclear superpowers. They were less applicable to a asymmetric conflict fought against an adversary pursuing a guerrilla strategy. Some of the expectations for the relationship with economic reform to political liberation proved unfeasible in Asia, but those were subject to appropriate for serious debates, not vilifications, and at the fringes of the protest movements, assault on adversaries in government building. The collapse of the high aspirations shattered the self-confidence without in which establishments flounders. The leaders who had previously sustained American foreign policy were particularly anguished with the rage of the students. The insecurity of the elder turned the normal grievance of the maturing youth into an institutionalized rage and a national trauma. Public demonstrations reached a dimension obliging, President Johnson, who continued to describe the war in a traditional terms of defending a free people against the demands of totalitarianism, to confine its public appearance in his last year in office largely to military bases. In the month following the end of the Johnson's presidency in 1969, a number of the war's key architecture renounced the position publicly and called for an end to military operations and an American withdrawal. These themes were elaborated until the end. Establishment was viewed on a program to end the war by means of unilateral American withdrawal in exchange for only for the returns of prisoners. Richard Nixon became president at a time when 500,000 American troops were in combat, and the number was still increasing on a schedule established by the Johnson administration in Vietnam. As far as from the so I think Richard Nixon time, I think Henry Kissinger came, right? So on a schedule where Vietnam and Vietnam as far from the United States borders as the globe allows. From the beginning, Nixon was committed to ending the war, but he also thought it's has responsibility to do so in the context of America's global commitment for sustaining the post-war international orders. Nixon took office 5 months after the Soviet military occupation of Czechoslovakia, while the Soviet Union was building intercontinental missile at a rate of threatening and some argued surpassing America's deterrence forces, and China's remained adamantly and truculently hostile. America could not jettison. What is the definition of jettison? J-E-T-T jettison. I'm learning a lot of new words, but I'm also forgetting most of the words. So, is there any benefit to it? Jettison. Just wait, okay. Just wait. Oh, I'm up.
Jettison.
Jettison. What does jettison mean? To throw things, fuel, etc. from a moving plane or ship in order to make it lighter. Okay, to get rid of something or somebody that you no longer need for a want. Okay, jettison.
Jettison. Jettison.
What does jettison mean in simple words? Okay, the word is commonly used in the context of a ship or paddleplane where excess weights can be. Okay, so yeah, it's like jettison. It's called jettisons. Jettisons. G-E-T-T. Jettison. Nixon was this one, but he was responsible to reduce the context of America's global commitment to sustaining the Nixon took office 5 months. Okay, And while the Soviet Union was building international response to in some regards, America's deterrent forces and China's remained adamantly and crucially hostile. America could not jettison its security commitment in one part of the world. Okay, that means you cannot just leave. America could not jettison its security commitment in one part of the world without provoking the challenge to its resolve to others. The preservation of American. Okay, I'll now go a little faster. The preservation of the American credibility in defense of allies and the global system, what a role the United States had performed for 2 decades, remained an integral part of Nixon's calculations. Nixon withdrew American forces at the rate of 150,000 per year and ended participation in the ground campaign in 1971. He authorized negotiations. Okay, so in 1971, that time India was also having a war with the Pakistans and liberation of Bangladesh, and I think that time also United States, which was against India, came in support of Pakistan with their USS aircraft, this one, aircraft carrier. There, then to help India, the Soviet Union came with their own aircraft carrier. So because of that, America backed off, and India won. Yeah. So he authorized negotiations subject to one irreducible condition. He never accepted Hanoi's demand that the peace process begin with the replacements of the governments of the South Vietnam, American allies, by so-called coalition governments, in effect staffed by figures put forward by Hanoi. This was adamantly rejected for 4 years until after a failed North Vietnamese offensive defeated without American ground forces in 1972 finally induced Hanoi to agree to a ceasefire and political settlements. It had consistently rejected peace. Okay, I just want to see what has happened with Vietnam, because Vietnam also had a war with China. Vietnam War. How many war did Vietnam have? Vietnam War. The Vietnam War 1955. Oh shit, man! It lasted for 20 years. The Vietnam War 1955 to 75 was a protracted, high casualty conflict between the communist North Vietnam and the US-backed South Vietnam. I mean, it's everywhere, right? There's North Germany, South Germany. There's North Korea, South Korea. There's North Vietnam, South Vietnam. Everything is, they're like the pawn for the United States and the Soviet Union. North Vietnam and the US backed South Vietnam, okay. A defining struggle of the Cold War. It was a proxy battleground where the United States sought to contain the spread of communism in Southeast Asia, a strategy driven by the dominant theory. Core conflict in competitors North Vietnam, supported by the Soviet Union and China, aiming to unify the country under communist rules, supported by the United States and other anti-communist allies. The Viet Cong, the South Vietnamese communist guerrilla forces that fought alongside the North. Okay, South Vietnamese communist guerrilla forces that fought alongside this one's timeline. Following the French defeat at this one's, okay, temporarily divided Vietnam at the 17th battle. 1964, the Gulf of Tonkin engine led to the massive escalation of Europe to this one. 1968, the Tet Offensive. The Paris Peace Accords were signed, leading to the withdrawal of most US forces. The fall of Saigon, okay. Casualties, more than 3 million people were killed, including over 2 million Vietnamese civilians and roughly 58,000 Americans. Domestic impact, the war deeply divided the American public, sparking massive anti-war protests that reshaped US social and political life. Okay, understood. Yeah, man, I think it was a massive failure for Americans' point of view. Okay. Okay, where was it? Okay. So in the United States, debate focused on a widespread desire to end the trauma wrought by the war on the population of Indochina, as if America was the cause of their travail. Yet Hanoi had insisted on continued battle, not because it was unconvinced of the American commitment to peace, but because it counted on it to exhaust American willingness to sustain the sacrifice. Fighting a psychological war, it ruthlessly exploited America's quest for compromise on behalf of the programs of dominations, with which it turned out there was no splitting the differences. The military actions that President Nixon ordered, and that as his national security advisors, I support it. Yes, so that time he was the national security advisor, not the foreign ministers. He later became foreign minister of some other president. So that time he was the national security advisors. Okay, the military action that President Nixon ordered, that as his national security advisors, I supported, together with a policy of diplomatic flexibility, brought about a settlement in 1973. The Nixon administration was convinced that Saigon. Just wait, okay. I want to see I think I know President Nixon's face, but President Nixon, Richard Nixon, right? Okay, he was the President Richard Nixon. He was he okay? Republican Party. Okay, he was a Republican Party. Okay. And was convinced that the CN would be able to open the revelation of agreements with its own forces, that the United States would assist with the air and naval powers against all out attack, and that over time the South Vietnamese government would be able, with the American economic assistance, to build a functioning society and undergo an evolution towards more transparent institution, as it would in fact occur in South Korea. Whether this process could ever been accelerated and whether another definition could have been given to American credibility will remain the subject of heated debates. The chief obstacle was the difficulty Americans had understanding Hanoi's way of thinking. Johnson administration overestimated the impact of American military power. Contrary to conventional wisdom, the Nixon administration overestimated the scope for negotiations. For the battle-hardened leadership in Hanoi, having spent their lives fighting for victory, compromise was the same as defeat, and a pluralistic society near inconceivable. Resolution of this debate is beyond the scope of this volume. It was a painful process for all involved. Nixon managed a complete withdrawal and a settlement. He was convinced gave the South Vietnamese tradition opportunity to shape their own fate. However, having traversed a decade of controversy and in a highly charged aftermath of the Watergate crisis, Congress severely restricted aid in 1973 and cut off all the aid in 1975. North Vietnam conquered South Vietnam by sending almost its entire army across the international borders. The international community remained silent, and Congress had proscribed American military intervention. The government of Laos and Cambodia fell shortly after the communist insurgents, and in the later the Khmer Road imposed a reckoning of almost unimaginable brutality. America had lost its first war and also the threat to its concept of world order. Yeah, that was a disaster, a total disaster. Vietnam. Richard Nixon and international order. After the carnage of 1960s with its assassination, civil rights, and inconclusive wars, Richard Nixon inherited in 1969 the task of restoring cohesion to the American body politics and coherence to American foreign policy. Highly intelligent, with a level of personal insecurity unexpected in such an experienced public figure, Nixon was not an ideal leader for the restoration of a domestic peace. But it must also be remembered that the tactics of the mass demonstration, intimidation, and civil disobedience at the outer limits of the peaceful protest had been well established by the time Nixon took off his oath of office on 20th of January 1969. Nevertheless, for the task of redefining the substance of American foreign policy, Nixon was extraordinarily well prepared. As senators from the California, Vice President under Dwight D. Eisenhower, and perennial presidential candidates, he had traveled widely. The foreign leaders Nixon encountered would spare him the personal confrontation that made him uncomfortable and engage him in substantive dialogue at which he excelled, because his solitary nature gave him more free times than ordinary politics aspirants. He found extensive reading congenial. This combination made him the best prepared incoming president on foreign policy since Theodore Roosevelt. No president since Theodore Roosevelt had addressed international order as a global concept in such a systematic and conceptual manner. In speaking with the editors of Times in 1971, Nixon articulated such a concept in his vision. 5 major centers of the political and economic power would operate on the basis of informal commitment by each to pursue its interest with restraint. The outcome of their interlocking ambition and inhabitations would be equilibrium. So this is the speech of Nixon. We must remember the only time in history of the world that we have had any extended period of peace is where there has been a balance of power. It is when one nation becomes infinitely more powerful in relation to its potential competitors that the danger of war arises. So I believe in a world in which the United States is powerful. I think it will be a safer world and a better world if we have a strong, healthy United States. Europe, Soviet Union, China, Japan, each balancing the other, not playing one against the other, even balance. What was remarkable? That's basically he's talking about the multipolarity, right? What was remarkable in this presentation was that 2 of the countries listed as a part of a concert of powers were in fact adversaries: the USSR, with which America was engaged in a Cold War, and China, with which it had just resumed a diplomatic contact after a hiatus of over 2 decades, and where the United States had no embassy or formal diplomatic relationship. Theodore Roosevelt had articulated an idea of world orders in which the United States was the guardian of the global equilibrium. Nixon went further in arguing that the United States should be an integral part of an ever-changing fluid balance, not as the balancer, but as a component. The passage also displayed Nixon's tactical skill, as when he renounced any intention of playing off one of the components of the balance against another. A subtle way of warning a potential adversary is to renounce a capability he knows one possesses, and then he will not be altered by the renunciations. Nixon made this remark as he was about to leave for Beijing, marking a dramatic improvement in relation and the first time a sitting American president had visited China, balancing China against the Soviet Union from a position in which America was closer to each communist giant than they were to each in other words, of course, exactly the design of the evolving strategy. In February 1971, Nixon annual foreign policy report referred to China as the People's Republic of China, the first time an official American document had accorded it that degree of recognition, and stated that the United States was prepared to establish a dialogue with Peking. With Peking, okay, what is that Peking? I forgot, man. I knew, I've read somewhere Peking meaning. Peking is a former English name for Beijing. Okay. The capital city of China, derived from an older postal normalization, Peking man, right? Okay. The term is still widely used in historical terms in the phrase Peking duck and for Peking man. It's called Peking. Okay. On the basis of national interest, Nixon made a related point regarding Chinese domestic policies where, while I was on the way to China on the so-called secret trip in 1971, addressing an audience in Kansas City, Nixon argued that the Chinese domestic travail, that is the Cultural Revolution, should not confer any sense of satisfaction that it will always be, any sense of satisfaction that it will always be that way. Because when we see the Chinese people, and I've seen them all over the world, they're creative, they are productive, they are one of the most capable people in the world, and 800 million Chinese are going to be inevitably an enormous economic power with all that means in terms of what they could be in other areas they could move in the direction. The phrases, the commentaries today were revolutionary at the time because they were delivered exemplarinely, and I was out of communication with Washington. I was Zone Linlai who brought them to my attention. I started this first dialogue with Beijing in more than 20 years. Nixon inveterate anti-communist had decided that the imperative of a geopolitical equilibrium overrode the demands of their ideological purity as a fortitude steady, and had his counterparts in China. In the presidential election campaign of 1972, Nixon opponents George McGovern had taunted, "Come home, America." Nixon replied in the effect that if America shrinked its international responsibility, it would surely fail at home. He declared that only if we act greatly in meeting our responsibilities abroad will we remain a great nation, and only if we remain a great nation will we act greatly in meeting our challenges at home. At the same time, he sought to temper our instinct that we knew what was best for others, which in turn brought on the temptation to lean on our prescription. To this end, Nixon established a practice of annual reports on the state of the world. Like all the presidential documents, this were drafted by the White House associates. In this case, the National Security Council staff under my directions, but Nixon set the general strategic tone on the documents and reviewed them as they were being completed. They were used as a guidance to the governmental agency dealing with the foreign policy, and more important, as an indications to foreign countries of the direction of an American strategy. Nixon was enough of a realist to stress that the United States could not entrust its destiny entirely or even largely to the goodwill of others. As his 1970 report underscores, peace required a willingness to negotiate and see new seeks of partnership, but this alone would not suffice. The second element of durable peace must be America's strength. Peace, we have learned, cannot be gained by goodwill alone. Peace would be strengthened, not obstructed. Yes, but continued demonstration of American power and the proven willingness to act globally, which evoked shades of Theodore Roosevelt spending the Great White Fleet to circumnavigate the globe in 1907-1909. 1909. Neither could the United States expect other countries to mortgage their future by basing the foreign policy primarily in the goodwill of others. The guiding principle was the effort to build an international order that related power to legitimacy, in the sense that all its key members consider the arrangement just. All nations, adversaries and friends alike, must have a stake in preserving the international system. They must feel that their principles are being respected and their national interests secured. If the international environment meets their vital concerns, they will work to maintain it. It was the vision of such an international order that provided the first impetus for the opening to China, which Nixon considered an indispensable component of it. One facet of the opening to China was an attempt to transcend the domestic strife of the past decades. Nixon became president of a nation shaken by decades of domestic and international upheaval and an inconclusive war. It was important to convey to the vision of the peace and international community to lift it towards the visions worthy of its history and values. Equally significant was the redefinition of America's concept of world orders, and an improved relationship with China would gradually isolate the Soviet Union or impel it to seek better relation with the United States. As long as the United States took care to remain closer to each of the communist superpowers, they were to reach it. The specters of the Sino-Soviet cooperative because world hegemony that haunted America's foreign policy for 2 decades would be stifled. In time, the Soviet Union found itself unable to sustain this insoluble, largely self-created dilemma of facing adversaries in both Europe and Asia, including within its own ostensible ideological camp. But no, at the time, India was there. India was a big country. Nixon attempt to make American idealism practical and American pragmatism's long range was attacked by both sides, reflecting American ambivalence between power and principle. Idealist criticized Nixon for conducting foreign policy by geopolitical principles. Conservatives challenged him on the ground that a relaxation of tension with the Soviet Union was a form of abdication vis-a-vis the communist challenge to Western civilization. Both types of critics overlooked that Nixon undertook a tenacious defense along the Soviet periphery, that he was the first American president to visit Eastern Europe, Yugoslavia, and Poland, Romania, symbolically challenging Soviet controls, and that he saw the United States through several crises with the Soviet Union, during two of which, in October 1970, he did not flinch from putting American military forces on alert. Nixon had shown unusual skill in the geopolitical aspect of building a world order. He patiently linked the various components of strategy to each other, and he showed extraordinary courage in withstanding crisis and great precision in pursuing long-range aims in foreign policy. One of his often repeated operating principle was as follows: you pay the same price for doing something halfway as for doing it completely, so you might as well just do it completely. Yeah. You pay the same price for doing something halfway as for doing it completely, so might as well just do it completely. So you might as well do it completely. As a result, in one 18-month period during 1970 to 70, he brought about the end of the Vietnam War, an opening to China, a summit with the Soviet Union, even while escalating the military efforts in response to North Vietnamese offensive, the switch of Egypt from a Soviet ally to close cooperation with the United States, to disengagement agreement in the Middle East, one between Israel and Egypt, other with Syria, lasting to this writing, even amidst a brutal civil war. The start of the European Security Conference was outcomes over the long term severely weakened Soviet control of the Eastern Europe, but at the juncture when tactical achievement might have been translated into a permanent concept of the world order, linking inspirational vision to a workable in equilibrium, tragedies supervened. The Vietnam War had exhausted energies on all sides. The Watergate debacle, foolishly self-inflicted and ruthlessly exploited by Nixon longtime critics, paralyzed executive authority. In a normal period, the various strands of Nixon's policy would have been consolidated into a new long-term American strategy. Nixon had a glimpse of the promised lands, where hope and reality conjoined. The end of the Cold War, a redefinition of the Atlantic alliances, a genuine partnership with China, a major step towards Middle East peace, the beginning of the Russia's reintegration into an international order. But he did not have time to merge his geographic and geopolitical vision with the occasions. It was left to the others to undertake the journey. But yeah, it would be unwise, right? I mean, still, right now, I think not just a write-off, right? We cannot write off the Russia still, because it's a superpower still. It's the second most powerful weapon, military, in terms of nuclear warhead, at the top, and in terms of the military capability also, it's right up there next to United States. The beginning of renewal. After the anguish of 1960s and the collapse of presidency, America needed, above all, to restore its cohesion. It was fortunate that the man called to this unprecedented task was Gerald Ford, propelled into an office he had not sought. Ford had never been involved in the complex gyrations of presidential politics. For that reason, freed from obsession with the focus groups and public relation, he could practice in the presidency the values of goodwill and faith in his country, on which he had been brought up. His long service in the House, where he sat on a key defense and intelligence subcommittees, gave him an overview of the foreign policy challenges. Ford's historic service was to overcome America's division in his foreign policy. He strove and largely succeeded to relate power to principle. His administration witnessed the completion of the first agreement between Israel and Arab states, in this case Egypt, whose provisions were largely political. The second, Sinai disengagement agreement marked, Egypt's irrevocable turning point towards peace agreements. Ford initiated an active diplomacy to bring about majority rule in Southern Africa, the first American president to do so explicitly in the face of strong domestic opposition. He supervised the conclusion of the European Security Conference. Among its many provisions were clauses that enshrined human rights as one of the European security principles. These terms were used by heroic individuals such as Lee Walesa. I don't know who that person is. This in Poland, and Wojciech Havel in Czechoslovakia, to bring democracy to their countries and start the downfall of communism. I introduced my eulogy at President Ford's funeral with the President Ford. I didn't know that. Was Ford a president? I thought Ford. Gerald Ford. Oh, I didn't know that. Was it the company is also right here? A company, Gerard. Gerard Rutherford Jr. was this one president. He assumed the presidency after the resignation of Richard Nixon in 1974 and served until 1977 as the second vice president under Nixon, succeeding Spiro Agnew, with who resigned this one. Okay. General Motors, right? Okay, just wait. Okay. Ford Company owner. I thought, okay, Ford Money was this one. Okay. Henry Ford. Okay. It's not the same Ford. I thought it's the same. Gerard Ford. Okay. So that's why that is the USS Gerard Ford. That is the aircraft carrier name, right? If I'm not wrong. USS Gerard Ford. That's the US aircraft. Okay. So this aircraft is named after the United States president. Okay. Ford's historic service was to overcome America's division. In his foreign policy, he strove and largely succeeded to relate power to principle. Its administration witnessed the completion of the first agreement between Israel and Arab states. In this case, Egypt, whose provisions were largely political. The second, okay. Ford initiated an active diplomacy to bring about majority rule in Southern Africa. The first American president did so explicitly in the face of strong domestic opposition. Okay, all that thing. Okay, I introduced my eulogy at President Ford's funeral with the following sentence. According to an ancient tradition, God preserves humanity despite its many transgressions, because at any one period there exist 10 just individuals who, without being aware of their role, redeem mankind. Gerard Ford was such a man. Why do I say Ford? It's Ford, Gerard Ford. Jimmy Carter became president when the impact of America's defeat in Indochina began to translate into challenge inconceivable, while America still had the aura of invisibility. Iran, heretofore a pillar of the regional Middle East orders, was taken over a group of ayatollahs. Okay, after that, I think in US was in a mess. Vietnam lost. Afghanistan's, yeah, they had to pull out, and I think Iran also, and Vietnam also, right? Okay, was over by a group of ayatollahs. Okay, who in effect declared political and ideological war on the United States, overturning the prevailing balance of power in the Middle East. A symbol of it was the re-incarcerations of the American diplomatic mission in Iran for more than 400 days. Yes, nearly concurrently, the Soviet Union felt itself in a position to invade and occupy Afghanistan. Amidst all this turmoil, Carter had the fortitude, just nearly concurrently, the Soviet Union felt itself in a position to invade and occupy Afghanistan. Okay, so that's why America helped, and America used Pakistan as a proxy to train Taliban to counter Afghanistan. Okay. So now I come to know all this. Amidst all this turmoil, Carter had the fortitude to move the Middle East peace process towards a signing ceremony at the White House. The peace treaty between Israel and Egypt was a historic event. So its origin lay in the elimination of a Soviet influence and the start of a peace process by its previous administration. Its conclusion under Carter was the culmination of a persistent and determined diplomacy. Cartier solidified the opening China by establishing full diplomatic relations with it, cementing a bipartisan consensus behind the new directions, and he reacted strongly to the Soviet invasions of Afghanistan by supporting who resisted the Soviet takeover. In an anguished period, Carter reaffirmed values of human dignity essential to America's image of itself, even while he hesitated before the new strategic challenges, to find the appropriate balance between powers and legitimacy towards the end of his term. Ronald Reagan and the end of the Cold War. Rarely has America produced a president so suited to his time. Okay, so he was praising all the presidents. So I'm actually doubting. Okay, so rarely has America produced a president so suited to his time and so attuned to it as a Ronald Reagan. A decade earlier, Reagan had seemed too militant to be realistic. A decade later, his conviction might have appeared two one dimensions, but faced with the Soviet Union, whose economy was stagnating and whose gerontocratic leadership was quite literally perishing severely, and supported by an American public opinion eager to shed a period of disillusionments. Reagan combined America's latent, sometimes seemingly discordant strengths, its idealism, its resilience, its creativity, and its economic vitality. Sensing potential Soviet weakness and deeply confident in the superiority of the American system, he had read some more deeply in American political philosophy that his domestic critic credited. Reagan blended the two elements, power and legitimacy, that had in the previous decades produced American ambivalence. He challenged the Soviet Union to a race in arms and technology that it could not win, based on programs long stymied in Congress. And what came to know as known as strategic defensive initiative, a defense shield against missile attack, was largely derided in Congress and the media when Reagan put it forward. Today, it is widely credited with convincing the Soviet leadership of the futility of its arms race with the United States. At the same time, Reagan generated psychological momentum with the pronouncements at the outer edge of the Wilsonian moralisms. Perhaps the most poignant example is his farewell address as he left office in 1989, in which he described his vision of America as the shining city on a hill. I've spoken of this shining city all my political life, but I don't know if I ever quite communicated what I saw when I said it. But in my mind, it was a tall, proud city built on a rock stronger than oceans, wind swept, God blessed, and teeming with the people of all kinds living in harmony and peace. A city with the free ports that hummed with the commerce and creativity. And if there had to be a city walls, the walls had doors, and the doors were open to anyone with a will and the heart to get there. That's how I saw it and see it still. America as a shining city on a hill was not a metaphor for Reagan. It actually existed for him because he willed it to exist. This was the important differences between Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. His actual policies were quite parallel and not really identical. Nixon treated foreign policy as an endeavor with no ends, as a set of rhymes to be managed. He dealt with its intricacies and contradictions like school assignments and especially demanding teachers. He expected America to prevail, but in a long, joyous enterprise, perhaps after he left office. Reagan, by contrast, summed up his Cold War strategy to an aide in 1977 in a characteristically optimistic epigram. We win, they lose. The Nixon style of policymaking was important to restore fluidity to the diplomacy of the Cold War. The Reagan style was indispensable for the diplomacy of ending it. On one level, Reagan rhetorics, including his March 8, 1918 speech referring to the Soviet Union as an evil empire, might have spelled the end of any prospective East-West diplomacy. On a deeper level, it symbolized a period of transitions as the Soviet Union became aware of the futility of an arms race while its aging leadership was facing issues of succession. Hiding complexity behind a veneer of simplicity, Reagan also put forward a vision of reconciliation with the Soviet Union beyond what Nixon would have ever been willing to articulate. Reagan was convinced that a communist intransigence was based more on ignorance than on ill will, more on misunderstanding than on hostility. Unlike Nixon, who thought that the calculation of a self-interest could bring about accommodation between the United States and the Soviet Union, Reagan believed that the conflict was likely to end with the realization that it was perceived by the superiority of the American principle. In 1984, on the appointments of the Communist Party veteran Konstantin Chernenko as a top Soviet leader, Reagan confided to his diary, "I have a gut feeling I'd like to talk to him about our problems man to man and see if I could convince him there would be a material benefits to the Soviet if they would join the family of nations," etc. When Mikhail, Gorbachev, he was the president later. He was the president, which led to the resolution of the Soviet Union. When Mikhail Gorbachev, succeeded Chernenko 1 year later, Reagan's optimism mounted. He told associates of his dream to escort the new Soviet leaders on a tour of working-class Americans' neighborhoods. As a biographer recounted, Reagan envisaged that the helicopter would descend and Reagan would invite Gorbachev to knock on doors and ask the presidents what they think of our system. The workers would tell him how wonderful it was to live in America. All this would the Soviet Union to join the global move towards democracy, and this in turn would produce a praise because governments which rest upon the consent of the governed do not wage war on their neighbors, or a core principle of Wilson's view of the international order. Applying his vision to the control of the nuclear weapons, Reagan at the Region summits with the Gorbachev in 1968 proposed to eliminate all nuclear delivery systems while retaining and building up anti-missile systems. Such an outcome would achieve one of Reagan's proclaimed goals to eliminate the prospect of a nuclear war by doing away with the offensive capability for rates and containing violators of the agreements by missile defense system. The idea went beyond the scope of Gorbachev's imagination, which is why he bargained strenuously over niggling reservations about a confining missile defense system test to the laboratory. The proposal to eliminate nuclear delivery system was in any event beyond practicality, and that would have been bitterly opposed by the British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and French President Francis Mitterrand, who were convinced that Europe could not be defended without nuclear weapons and who treated their independent deterrence and ultimate insurance policy. Years later, I asked the Soviet ambassador Anatoly Dobryanin why the Soviet had not offered a compromise on the testing issues. He replied, "Because it never occurred to us that Reagan would simply walk out." Gorbachev sought to counter Reagan's vision with the concept of Soviet reforms, but by the 1980s, the balance of forces, which Soviet leaders had never tried tired of invoking over the decades of their rule, had turned against them. For 4 decades of imperial expansion in all directions could not be sustained on the basis of an unworkable economic model. The United States, despite its division and vacillations, had preserved the essential elements of a situation of strength over 2 generations. It had built an informal anti-Soviet coalitions of every other major industrial centers and most of the developing world. Gorbachev realized that the Soviet Union could not sustain its prevailing course, but he underestimated the fragility of the Soviet system. He calls for the reforms, glasnost, publicity, and perestroika restructuring, unleashed forces to disorganized for genuine reforms and to demoralize to continue totalitarian leadership, much as Kennan had predicted half a century earlier. Reagan's idealistic commitment to democracy alone could not have produced such an outcome. Strong defense and economic policies, a shrewd analysis of Soviet weaknesses, and unusually favorable alignments of external circumstances all played a role in the success of his policies. Yet, without Reagan's idealism bordering sometimes on a repudiation of histories, the end of the Soviet challenge could not have occurred amidst such a global affirmation of a democratic future. 40 years earlier, and for the decades since, it was thought that the principal obstacle to a peaceful world order was the Soviet Union. The corollary was that the collapse of communism, imagined if at all in some distant future, would bring with an era of stability and goodwill. It soon became apparent that the history generally operates in longer cycle because a new international order would be constructed. It was necessary to deal with this. It was necessary to deal with the debris of the Cold War. This task fell to George H. W. Bush. Now, who is George? I think it is, is George H. W. Bush, right? It's a son, I think. His father, his father, I think, his father, no, it's not okay, Bush. George H. W. Bush and George Bush. Yes, George H. W. Bush and, George, Washington, George this one Bush are father and sons. George H. W. Bush is father, and George W. is his eldest son. Okay, so that's why George W. and H. W. Bush he was the vice president under. Okay, so I think he's a Republican Party. Okay, Republican Party. The task fell to George H. W. Bush, who managed America's predominance with modernizations and wisdom, patriotism, bringing in a Connecticut. So he had chosen to make his fortune in Texas, the more elemental entrepreneurial parts of the United States, and with the wide experience in all the levels of governments. Bush dealt with a great skill with a stunning succession of a crisis, testing both the application of America's values and the reach of its vast power. Within months of his taking office, the Tiananmen upheaval in China challenged America's basic values, but also the importance for the global equilibrium of preserving the US-China relationship. Having been head of the American liaisons office in Beijing before the establishment of a formal relation, Bush navigated in a manner that maintained America's principle while retaining the prospect of ultimate cooperation. I think his wife is Hillary Clinton, if I'm not wrong, right? Okay, just wait. George W. Bush is equals to he died in 2018. Spouse, okay, no, it's not. Just wait. Hillary Clinton, right? Okay, yeah, his husband is Bill Clinton. Okay, Bill Clinton. Okay, he was the president at what time? He's the 42nd president. And this is equals to 40. Okay, after George Bush, it's Hillary Clinton. This one's. After this one, there's a Bill. It's a Bill Clinton. Okay. Is an office this one's okay. Where was I? He managed unification of Germany, heretofore considered a probable cause of war, by skillful diplomacy, facilitated by his decision not to exploit Soviet embarrassments at the collapse of its empire. In that spirit, when the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, Bush rejected all proposal to fly to Berlin to celebrate this demonstration of the collapse of Soviet policy. The adroit manner in which Bush brought the Cold War to close obscured the domestic disputes through which the US efforts had been sustained and which would characterize the challenge of the next stage. As the Cold War receded, the American consensus had held that the main work of the conversion had been achieved. A peaceful world order would now unfold, so long as the democracies took care to assist in the final wave of democratic transformations in the country still under authoritarian rules. The ultimate Wilsonian visions would be fulfilled. Free political and economic institutions would spread and eventually submerge outdated antagonisms in a broader harmony. In that spirit, Bush defeated Iraqi aggression in Kuwait during the first Gulf War by forging a coalition of the willing through the UN. first joint action involving great power since the Korean War. He stopped military operations when the limit had been authorized by the UN resolution had been reached. Perhaps as former ambassador to the United Nations, he sought to apply the lessons of General MacArthur's decision to cross the dividing line between the two Koreas after his victory in Incheon. For a brief period, the global consensus behind the Americas-led defeat at Saddam Hussein's military conquest of Kuwait in 1991 seemed to vindicate the perennial American hope for a ruthless, rule-based international orders. In Prague, November. I think, where is Prague? Prague is in. Why do I keep forgetting, man? Where is Prague? Oh yeah, Czech Republic. Right? It's in Czech Republic. Capital. Okay, capital means okay. Bush invoked a Commonwealth of Freedoms, which would be governed by the rule of law. It would be a moral community united in its dedication to free ideals. Membership in this Commonwealth would be open to all. It might someday become universal. As such, the great and growing strength of the Commonwealth of the Freedoms would foretell for all nations as a new world, new order for more stable and secure than any we have known. The United States and its allies would move beyond containments and to a policy of an active engagement. Bush's term was cut short by electoral defeat in 1992. In some sense, because he ran as a foreign policy president, while his opponent Bill Clinton appealed to war-weary public, promising to focus on America's domestic agenda. Nonetheless, the newly elected president rapidly asserted a foreign policy vocation comparable to that of Bush. Clinton expressed the confidence of the era when, in 1993, addressed to the United Nations General Assembly, he described his foreign policy concept as not a containment but enlargement. Our overriding purpose, he announced, must be to expand and strengthen the world's community of market-based democracies. In this view, because the principles of a political and economic liberty were universal, from Poland to Eritrea. Where is Eritrea? Okay, just wait. Okay, Eritrea. It's East Africa country. Okay, country in East Africa. I've not heard of it. Eritrea. Okay, it's a small country. Okay, it's near Djibouti. Eritrea. Okay. Eritrea is a northwestern, on the Red Sea coast. It shares borders with Ethiopia, Sudan, and Djibouti. The capital city of Asmara is known for its Italian colonial building like a St. Joseph's Cathedral. Okay, is it a poor country? Okay, I think so. It's a poor country. Eritrea. Okay, it's difficult to pronounce also.
Eritrean refers.
Eritrea. Okay, just wait. Okay, I'll see the pronunciation. Eritrea. Country name is Eritrea.
Eritrea.
Okay, Eritrea. The country name is Eritrea, man. It's weird, man. I've not heard of Eritrea. Okay, Eritrea. Bush term was cut short. Okay, this one's okay. Writing. Okay, all of those things done. From Poland to Eritrea, from Guatemala to South Korea, this spread would require no forces, describing an enterprise consisting of enabling an inevitable historical evolution. Clinton pledged that American policy would aspire to a world of thriving democracy that cooperate with each other and live in a peace. When Secretary of State Warren Christopher attempted to apply the enlargement theory to the People's Republic of China by making economic ties conditional on modification within the Chinese system, he encountered a sharp rebuff. The Chinese leaders insisted that relation with the United States could only be conducted on a geostrategic basis, not as it happened, as had been proposed on the basis of the China's progress towards political liberalizations. Yes, China will not accept it. By the third year of its presidency, the Clinton approach to the world order reverted to the less insistent practice. Meanwhile, the enlargement concept encountered much more militant adversaries. Jihadism sought to spread its message and assaulted Western values and institutions, particularly those of the United States, as the principal obstacles. A few months before Clinton's General Assembly speech, an international group of extremists, including one American citizen, bombed the World Trade Center in New York City. Yes, the second target had the first been thwarted. It was the United Nations Secretariat building, the Westphalian concept of the state and the international law, because it was based on the rule not explicitly prescribed in the Quran, was an abomination of this movement. Similarly, objectionable was democracy for its capacity to legislate separately from a Sharia law. America, in the view of the jihadist forces, was an oppressor of the Muslims seeking to implement their own universal missions. The challenge broke in the open with the attack on the New York and Washington on the September 11, 2001. In the Middle East, at least the end of the Cold War ushered in not a hope for a time of democratic consensus, but a new age of ideological and military confrontations. So that's why I have a problem with the Muslim people, right? You just follow whatever you want, but please don't impose it on others, right? And then please don't make people convert. They are in a mission to convert everyone into a Muslim, right? And that's exactly what is written in the Quran, that entire world has to be a Muslim community. which it shouldn't, and which it wouldn't, and which it will not. Afghanistan and the Iraq war. So that's a real problem for the United States. After an anguishing discussion on the lessons of Vietnam, equally intense dilemmas recapitulated themselves 3 decades later with these wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Both conflicts had their origins and breakdowns of the international orders. For America, both ended in withdrawals. Afghanistan's Al-Qaeda having issued a fatwa in 1998 calling for the indiscriminate killing of Americans. So fatwa means in a Muslim, fatwa means the leader of that community or anything. They will say that I want this person to be killed, right? Anyone kills, they will be called fatwa. So that's why they just, it's like a ordering a death order, fatwa, right? Okay, I'll just be sure. Let's see, just to be okay. Fatwa meaning, I think it is right. Fatwa is a non-binding legal opinion or scholarly interpretations on point of Islamic law issued by qualified jurist. Mufi in response to a specific question. It clarifies religious. Just wait. A ruling on point of Islamic law given by recognized authority. What does fatwa mean in Islam? Fatwa is a formal, non-binding legal opinion or interpretations on a point of Islamic laws, Sharia, issued by qualified scholar known as a mufti. It acts as a guidance on matters ranging from finance to daily life, where the ruling fatwas are generally advisory rather than a mandatory legal judgment. Okay, and issued fatwa means fatwa issued refers to formal non-binding legal opinion religious. This one's to given over this one. It is an advisory ruling rather than a court. Okay, so what happened if fatwa is issued? Fatwa is non-binding legal too. Fatwa in 1998 calling for the indiscriminate killing of Americans and Jews everywhere enjoyed a sanctuary in Afghanistan. Those governing authorities, the Taliban, refused to expel the group's leadership and fighters. So yeah, so this is done by the Afghanistans, right? The Taliban, it's a group, non-state group in Afghanistan, which was trained under Pakistan, under the order of United States, if I'm not wrong. See, okay, Taliban, right? Okay, TALIBN. Taliban was created by which country? The United States, right? Indirectly. Taliban originated in the early 1990s in the southern Afghanistan, specifically within the Kandahar regions, as a Sunni Islamist movement funded by the Pashtun religious student and apprentices. They emerged as this one, okay? The founder, okay? I think funded by the United States, if I'm not wrong. The Pakistan was, okay, Taliban was created by a single country. No, okay, Taliban was not created by a single country, but it emerged in 1990 in Afghanistan with a significant historical and logistical support from Pakistan, okay? Key factors in creation origin. The movement was founded in 1990 in Kandahar, Afghanistan by Mullah Muhammad Ali. It initially consists of Islamic religious students. The crowd Taliban is the Pashtu for students who had fought in Mujahideen against this one's role of Pakistan. Pakistan Inter-Service Intelligence, right? ISI equals to Inter-Service Intelligence. Agency is widely considered to have been primarily external architects and supporters of the Taliban. Pakistan provided the group with the funding, military trainings, and strategic advice to secure pro-Pakistan government in Kabul and ensure that's right. This one's okay. Saudi Arabia also provided significant financial support, particularly to the regions. This one's the role of role of the United States. While the US did not create Taliban, it provided billions of dollars in aid and weaponry to various Mujahideen factions through the CIA Operation Cyclones during the Soviet-Afghan War. They and many future Taliban leaders were part of the US-funded groups. But Taliban movement itself, okay, so yeah, so was Taliban, right? Taliban created to fight against Soviets in Afghan. I think it is, right? It is to Afghan in Afghan. I think it is. It has to be yes. Taliban was not created to fight the Soviet. It did not exist as a group during the Soviet war. However, there is a strong historical connection between the two. Emergent of the two is the Taliban emerged in 1950, 5 years after the Soviet withdrawal during the subsequent Afghan civil war. It was formed to end the chaos and corruption caused by the warning Mujahideen fighting that previously fought the Soviets. While the organization was new, many of its origin leaders and fighters, including founders Muhammad Ismans, were veterans of the anti-Soviet resistance. Common source of training. Both the Mujahideens who did fight the Soviets and the early Taliban received intelligence, significant support training and arms from this one. US involvement, the US funded the Mujahideen to fight Soviets. Okay, so that means, okay, so yeah, that is tit for tat. An American response to the attack on American territory was inevitable and widely so understood around the world. And new challenge opened up almost immediately how to establish international orders when the principal adversaries are non-state organizations that defends no specific territory and reject establishment principle of legitimacy. That's the thing, right? So you're fighting non-state actors, and you don't know where do they work. Their territories, they don't have any specific, exact location where you can, pinpoint and say that, okay, I want to destroy this. The Afghan war began on a note of national unanimity. Afghan war began on a note of unanimity and international consensus. Okay, unanimity means, okay,
Anonymity.
no, it's not anonymity. Okay, I was talking about the unanimity. Unanimity.
Unanimity.
A situation or a state where there is a complete agreement about something among the group of people. Yeah, unanimity. Unanimous. Right? Okay. Yeah. The Afghan war began on a note of national unanimity and international consensus. Prospects for rule-based international order seems vindicated when NATO, for the first time in its history, applied Article 5 of the North Atlantic. Okay, so that I think this was the first time, right, after the establishment of a NATO, that Article 5, that means attack on one country will be considered as an attack on the other all the countries, was invoked. Okay, in a semi-negative NATO, for the first time in history, applied Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty, stipulating that an armed attack against one or more NATO allies in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against all of them. 9 days after the September 11 attacks, President George Washington Bush dispatched an ultimatum to the Taliban authorities of Afghanistan, then harboring Al-Qaeda, delivered to the United States authorities all the leaders of Al-Qaeda who hide in your lands, gave the United States full access to terrorist training camps so we can make sure that they are no longer operating. When the Taliban failed to comply, the United States and its allies launched a war whose aims Bush described on October 7. In similarly limited terms, these carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as terrorist-based on operations and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. Initial warning about it still exists right now. Currently in 2026 also, Afghan is there. Now, the Taliban is kicking the ass of Pakistan, right? Initial warning about Afghanistan history as the graveyard of empires. Yes, Afghanistan is known as graveyards of empires. Initial warning because Russia couldn't invade it properly. No, America couldn't. Initial warning about Afghanistan history as the graveyard of empire appeared unfounded after a rapid effort led by American, Britain, and allied Afghan forces. The Taliban were disposed from power in December 2001. An international conference in Bonn, Germany, proclaimed a provisional Afghanistan government with the Hamid Karzai at its head and set up a process for convening a Loya Jirga, a traditional tribal council to design and ratify post-war Afghan institutions. The Allied war aimed seems to achieve the participants in the Bonn negotiation optimistically asserted a vast visions, the establishment of the broad-based, gender-sensitive, multi-ethnic, and fully representative governments. In 2003, a UN Security Council resolution authorized the expansion of the NATO International Security Assistance Force. Okay, just wait. 9/11 happened in 2001, I think, right? 9 happened at what year? 2001. Yeah, it happened in 2001, and I think Osama bin Laden was killed. Osama bin Laden death is equals to was killed on. Okay, he was killed in 2011 after 10 years, man, to support the Afghan Transnational Authority and its successor in the maintenance of the security in the area of Afghanistan outside the Kabul and in environs, so that the Afghan authorities as well as the personnel of the United Nations can operate in a secure environment. The central premise of the American and Allied forces became rebuilding Afghanistan by means of democratic, pluralistic and transparent Afghan government who was ran across the entire country, and an Afghan national army capable of assuming responsibility for security on a national basis. With striking idealism, with this effort were managed to be compatible to the construction of a democracy in Germany and Japan after World War II. No institution in the history of Afghanistan or any part of it provided a precedent for such a broad-based effort. Traditionally, Afghanistan had been less a state in the conventional sense than a geographic expression for an area never brought under the consistent administration of any single authority. For most of its recorded history, Afghan tribes and sects have been at war with each other, briefly uniting to resist invasions or to launch marauding raids against their neighbors. Elites in Kabul might undertake periodic experiments with parliamentary institution, but outside the capital, an ancient tribal code of honor predominated. Unification of Afghanistan had been achieved by foreigners only unintentionally. When the tribes and sects coalesces in opposition to an invaders, That's when what Americans and NATO forces met in the early 21st century was not radically different from the scenes encountered by young Winston Churchill in 1897, except at harvest time when self-preservation enjoys a temporary truce. The Pashtun tribes are always engaged in a private or public war. Every man is a warrior, a politicians and a theologians. Every large house is a real feudal fortress. Every village has its defense. Every family cultivates its vendetta. Every clan its feud. The numerous tribes and combinations of tribes all have their accounts to settle with one another. Nothing is ever forgotten, and very few debts are left unpaid. In this context, the proclaimed coalition and even goals of a transparent democratic Afghan central governments operating in a secure environmental amounted to radical reinventions of Afghan history. It effectively elevated one clan above all others. Hamid Karzai Pashtun Popalzi tribe, and required it to establish itself across the country either through force or its own or that of international coalitions or through distribution of the spoils of the foreign aids, or both inevitably. The efforts required in both such an institution trampled on age-old prerogatives, reshuffling the kaleidoscopes of tribal alliances in ways that were difficult for any outside to force understand or to control. The American elections of 2008 compounded complexity with the ambivalence. The new president, Barack Obama, had campaigned on the proposition that he would restore the necessary war in Afghanistan, the forces drained by the Trump war in Iraq, which he intended to end, but in office he was determined to bring about a peacetime focus on transformational domestic priorities. The outcome was a re-emergence of the ambivalence that has accompanied American military campaigns in the post-World War II period. The dispatch of the 30,000 additional troops for the surge in Afghanistan, or coupled in the same announcement with the public deadline of 18 months for the beginning of the withdrawal. The purpose of the deadline, it was agreed to, was to provide the incentive for the Karzai government to accelerate its effort to build a modern central government and army to replace the Americas. Yet, in a sense, the objective of the guerrilla strategy like the Taliban is to outlast the defending forces. For the Kabul leadership, the announcement of a fixed date for losing is outside the support of a support set of process of factional maneuvering, including with Taliban. The strides made up by Afghanistan during the period have been significant and hard-won. The population had adopted electoral institutions with no little daring because the Taliban continues to threaten death to those participating in the democratic structures. The United States also succeeded in its objective of locating and eliminating Osama bin Laden, sending a powerful message about the country's global reach and determination to avenge atrocities. Nevertheless, the regional prospect remained challenging in the period following the American withdrawal, imminent as of this writing. The rate of the Afghan government is likely to run in Kabul and its environs, but not uniformly in the rest of the country. There are confederations of the semi-autonomous feudal region is likely to prevail on an ethnic basis, influenced substantially by competing foreign powers. The challenge will return to where it all begins, and the compatibility of an independent Afghanistan with the regional politicals. Let me see. Okay, when did they withdraw? When did USA withdraw? Okay, from Afghanistan? The United States officially completed its military withdrawal from Afghanistan on August 30th, marking the end of the 20-year war. The final US troop departed from the Kabul International Airport just before 31st of August, and that was a mess under President Biden. I saw the video, and they left. I just wait. Okay, how many worth of weapon did US left in Afghan? I think 36 something billion dollars worth. Yeah, the United, just listen it carefully, okay? The United States left behind approximately 7.1 billion to 7.2 billion dollars worth of US funded military equipment in Afghanistan following its withdrawal in August 2021. This arsenal previously provided to the Afghanistan National Defense and Security Forces, including over 427,000 small arms and thousands of armored vehicles and aircraft. Now, these entire weapons are in control of Taliban. Okay, right. So that's what happens if you don't do it properly. Okay, the purpose and where was I? National Security Council. Okay, just wait. Okay, Belgian properly. Okay, this one's American election. This one compounded complexity. Okay.
Afghanistan's neighbor should have at least as much of a national interest as the United States, and in the long term, a far greater one, in defining and bringing about a coherent non-jihadist outcome in Afghanistan. Each of Afghanistan's neighbor would risk turmoil within its own borders if Afghanistan returns to its pre-war status as a base for jihadist non-state organization, or as a state dedicated to jihadist policies. Pakistan, above all, in its entire domestic structure, Russia in its partly Muslim South and West, China with a significantly Muslim Xinjiang, and even Shiite Iran from fundamentalist Sunni trends. All of them, from a strategic point of view, are more threatened by an Afghanistan hospitable to terrorism than the United States, except perhaps Iran, which may calculate as it has in Syria, Lebanon, and Iraq that a chaotic situation beyond its borders enable it to manipulate the contending factions. The ultimate irony may be that Afghanistan's torn by war may be a test case of whether a regional order can be distilled from the divergent security interest and historical perspective without a sustainable international program regarding Afghanistan security. Each major neighbor will support rival factions across ancient ethnic and sectarian lines. The likely outcomes would be de facto partition, with Pakistan controlling the Pashtun south, and India and Russia and perhaps China favoring the ethnically mixed north. To avoid a vacuum, a major diplomatic effort is needed to define a regional order to deal with the possible reemergence of Afghanistan as a jihadist center. In the 19th century, the major powers were guaranteed Belgian neutrality, a guarantee that in the event lasted nearly 100 years is an equivalent with an appropriate redefinition possible. If such a concept or a comparable one is evaded, Afghanistan is likely to drag the world back into its perennial warfare. Iraq. In the wake of 9/11 attacks, President George W. Bush articulated a global strategy to counter jihadist extremism and to shore up the established international order by infusing it with a commitment to democratic and transformation. The great struggle of the 20th century, the White House National Security Strategy of 2002 argued that it had demonstrated that there was a single sustainable model for national success: freedom, democracy, and a free enterprise. The present moment, the National Security Strategy document stressed saw a world shocked by unprecedented terrorist atrocities to the great powers. On the same side, united by a common dangers of terrorist violence and chaos, the encouragement of a free institution, cooperative major power relation offered the best chance since the rise of the nation state in the 17th century to build a world where great powers compete in peace instead of continually prepare for war. The centerpiece of what came to be called the Freedom Agenda was to be a transformation of Iraq from among the Middle East most repressive state to a multi-party democracy, which would in turn inspire a regional democratic transformation. Iraqi democracy will succeed, and that success will send forth the news from Damascus to Tehran. The freedom would be the future of every nation. This freedom agenda was not ours, and as was later alleged, the arbitrary invention of a single president and his entourage. Its basic premise was an elaboration of a quintessentially American themes. To the 2002 National Security Strategy document, which first announced the policy, repeated the arguments of NSC 68 that in 1950s had defined America's mission in the Cold War, albeit with one decisive difference. The 1950 document had enlisted America's values in defense of the free world. In 2002, the document argued for the ending of tyranny everywhere on behalf of the universal value freedoms. UN Security Council Resolution 687 of 1991 had required Iraq to destroy all stockpiles of its weapons of mass destruction and commit never to develop such a weapon again. 10 Security Council resolutions since then had held Iraq in substantial violations. What was distinctive and traditionally American about the military effort in Iraq was the decision to cast this, in effect, enforcement action as an aspect of a project to spread freedoms and democracy. America reacted to the mounting tide of radical Islamist universalism, reaffirming the universality of its own values and concept of world order. The basic premise began with a significant public support, especially extending the removal of Saddam Hussein. In 1988, the U.S. Congress passed the Iraq Liberation Act with overwhelming bipartisan support, 360 38 in House and unanimously in the Senate, declaring that it should be the policy of the United States to support effort to remove the regime headed by the Saddam Hussein from power in Iraq and promote the emergence of a democratic government to replace that regime. By signing the bill into law on October 31st, the same day as it passed in the Senate, President Clinton expressed the consensus of both parties. The United States wants Iraq to rejoin the family of nations as a freedom-loving and law-abiding members. It is in our interest and that of our allies within the regions. The United States is providing support to opposition groups from all sectors of Iraqi community that could lead to popularly supported governments. Because no political parties were permitted in Iraq except the governing Baath party, which Saddam Hussein ran with an iron fist, and therefore no formal opposition parties existed. The president phase had to mean the United States would generate a covert program to overthrow the Iraqi dictators. After the military intervention in Iraq, Bush elaborated broader implications in a November 2003 speech marking the 20th century anniversary of the National Endowment for Democracy. Bush condemned past U.S. policies in the region for having sought stability at the price of liberty. 60 years of Western nations accusing
excusing and accommodating the lack of freedom in the Middle East did nothing to make us safe, because in the long run, stability cannot be purchased at the expense of liberty. In the changed circumstances of the 21st century, traditional policy approaches posed unacceptable risk. The administration was therefore shifting from a policy of stability to forward strategy of freedom in the Middle East. American experience in Europe and Asia demonstrated that the advance of the freedom leads to peace. I supported the decision to undertake regime change in Iraq. I had doubts expressed in public and governmental forums about expanding it to nation building and giving it such a universal scope. But before recording my reservations, before recording my reservation, I want to express here my continuing respect and personal affection for President George Washington and George W. Bush, who guided America with the courage, dignity, and conviction in an unsteady times. His objective and dedication honored his country, even when in some cases they proved unattainable within the American political cycle. It is a symbol of his devotions to the freedom agenda that the Bush is now pursuing it in his post-presidential life, and made it a key theme of his presidential library in Dallas. Having spent my childhood as a member of a discriminated minority in a totalitarian system, and then as an immigrant to the United Nations, I have experienced the liberating aspect of American values. Okay, let's see where was he born. Henry Kissinger. He was born in Germany. I didn't know that. Henry Alfred Kissinger was an American diplomat, political scientist. Okay. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought Nancy Kissinger. Okay. In the United States, I have experienced the liberating aspect of American values, spreading them by example, and as civil assistant, as in the Marshall Plan and economic aid programs, is an honored and important part of the American traditions. But to seek to achieve them by military occupation in a part of the world where they had no historical roots, and to expect fundamental change in a political relevant period of a time, the standard set by many supporters and critics of Iran efforts alike proved beyond what the American public would support and what Iraqi society would accommodate. Given the ethnic divisions in Iraq and the millennial conflict between Sunni and Shia, the dividing line of which ran through the centers of Baghdad, the attempt to reverse historical legacies under combat conditions amidst divisive American domestic debates imbued the American endeavors in Iraq with a Sisyphean equality, the determined opposition of a neighboring regime. Compounding the difficulties, it became an endless effort, always stripped short of a success. Implementing a pluralist democracy in a place of Saddam Hussein's brutal rule proved infinitely more difficult than the overthrow of the dictators. The Shias, long disenfranchised and hardened by the decades of oppression under Hussein, tended to equate democracy with the ratification of the numeric dominance. The Sunnis treated democracy as a foreign plot to repress them. So, on this basis, most Sunnis boycotted the 2004 elections. Instrumental in defining the post-war constitution was the Kurds in the north, with memories of the murderous onslaughts by the Baghdad, enhanced their separate military capabilities and strove for control of oil fields to provide themselves with revenue not dependent on the national treasury. They defined autonomy in terms of minutely difference, if at all, from a national independence. Passion already high in atmosphere of revolution and foreign occupation were ruthlessly inflamed and exploited after 2003 by outside forces. Iran, which backed Shia groups subverting the nation's governmental independence. Syria, which abetted the transfer of arms and jihadists to its territory, ultimately with devastating consequence for its own cohesion. And Al-Qaeda, which began a campaign of a systematic slaughter against Shias. Each community increasingly treated the post-war order as a zero-sum battle for power, territory, and oil reserve revenue. In this atmosphere, Bush courageous, Jan 2007 decision to deploy a surge of additional troops to quell violence was met with a non-binding resolution of disapproval supported by 246 members of the House. Though it failed on procedure sound in the Senate, 56 senators joined in opposition to the surge. Senate majority leaders soon declared that this war is lost and the surge is not accomplishing anything. The same month, the House and the Senate passed bills vetoed by the president, mandating their American withdrawal start within a year. Bush, it had been reported, closed 2007 planning a session with a question: if we are not there to win, why are we there? The remark embodied the resoluteness of president character as well as the tragedy of a country whose people have been prepared for more than a half a century to send its sons and daughters to remote corners of the world in defense of the freedoms whose political system has not been able to muster the same unified and persistent purpose. But while the surge, daringly ordered by the Bush and brilliantly executed by General David Preston, succeeded in wresting an honorable outcome from looming collapse, the American mood had shifted by this point. Barack Obama won the Democrats' domination in the part of the strength of his opposition to the Iraq War. On taking office, he continued his public critiques of his predecessors and undertook an exit strategy with a greater emphasis on exit than on strategy. As of this writing, Iraq functioned as a central battlefield in an unfolding regional sectarian contest. Its government leaning towards Iran, elements of its Sunni population in military opposition to the government, members of the both sides of this sectarian divide supporting condemning jihadist efforts in Syria, and the terrorist group ISL attempting to build a caliphate across half of its territory. The issue transcends political debates about its antecedents. The consolidation of a jihadist entity at the heart of the Arab world, equipped with a substantial captured weaponry and transnational fighting forces, engaged in a religious war with radical Iranian and Iraqi Shia groups, call for concerted and forceful international response, or will metastatize a sustained strategic effort by America. The other permanent members of the Security Council and potentially its regional adversaries will be needed. The nature of the international order was at issue when the Soviet Union emerged as a challenge to the Westphalian states. With decades of in hindsight, one can debate whether the balance sought by America was always the optimum, but it is hard to gainsay that the United States, in a world of weapon of mass destruction and political and social upheaval, they preserved the peace, helped restore Europeans' vitality, and provided crucial economic and aid to emerging countries. It was in the conduct of its hot wars that America found it difficult to relate purpose to possibility. In only one of the 5 wars America fought after World War II, Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, Iraq, and Afghanistan, the first Gulf War under President George Bush, did America achieve the goal it had put forward for entering it without the intense domestic resistance? When the outcome of the other conflict, ranging from stalemates to unilateral withdrawal, became foreordained is subject for another debate. For present purposes, it is sufficient to state that the country that has to play an indispensable role in the search for a world orders need to begin the task by coming to the terms with the role and with itself. The sense of historical events is really fully apparent to those living through them. The Iraq War may be seen as a catalyzing even large transformation of a region, so fundamental characters of which is yet unknown and awaits the long-term outcomes of the Arab Springs. The Iranian nuclear and geopolitical challenge and the jihadist assault on Iraq and Syria. The advent of electoral politics in Iraq in 2004 almost certainly inspired demands for participatory institutions elsewhere in the regions. What is yet to be seen is whether they can be combined with the spirit of tolerance and peaceful compromise. As America examines the lessons of its 21st century wars, it is important to remember that no other major powers have brought to its strategic effort such deeply felt aspirations for human betterments. There's a special character to a nation that proclaims as war aims not only to punish its enemies but to improve the lives of the people. That has sought victory not in dominations but in sharing the fruits of liberty. America would not be true to itself if it abandoned this essential idealism. Nor would it reassure friends or win over adversaries by setting aside such a core respect of its national experience. But to be effective, this aspirational aspect of policy must be paired with the unsentimental analysis of underlying factors, including the cultural and geopolitical configurations of other regions and the dedication and resourcefulness of adversaries opposing American interest and the values. America's moral aspiration need to be combined with an approach that takes into account the strategic elements of policy in terms of American people can support the sustain through multiple political cycles. Former Secretary of State George Schools has articulated the American ambivalence wisely. Americans, being a model people, want their foreign policy to reflect the values we espouse as a nation, but Americans, being a practical people, also want their foreign policy to be effective. The American domestic debate is frequently described as a contest between idealism and realism. It may turn out for Americans and the rest of the world that if America cannot act in both modes, it will not be able to fulfill either. So that's the main problem with it, right? Now, chapter number 9, it is technology, equilibrium, and human consciousness. Every age has its leitmotif, a set of belief that explains the universe, that inspires or consoles the individual by providing explanation for the multiplicity of events impinging on him. In the medieval period, it was religion, and in the Enlightenment, it was a reason. In the 19th and 20th century, it was a nationalism combined with a view of history as a motivating force. Science and technology are the governing concept of our ages. They have brought about advance in human well-being unprecedented in history. Their evolution transcends traditional cultural constraints, yet they also have produced weapons capable of destroying humankind. The technology has brought about a means of communication permitting instantaneous contact with an individual or institution in every part of our globe, as well as the storage and retrieval of vast quantities of information and the touch of a buttons. Yet by what purpose is this technology informed? What happens to international order if the technology has become such a part of everyday life that it defines its own universe as the sole relevant one? Is the destructiveness of a modern weapon technology so vast the common fear may unite mankind in for bonding? Question mark. Will the rapidity and the scope of communication break down the barriers between societies and individuals and provide a transparency of such magnitude that the old age dreams of human community will come into along? come into being, or will the opposite happen? Will mankind weapons of mass destruction or network transparency in the absence of privacy propel itself into a world without limits or orders to carrying through the crisis without comprehending them? So the author claimed no competence in the more advanced forms of technology. His concern is with his implication world order in the nuclear age. I mean, yeah, there is a non-proliferation treaty, but yeah, and NPT, right? Okay, since history began to be recorded, political units, whether described as a states or not, had at the disposal war as the ultimate recourse. Yet the technology that made war possible also limited its scope. The most powerful and well-equipped states could only project force over limited distance in certain quantities and against so many targets. The ambitious leaders were constrained both by the convention and by the state of communication technology. Radical courses of actions were inhibited by the pace at which they unfolded. Diplomatic instructions were obliged to take into account the contingencies that might occur in the time in which a message could make a round trip. This imposed a built-in pause with reflection and acknowledgement, a distinction between what leaders could and could not control. Whether a balance of power between the states operated as a formal principle or was simply practiced without a theoretical elaborations. Equilibrium for of some kind was an essential component of any international orders, either at the periphery as with the Roman and Chinese empires, or as a core operating principle as in Europe. With the Industrial Revolution, the pace of change quickened, and the people and the power projected by modern militarists grew more devastating. When the technology gap was great, even rudimentary technology by present standards could be genocidal in effect. European technology and European disease did much to wipe out existing civilization in the Americas. With the promise of a new efficiencies came new potential for destruction as the impact of a mass conscription multiplied the compounding effect of technology. The advent of the nuclear weapons brought this process to culmination in the World War II. Scientists from the major powers who labored to achieve mastery of the atoms, and with its ability to release its energy, the American effort known as the Manhattan Project, and withdrawing the best of the minds from the United States, Britain, and the European diaspora, prevailed after the first successful atomic test in 1945 in the desert of New Mexico. J. Robert Oppenheimer, the theoretical physicist who headed the secret weapons development efforts, what by its time, recalled a verse from the Bhagavad Gita: "Now I am become death, the destroyer of the world." Now I am become the death and the destroyer of the world. In earlier period, wars had an implicit "Now I am become death, the destroyer of the world." In earlier period, wars had implicit, calculus. The benefits of victory outweighed its cost, and the weaker fought to impose such a cost on the stronger as to disturb the equation. The alliances were formed to augment power, to leave no doubt about the alignments of forces, to define the cause belli. Insofar as the removal of a doubt about ultimate intention is impossible in a society of sovereign states, the penalties of a military conflict were considered less than the penalties of a defeat. By contrast, the nuclear age based itself on a weapon whose use would impose costs of proportionate to any conceivable benefits. The nuclear age posed the dilemma of how to bring the destructiveness of modern weapons into some moral or political relationship with objectives that were being pursued. Prospect for any kind of international orders, indeed for human survival, are now urgently require the ameliorations, if not elimination, of a major power conflicts. The theoretical limit was sought, short of the point either. Superpower using this entirety of its military capabilities. Strategic stability was defined as balance in which neither side would use its weapon of a mass destruction because the adversary was always able to inflict an unacceptable level of destruction in retaliation. In a series of seminars at Harvard, Caltech, MIT, and the Rand corporations, among others, in the 1950s and 60s, a doctrine of limited use export, confining nuclear weapon to the battlefield or to military targets. All such theoretical efforts failed. Whatever limit was imagined, once the threshold to nuclear warfare was crossed, the modern technology overrode observable limits and always enabled the adversary to escalate it. Ultimately, strategists on both sides, coalesced and at least tacitly in the concept of mutual assured destruction as the mechanism of a nuclear peace, based on the premise that both sides possessed a nuclear arsenal capable of surviving an initial assault. The objective was to counterbalance threats sufficiently terrifying that neither side would conceive of actually invoking them. So that's why I think in this hyper-changing world, 21st century, if any country wants to become a pure sovereign country in terms of decision making and all that thing, then it is imperative that that country should possess a nuclear weapon. Just look at what the North Korea is doing. North Korea's military is no match against any of its neighbor, China, Russia, India, and very far from the United States. But still, United States and other countries don't mess with North Korea because they have one thing. Doesn't matter if they don't have any other thing. They have one thing, that the nuclear weapon, and the range is also close to 15,000. That means they can reach anywhere on Earth. including United States. So that's why United States, right? US, they don't mess with the North Korea because of that thing. So that's why if it's very difficult, right? It just makes people in a dilemma of different countries. For initially they have refused to refused in stating that they don't want to go ahead with the nuclear weapons, but now they might because of what is happening right now. Okay, and all theoretical response, okay, was going to balance threats sufficiently clarifying that neither side would conceive of actually invoking them. Okay, by the end of the 1960s, the prevailing strategic doctrine of each superpower relied on the ability to inflict an unacceptable level of damage on the presumed adversary. What the adversary would consider unacceptable was, of course, unavoidable, nor was this just judgment communicated. A surreal quality haunted this calculus of deterrence, which relied on logical equations of these scenarios, positing a level of casualties exceeding that suffered in 4 years of world wars are not occurring in a matter of days or hours, because there were no prior experience with the weapons underpinning these threats. Deterrence depended on the large parts of the ability to affect the adversary psychologically. When in 1950s, Mao spoke of China's willingness to accept sacrifice of hundreds of millions in a nuclear war, it was widely treated in the West as a symptom of emotional or ideological arrangements. It was in fact probably the consequence of a sober calculation that to withstand military capacity beyond previous human experience, the country needed to demonstrate a willingness to sacrifice beyond human comprehension. In any cases, the shock invested and the Warsaw Pact capital at this statement ignored this. The superpower's own concept of deterrence rested on apocalyptic risk, even if more urbanely expressed. The doctrine of a mutually assured destruction relied on the proposition that the leaders were acting in the interest of the peace by deliberately exposing their civilian population to the threat of annihilations. Many efforts were undertaken to avoid the dilemma of possessing a huge arsenal that could not be used and whose use could not even plausibly be threatened. Complicated war scenarios were devised, but neither side, to the best of my knowledge, can, and for some of this period, I was in a position to ever approach the point of actually using nuclear weapons in a specific crisis between two superpowers, except for the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when a Soviet combat division was initially authorized to use its nuclear weapon to defend itself. Neither side approached they used either against each other or in a wars against non-nuclear third countries. In this manner, the most fearsome weapon commanding large shares of each superpower's defense budgets lost their relevance to the actual crisis facing leaders. Mutual suicide became the mechanism of international orders when, during the Cold War, the two sides, Washington and the Moscow, challenged each other. It was through proxy wars at the pinnacle of the nuclear war. It was nuclear era. It was the conventional forces that assumed pivotal importance. The military struggle of the time were taken place on the far-flung periphery. Ancient the Mekong River Delta, Lunda, Iraq, Afghanistan, the measure of the success was effectiveness in supporting local allies in the developing world. In short, the strategic arsenal of the major powers, incommensurable with the conceivable political objectives, created an illusion of omnipotence, belied by the actual evolution of naval. It was in this context in 1969, President Nixon started formal talks with the Soviet on the limitation of the strategic arms with the acronym SALT. They resulted in a 1972 agreement that established a ceiling for the offensive buildup and limited each superpower anti-ballistic missile sites to one, in effect turning them into training sites, because a full ABM deployment for the United States under an original Nixon proposal in 1969 would have required 12 sites. The reasoning was that since the US Congress refused to appropriate missile defense beyond two sites, deterrence needed to be based on mutual assured destruction. For that strategy, the offensive nuclear weapon on each side was sufficient, in fact more than sufficient, to produce an unacceptable level of casualties. The absence of missile defense would remove any uncertainty from their calculations, guaranteeing mutual deterrence. But also the destruction of the society should deterrence fail. At the Reykjavik summit in 1986, Reagan reversed the mutual assured destruction approach. He proposed the abolition of all offensive weapons by both sides and scrapping of the anti-ballistic missile treaty, thereby allowing a defensive system. His intent was to do away with the concept of mutual assured destruction by prescribing offensive system and keeping defense system as a hedge against violations. But Gorbachev, believing mistakenly that the US missile defense programs was well underway while the Soviet Union, lacking equivalent technological economic base, could not keep up, insisted on maintaining the ABM treaty. The Soviet in effect gave up the race in strategic weapons 3 years later, ending the Cold War. Since then, the numbers of strategic nuclear offensive warheads has been reduced. The first under President George W. Bush, and then President Obama, by agreement with Russia, to about 1,500 warheads for each side, approximately 10% of the numbers of warheads that existed at the high point of the mutual assured destruction strategy. The reduced number is more than enough to implement a mutual assured destruction strategy. The nuclear balance has produced a paradoxical impact on the international orders. The historic balance of power had facilitated the Western domination of the then colonial world. By contrast, the nuclear orders with the West own creation had the opposite effect. the margin of military superiority of advanced countries over the developing countries had been incomparably larger than at any previous period in history. But because so much of the military effort has been devoted to nuclear weapons, whose use in anything but the gravest crisis was implicitly discounted, regional power could reduce the overall military balance by strategy create to prolonging any war beyond the willingness of the advanced countries only to sustain it. As France experienced in Algeria and Vietnam, the United States and Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and Afghanistan, and the Soviet Union in Afghanistan, all except Korea, resulted in the effect of a unilateral withdrawal by the formerly much stronger power of the protracted conflict with the conventional wars. Symmetric warfare operated in the interstatus of a traditional doctrines of the linear operations against an enemy territory. Guerrilla forces which depend not territory could concentrate on inflicting casualties and eroding the public's political will to continue the conflict. In this case, the technological supremacy turned into geopolitical importance. The challenges of nuclear proliferation. Yeah, that was the thing, right? The challenge of nuclear proliferations. With the end of the Cold War, the threat of nuclear war between the existing nuclear superpowers has essentially disappeared, but the spread of a technology, especially the technology to produce peaceful nuclear energy, has vastly increased the feasibility of acquiring a nuclear weapon capability. The sharpening of the ideological dividing lines and the persistence of a unresolved regional conflict have magnified the incentives to acquire a nuclear weapon, including for rogue states or for non-state actors. The calculation of a mutual insecurity that was restrained during the Cold War do not apply with anything like the same degree, if at all, to new entrants in the nuclear field, and even less to further the non-state actors. Proliferation of nuclear weapons had become an overarching strategic problem for the contemporary international orders. In the response to this spread, the United States, the Soviet Union, and the United Kingdom negotiated a nuclear non-proliferation treaty (NPT) and opened it for signatures in 1968. It proposed to prevent any further spread of the nuclear weapons. The United States, USSR, and the UK signed in 1968, and France and China signed in 1992. Non-nuclear weapon states were given assistance by nuclear states in the peaceful utilization of nuclear technology, provided they accept safeguards to guarantee their nuclear program remain purely non-military endeavors. At this writing, there are 189 signatories of the non-proliferation agreements, and I'm proud to say that India is not one of them. Yet the global non-proliferation regime has had difficulty embedding itself as a true international norms, sailed by some as a form of a nuclear apartheid and treated by many states as a rich country fixation. The NPT's restriction have often functioned as a set of aspirations that countries must cajoled to implement rather than binding legal obligation. Illicit progress towards nuclear weapons has proved difficult to discover and resist, for its initial step are identical with the requirements of a peaceful use of nuclear energy, specifically authorized by the NPT. The treaty proscribed but did not prevent signatories such as Libya, Syria, Iraq, Iran from maintaining covert nuclear programs in violation of NPT safeguards, or in the case of North Korea, withdrawing from the NPT in 2003, testing and proliferating nuclear technology without international control. Where a state has violated or repudiated the terms of the NPT, hovered on the edge of the compliances, or simply declined to recognize the legitimacy of non-proliferation as international norms, there exists no defined international mechanism for enforcing it. So far, preemptive action has been taken by the United States only against Iraq, a contributing motive for the war against Saddam Hussein, and by Israel against Iraq and Syria. But yeah, Israel has it. So you have this. The US have not taken any action against Israel, but Israel has it. They don't declare it, but they have it. So they are the undeclared, nuclear power. The Soviet Union considered it as against China in the 1960s, though ultimately refrained. The non-proliferation regime has scored a few significant success in the bringing about the negotiated dismantlements of the nuclear programs. South Africa, Brazil, Argentina, and several post-Soviet republics have abandoned nuclear weapon program that either come to a fruition or made significant technical progress. At the same time, since the end of the American non-monopoly in 1949, nuclear weapons have been acquired by the Soviet Union, Russia, Britain, France, Israel, China, India, Pakistan, and Korea at a threshold level by Iran. Moreover, Pakistan and North Korea have proliferated their nuclear know-how widely. Proliferation has had an impact on the nuclear equilibrium in different ways. Depending on the perceived willingness of the new nuclear country to use its weapons. British and French nuclear capabilities add to the NATO arsenal only marginally. They are conceived primarily as the last resort, as a safety net in case of abandonment by the United States. So if some major powers were to threaten British and French perceptions of the base national interest, or as a means to stay apart from a nuclear war support between superpowers, all essentially remotely contingent, the Indian and Pakistani nuclear establishments are in the first instance directed against each other, affecting the strategic equilibrium in two ways. The risk of escalation may reduce the likelihoods of full-scale conventional wars in the subcontinents, but because the weapons system is so vulnerable and technically so difficult to protect against short-range attack, the temptation for preemptive is inherent in the technology, especially in a situation when emotions are already running high. In short, proliferation generates the classic nuclear dilemma. Or when nuclear weapons reduce the likelihoods of a war, they would gigantically magnify its forces. Ferocity for war to occur. Right? So, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? If you have a nuclear weapon, then the chances of having a war is very less, because both the party knows that, okay, if any one of the of them mess up, right, then both the world will be annihilated, both the country will be annihilated. India's nuclear relation with China are likely to approximate the deterrence posture that existed between the adversaries in the Cold War. That is, they will tend towards preventing their use. Pakistan nuclear establishment impinges on wider regional and global issues, upending the Middle and East, and with a significant domestic Islamist presence at home. Pakistan has occasionally hinted at the role of nuclear protector of a nuclear armorer. The impact of the proliferation of a nuclear weapon to Iran would compound all these issues, as discussed in chapter 4. Over time, the continued proliferation of a nuclear weapon will affect even the overall nuclear balance between the nuclear superpowers. Leaders of the established nuclear powers are obliged to prepare for the worst contingency. This involves the possibility of the nuclear threat posed not only by the others of superpowers, but also by proliferating countries. Their arsenals will reflect the conviction that they need. Beyond deterrence of the principal potential adversary, a residual force to cope with the proliferated part of the rest of the world. If each major nuclear power calculates in this manner, proliferation will impel a proportional increase in the regional residual forces, restraining and exceeding nuclear state number. Further, this overlapping nuclear balances will grow more complicated as proliferation proceeds. Relatively stable nuclear order of the Cold War will be superseded by the international orders in which possession by a state possessing a nuclear weapon of an image of a willingness to take apocalyptic decision made offer it as a perverse advantage to rivals. To provide themselves as a safety net against nuclear superpower, even countries with the nuclear capabilities have an incentive to nestle under the tacits or over support of a superpower. Example in Israel, the European nuclear forces, Japan with its threshold nuclear capability, and other proliferating or near proliferating state in the Middle East. So it may transpire that the proliferation of a weapon will lead to alliances system comparable to their rigidity to the alliances that led to the World War I, so far exceeding them in a global reach and destructive power. A particularly serious imbalance may arise if a proliferated country approaches the military offensive capability of the two nuclear tasks, which for both China and India seems to attainable. Any major nuclear power country, if it succeeds in staying out of a nuclear conflict between the others, would emerge as a potentially dominant in a multipolar nuclear world. That too could occur if such a country aligns with one of the superpowers, because the combined forces might have a strategic advantage, though the rough nuclear balance that exists between current superpowers may be then tilted away from strategic stability. The lower the agreed level of offensive forces between Russia and the United States, the more this will be true. Any further spread of a nuclear weapon multiples the possibilities of a nuclear confrontation. It magnifies the danger of a diversion, deliberate or unauthorized. It will eventually affect the balance between nuclear superpower as the developments of nuclear weapons spread into Iran and continues in North Korea. In defiance of all ongoing negotiation, the incentive for other countries to follow the same path could become an overwhelming. In the face of these trends, the United States needs to constantly review its own technology. During the Cold War, nuclear technology was broadly recognized as the forefront of America's scientific achievement, a frontier of knowledge then possessing the most important and strategic challenges. Now, the best technical minds are encouraged to devote their effort in certain projects as seen as more publicly relevant, perhaps partly as a result in innovations of the elaborations of the nuclear technology are treated as inexorable, even as the proliferating countries' arms and the other countries enhance the technology. The United States must remain at the forefront of the nuclear technology, even while it negotiates about restraining its pursuits. From the perspective of the past half-century absence of the major power conflict, it could be argued the nuclear weapons have made the world less prone to wars, but the decrease in the number of wars have also been accompanied by a vast increase in the violence carried by non-state actors, state groups, or by states. Some states are under some label other than war. A combination of extraordinary risk and ideological radicalism has opened up the possibilities of asymmetric war and the challenges by non-state groups that undermines the long-term restraints. Perhaps the most important challenge to the establishment of nuclear power is for them to determine the reaction if nuclear weapons were actually used by proliferating countries against each other. First, what must be done to prevent the use of the nuclear weapon beyond existing agreements? If they should nonetheless be used, what immediate step must be taken to stop such a war? How can the human and social damage be addressed? What can be done to prevent the retaliatory escalations while still upholding the validity of a deterrence and imposing appropriate consequence should deterrence fail? The march of the technological progress must not obscure the fearsomeness of the capabilities humanity has invented and the relative fragility of the balance of restraining the use. Nuclear weapon must not be permitted to turn into a conventional arms. At that juncture, international order will require an understanding between the existing major nuclear countries to insist on non-proliferation, or order will be imposed by the calamities of the nuclear war.
Cyber technology and world order. For most of history, technology changes unfolded over decades and centuries of incremental advances that refined and combined existing technologies. Even radical innovations could, over time, be fitted with the previous tactical and strategic doctrine. Tanks were considered in terms of precedents drawn from centuries of cavalry warfare. Airplanes could be conceptualized as another form of artillery. Battleship as a mobile fort, and aircraft carriers as airstrips. For all their magnifications of our destruction powers, even nuclear weapons are in some respect an explorations from the previous experiences. What is new in the present era is the rate of change of computing power and the expansion of information technology in every sphere of existence. Reflecting in the 1960s and his experience as an engineer at the Intel corporations, Gordon Murray concluded that the trend he had observed over continue at regular intervals to double the capacity of a computer processing unit every 2 years. Murray's law has provided astoundingly prophetic. Computers have shrunk in size, declined in cost, and grown exponentially faster to the point where advanced computer processing units can now be embedded in almost every object. Phones, watches, cars, homes, and home appliances, weapon systems, unmanned aircraft, and the human body itself. The revolution in computing is the first to bring so many individual and process into the same medium of communications and to translate and track their action in a single technological language. Cyberspace, toward coined at the point as an essentially hypothetical concept. Only in 1980s has colonized physical space, and at least in the major urban centuries, is beginning to merge with AI, which in a communication across it and between its exponentially proliferating modes, it is near instantaneous as tasks that were primarily manual or paper based on a generation ago. Reading, shopping, education, friendship, industrial and scientific research, political campaign, finance, government record keeping, surveillance, military strategy are filtered through the computing realm. Human activity becoming increasingly datafied and part of a single quantifiable, analyzable system. This is all the more so, and with the number of devices connected to the internet now roughly 10 billion, projected to rise to 50 billion by 2020, and internet, IoT is equals to Internet of Things or Internet of Everything rooms. Innovators now forecast a world of ubiquitous computing with the miniature data processing device embedded in every object. Entertainment, cricket, smart door locks, toothbrushes, wrist watches, fitness trackers, smoke detectors, surveillance camera, ovens, toys, robots are floating through the air, surveying and shaping their environment in the form of a smart desk. If each object is to be connected to the internet and programmed to communicate with the central servers or the other network devices, the revolution effects extend to every level of human organization or individual wielding smartphones, and currently an estimated 1 billion people too now possess information and analytical capabilities beyond the range of an intelligence agency a generation ago. Corporation aggregating and monitoring the data exchanged by this individual wield powers of influence and surveillance exceeding those of many contemporary states and of even more traditional powers, and government, wary of ceding the new field to rivals, are propelled outwards into a cyber realm with as few guidelines or restraints as with any technological innovation. The temptation will be to see this new realm as field for a strategic advantage. These changes have occurred so rapidly as to outstrip most attempts by those without technological expertise to comprehend their broader consequence. They draw humanity into regions hitherto unexplained, indeed unconceived. As a result, many of the most revolutionary technologies and techniques are currently limited in their use only by the capability and the discretions of the most technologically advanced. No government, even the most totalitarian, has been able to arrest the flows or to resist the trends to push ever more of its operation into the digital domain. Most of the democracies have an ingrained instinct that an attempt to curtail the effect of an information revolution would be impossible and perhaps also immoral. Most of the countries outside the liberal democratic would have set aside attempts to shut down these changes and turn inside or to mastering them. Every country, company, and individual is now being enlisted in the technological revolution as either a subject or an object. What matters for the purpose of this book is the effect on prospect for international orders. The contemporary world inherits the legacy of a nuclear weapon capable of destroying civilized life, but as a catastrophe as their implications for the significance and use could still be analyzed in terms of separable life of a war and peace. The new technology of the internet opens up entirely new vistas
Cyberspace challenges all historical experience. It is ubiquitous but not threatening in itself. Its menace depends upon its use. The threat emerging from cyberspace are nebulous and undefined, and may be difficult to attribute. The pervasiveness of a network communication in the social, financial, industrial, and military sectors have has a vast beneficial aspect. It has also revolutionized vulnerabilities, outpacing most rules and regulation, and indeed the technical comprehension of many regulators. It has, in some respect, created the state of nature about which philosophers have speculated and escape from which, according to Hobbes, provided the motivating forces to creating a political order. Before the cyber age nation, capabilities could still be assessed through an amalgam of manpower, equipments, geography, economies, moral. There was a clear distinction between period of peace and war. Hostilities were triggered by defined events and carried out with the strategies for which some intelligible doctrine had been formulated. Intelligence services played a role mainly in assessing and occasionally in disrupting adversaries. Capability, their activities were limited by the implicit action and common standard of a conduct, or at a minimum by a common experiences evolved over decades. Internet technology has outstripped and strategy or doctrines, at least for the time being, in the new era. Capabilities. I'm just imagining. Okay, Henry Kissinger is not alive. He would be surprised by the recent war because of the drone attacks, saturating the entire air defenses. Right, at least for the time being, in the new era, capabilities exist for which there is as yet no common interpretations or even understanding. Few, if any, limits exist among those building them to define their explicit or tacit restraints. When individual of an ambiguous affiliation are capable of undertaking actions of increasing ambitions and intrusiveness, the very definition of a state authority may turn ambiguous. The complexity is compounded by the fact that it is easier to mount cyber attacks and to defend against them, possibly encouraging an offensive biases in the construction of new capabilities. The danger is compounded by the plausible deniability of those suspected of such actions and by the lack of international agreements for which, even if reached, there is no present system of enforcement. So the laptop can produce global consequences. A solitary actors with enough computing power is able to access the cyber domain to disable and potentially destroy critical infrastructure from a position of near complete anonymity. Electric grids could be searched and power plants disabled through action undertaken exclusive actions on nation's physical territory, or at least its territory as a traditional concept. Yes, bioweapon also it's a very important factor. Already, underground hacker syndicate has proved capable of penetrating government network and disseminating the classified information on a scale sufficient to effect diplomatic conduct. Stuxnet, an example of a state-backed cyber attack, succeeded in disrupting and delaying Iranian nuclear efforts by some constant extent, rivaling the efforts of eliminating the military strike. The botnet attack from Russia on Estonia in 2007 paralyzed communication for days. Such a state of affairs, even if temporarily advantageous to the advanced countries, cannot continue indefinitely. The road to a world order may be long and certain, but no meaningful progress can be made if one of the most pervasive elements of international life is excluded from the series dialogue. It is highly improbable that all the parties, especially those shaped by the different cultural traditions, will arrive independently at the same conclusion about the natures and permissible use of their new intrusive capacities. Some attempts at charting a common perceptions of our new condition is essential. In its absence, the parties will come to operate on the basis of a separate intuitions, magnifying the prospect of chaotic outcomes for actions undertaken in the virtual network world are capable of generating pressures for countermeasures in a physical reality, especially when they have the potential to inflict damage of a nature previously associated with the armed attack. Absent from articulations of limits and agreements and mutual rules of restraints, a crisis situation is likely to arise even unintentionally. The very concept of international orders may be subject to a mounting strain. In other categories of strategic capabilities, governments have come to recognize the self-defeating nature of unconstrained national conducts. The more sustainable course is to pursue even among potential adversity, a mixture of deterrence and mutual restraints, coupled with the measures to prevent a crisis. Okay, just wait, miss. Cyberspace has become strategically indispensable. At this writing, users, whether individual corporations or state, rely on their own judgments in conducting their activities. The commander of a U.S. cyber command has predicted that the next wave war will begin in cyberspace. It will not be possible to conceive of international orders when the region through which states' survival and progress are taking place remains without any international standard of conduct and it's left to the unilateral decisions. The history of warfare shows that every technology offensive capability will eventually be matched and offset by the defensive measures. Although not every country will be equally able to afford them. So does this mean the technologically less advanced countries must shelter under the protections of the high-tech societies? Is the outcome to be a plethora of tense power balances, deterrence, which in the case of a nuclear weapon took the form of a balance and destructive powers, cannot be applied with a direct analogy because the biggest danger is an attack without it warning that they may reveal itself until the threat has already been implanted, nor is it possible to base deterrence in cyberspace on a symmetrical retaliation, as is in the case with nuclear weapons. If a cyber attack is limited to a particular function or extent, a response in kind may have totally different implications for the United States and for the aggressors. For example, if the financial architecture of a major industrialized economy is undermined, is the victim entitled only to counterattack against the potentially negligible comparable assets or if its attackers, or only against the computer engaged in an attack? Because neither of this is likely to be a sufficient deterrence, the question then turns to whether virtual aggressions warrant kinetic force in response, to what to do and to what a degree, and by what equations of equivalence. A new world of deterrence theory and strategic doctrine now in its sense requires urgent elaborations. In the end, a framework for organizing the global cyber environments will be imperative. It may be kept, it may not keep pace with the technology itself, but the process of defining it will serve to educate leaders of its danger and the consequence. Even if agreements carry little weight in the event of confrontations, that may at least prevent sliding into an irretrievable conflict produced by misunderstanding. The dilemma of such technologies is that it is impossible to establish rules of conduct unless a common understanding of at least some of the key capabilities exists. But these are precisely the capabilities that major countries will reluctantly discuss. The United States has appealed to China for restraining and purloining trade secrets via cyber intrusions, arguing that the scale of activity is unprecedented. Yet, to what extent is the United States prepared to disclose its own cyber intelligence effort? In this, I just got a news. China beats USA. India. China beats USA, becomes India's largest trading partner. Oh, but these are precisely capabilities. So yet to in this manner, asymmetry and kind of a congenital world disorders are built into relation between cyber powers, both in diplomacy and strategy. They emphasize, the emphasis of many strategic rivalry is shifting from the physical to the information realm in the collection and processing of data, the penetration of networks, and the manipulation of psychology, and absent articulation of some rules of international conduct. A crisis will arise from the inner dynamism of the system. The human factor. From the opening of the modern era in the 16th century, political philosophers have debated the issues of relationship of the human being to the circumstances in which he finds himself. Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau advance a biological, psychological portrait of human consciousness and derive the political position from the starting point. American founders, notably Madisonist and Federalist, and did the same. They traced the evolution of society through factors that were shown in the nature of in the nature of a man. Each individual powerful yet fallible faculty of reasons and his inherent self-love, from the interaction of which a different opinion will be formed, and humanity's diversity of capability, from which the position of a different degrees and kinds of property immediately results, and with them as the divisions of the society into different interests and parties. Though these thinkers differed in their analysis of specific factors, and in the conclusion they draw, all frame the concept in terms of humanity, whose inherent nature and experience of reality were timeless and unchanging. In the contemporary world, human consciousness is shaped through an unprecedented filters. Television, computers, smartphones compose a trifecta, offering nearly constant interaction with the screen throughout the day. Human interaction in the physical world are now pushed relentlessly into the virtual world of network devices. Recent studies suggest that the adult Americans spend on average roughly half of their waking hours in front of the screens, and the figure continues to grow. What is the impact of this cultural upheaval on relation between states? The policymakers undertaking multiple tasks, many of them shaped by the society, history, and culture. He must first of all make an analysis of where his society finds itself. This is inherently where the past meets the futures. Therefore, such a judgment cannot be made without an instinct for both of these elements. He must then try to understand whether the trajectory will take him and his society. He must resist the temptation to identify policy making with projecting the familiar into the future. For on that road lies stagnations and then decline. Increasingly, in time of technological and political upheaval, wisdom counsels that a different path must be chosen. By definition, in leading society from where it is to where it has been, a new course presents advantages and disadvantages that will always seem closely balanced. To undertake a journey on a road never before traveled requires character and courage. Character because the choice is not obvious. Courage because the road will be lonely at first. Then the statesman must, then inspire its people to persist in their endeavors. Great statesmen, Churchill, both Roosevelt, De Gaulle, and Ernst had these qualities of visions and determinations. In today's society, it is increasingly difficult to develop them. For all the great indispensable achievements the internet has brought into our era, it is emphasizes on the actual more than the contingents, on the factual rather than the conceptual, or on values based, shaped by consensus rather than by introspection. Knowledge of history and geography is not essential for those who can evoke their data with the touch of a button. The mindset for walking alone politics paths may not be self-evident to those who seek confirmation with books, sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands of friends on Facebook. In the internet, each world has often has often been equated with the propositions are that if the people have the ability to freely know and exchange the world's information, the natural human drive towards freedoms will take root and fulfill itself. And history will run on autopilot, as it were. But philosophers and poets have long separated the mind's purview into three components: information, knowledge, and wisdom. The internet focuses on the realm of information, whose spread is facilitates exponentially. Ever more complex functions are devised, particularly capable of responding to the question of facts which are not themselves altered with the passing of time. Search engines are able to handle increasingly complex question with increasing speed. Here, a surfeit of information may paradoxically inhabit the acquisition of knowledge and push windows wisdoms even further away than it was before. The poet T.S. Eliot captured this in his choruses from the rock. Where is the life we have lost? Okay, it's beautiful. Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in informations? Okay, I repeat. Where is the life we have lost in living? Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? And where is the knowledge we lost in information? Facts are really self-explanatory. The significance analysis and interpretations, at least in the foreign policy world, depends on the context and relevance. As ever more issues are treated as if it are factual nature, the premise becomes established that for every question there must be a researchable answer. The problems and solutions are not so much to be thought through as to looked up. But in the relation between states and in many other fields, information to be truly useful must be placed within a broader context, in a context of history and experience to emerge as an actual knowledge. And society is fortunate if its leaders can occasionally rise to the level of wisdom. The acquisition of a knowledge from book provides an experience different from the internet. Reading is relatively time consuming. To ease the process, style is important because it is not possible to read all the books on a given subject, much less the totality of all the books, or to organize easily everything on one has to read. Learning from books places a premium on conceptual thinking. The ability to recognize comparable data, events, and project patterns into the future and style propel the readers into a relationship with authors or with the subject matters by fusing substance and aesthetics. Traditionally, another way of acquiring knowledge has been through personal conversations. To this, the discussion and exchange of ideas has for millennia provided an emotional and psychological dimension in addition to the factual content of the information are exchanged. It supplies intangibles of convictions and personality. Now, the culture of texting procedures produces a furious reluctance to engage in face-to-face interaction, especially on a total a one-to-one basis. The computer has to a considerable extent solve the problems of recording, preserving, and retrieving information. Data can be stored in effectively unlimited quantities and in manageable form. The computer makes available range of data unattainable in the age of books. It packages with effectively. Style is no longer needed to make it accessible, nor is memorizations. In dealing with these single decisions separated from its context, the computer supplies tools unimaginably even a decade ago. But it also shrinks perspective because information is so accessible and communication instantaneous. There is a diminution of focus on its significance or even on the definition of what is significant. The dynamic may encourage policymakers to wait for an issue to rise rather than anticipate it and to regard moment of decision as a series of isolation. I think I was around like this time. I was 11 years old when he wrote this book. When this happens, manipulation of information replaces reflection as the principal policy tools. Okay. In the same way, the internet has tendency to diminish historical memory. The phenomena has been described as follows: people forget items they think will be available eternally and remember items they think will not be available. By moving so many items in the realms of available, the internet reduces the impulses to remember the times. Communication technologies threatens to diminish the individual capacity in what quest by increasing his reliance on technology as a facilitator and mediator. Though information at one's fingertips encourages the mindset of researchers, but may diminish the mindset of leaders. A shift in human consciousness may change the characteristics of individuals and the nature of their interactions, and so begin to alter the human condition itself. Did people in the age of printing say the same world as their medieval forefathers? Is the optical perception of the world altered in the age of a computer? Western history and psychology have here too proliferated with the truth, as independence of the personalities and prior experience of the yet our age is on the verge of a changed conception of a nature of nature and truths. Nearly every website contains some kind of a customization function based on internet-facing codes designed to ascertain a user background and preferences. So these methods are intended to encourage users to consume more content and in doing so be exposed to more advertising, which ultimately drives the internet economy. These subtle directions are in accordance with the broader trends to manage the traditional understanding of a human choice. Goods are sorted and prioritized to present those which you would like, and online news is presented as a news which will best suit to use. Two different people are appealing to a search engine with the same question, not necessarily receive the same answers. Yes, that's very true. The concept truth is being relativized and individualized, losing its universal character. Information is presented as being free. In fact, the recipient pays for it by supplying the data to be exploited by persons unknown to him in ways that further shapes the information being offered to him. Whatever the utility of this approachment in the realm of consumption is, its effect on policy making may be transformative. Difficult choices of policy making are always posed where in a world of ubiquitous social networks, does the individual find the space to develop the fortitude to make a decision that by definition cannot be based on a consensus? The adage that prophets are not recognized in their own time is true, in that they operate beyond conventional conception. That is what made them prophets. In our era, the lead time of prophets might have disappeared altogether. The pursuit of transparency and connectivity in all respect of its existence by destroying privacy inhibits the development of personalities with the strength to take lonely decisions. American elections, especially presidential elections, presents another aspect of these evolutions. It has been reported that in 2012, the election campaign had files on some tens of millions of potentially independent voters drawn from a research and social network, open public files, and medical records. These files amounted to a profile for each, probably more precise than the target person would have been able of doing from his own memory. This permitted, the campaigns to choose the technology of their appeal, whether to rely on personal visits by committed friends also discovered via the internet, the personal letters drawn from a social network groups or research meeting. Presidential campaigns are on the verge of turning into media contests between master operators of internet. What once had been a substantive debates about the content of a governance will reduce the candidate to being outspoken for a marketing efforts pursued by methods whose intrusiveness would have been considered only a generation ago the toughness of a science fiction. The candidate main role may become fundraising rather than elaboration of issues. That's actually very right. If you have a lot of funds, then you can do a lot of marketing, and obviously people see you all the time everywhere. So the possibility of them voting that person is also very high. Okay, Western advertisers and designers when their organization is one story. The candidate main role may be on fundraising other than elaboration issues. Is the marketing effort designed to convey the candidate convictions, or are the convictions expressed by the candidate reflections of a big data research effort into individual likely preferences and prejudices? Can democracy avoid an evolution towards a demagogic outcomes based on emotional mass appeal rather than the reasoned process the founding fathers imagined? If the gap between the qualities required for the election and those essential for the conduct of the office becomes too wide, the conceptual grasp and the sense of history that should be part of the foreign policy may be lost, or else the cultivations of these qualities may take so much of the president's first term in the office as to inhabit a leading role for the United States. Foreign policy in the digital era. Foreign policy in the digital era. Thoughtful observers have viewed the globalizing transformation ushered in by the rise of the internet and advanced computing technology as the beginning of a new era of popular empowerment and progress towards peace. They hail the ability of new technologies to enable individuals and to propel transparency, whether through the publicizing of abuses by authorities or the erosions of the cultural barriers of misunderstanding. Optimist points with some justification to the startling new powers of communications gained through instantaneous global network. They stress the ability of a computer network and smart devices to create new social, economic, and environmental efficiencies. They look forward to unlocking previously insoluble, technical problem by harnessing the brain power of a network multitudes. One line of thinking holds that similar principle of a network communication applied correctly to the realm of international affairs could help solve age-old problems of violent conflict. Traditional ethnic and sectarian rivalries may be muted in the internet age. This theory posits because people who try to perpetuate other religions, culture, ethnicity, or anything else will struggle to keep their narratives afloat amid a sea of newly informed listeners. With more data, everyone gains a better frames of reference. It will be possible to temper national rivalries and resolve historical dispute, because with the technological devices, platforms, and databases we have today, it will be more difficult for the governments in the future to argue for their claims like this, not just because of the prominent evidence, but because everyone else will have an access to the same source material. In his view, the spread of a network, a digital device will become a positive engine of history. New network of communication will curtail abuses, soften social and political contradictions, and help therefore heretofore disunited parts cohere into the more harmonious global system. The optimism of this perspective replicates the best aspect of Woodrow Wilson's prophecy of the world united by democracy, open diplomacy, and community. As a blueprint for political or social order, it also raises some of the questions as Wilson's original vision about the distinction between practical and aspirational. Conflicts within and between societies have occurred since the dawn of civilizations. The cause of this conflict have not been limited to an absence of information or an insufficient ability to share it. They have arisen not only because societies that do not understand each other's, but because those that understand each other's only too well. Even with the same source material to examine, individuals have disagreed about its meaning or the subjective values of what it depicts. Where values, ideals, or strategic objectives are in fundamental contradictions, exposures and connectivity may on occasion fuel confrontation as much as assuage them. New social and information networks and spur growth and creativity. They allow individuals to express views and report injustice that might otherwise go unheeded. In crisis situation, they offer a crucial ability to communicate quickly and to publicize events and policies reliably, potentially preventing the outbreak of a conflict through misunderstanding. Yet they also bring conflicting, occasionally incompatible value system into ever closer contact. The advent of internet news and commentary and data-driven election strategies does not noticeably soften the partisan aspect of American politics. If anything, it has provided a larger audience to the extreme. Internationally, some expression that once passed unknown and unremarked are now publicized worldwide and is used as a pretext for violent agitation, as occurred in part of the Muslim world in reaction to an inflammatory French cartoons in a Danish newspaper or a Martian American home movie. Meanwhile, in the conflict situation, a social networking may serve as a platform to reinforce traditional social features as much as it dispels them. The widespread sharing of videotape atrocities in the Syrian civil war appears to have done more to harden the resolve of the warning parties than to stop the killing, while the notorious ISIL has used social media to declare a caliphate and exhort holy war. Some authoritarian structure may fall as a result of information spread online and protests convened by social networking. They may in time be replaced by more open and a participatory system elaborating human and inclusive values. Elsewhere, other authorities will gain exponentially more powerful means of repression. The proliferations of ubiquitous census tracking and analyzing individual recording and transmitting their every experiences in some cases now, essentially from birth and at the forefronts of their computing, anticipating the thoughts opens up repressive as well as liberating possibilities in this respect. Among the new technology, almost radical aspect may be the power invested in small groups at the pinnacle of a political and economic structure to process and monitor information, shape debates, and to some extent define truths. The West lauded the Facebook and Twitter aspect of the Arab Spring evolution, yet where the digitally equipped crowds succeed in its initial demonstration, the use of new technology does not guarantee that the value that prevail will be those of the device's inventors or those of the majority of the crowd. Moreover, the same technology used to convene demonstration can also be used to track and suppress them. Today, most public squares in major cities are subject to constant video surveillance, and any smartphone owners can be tracked electronically in real time. As one survey recently concluded, the internet has made tracking easier, cheaper, and more useful. The global scope and speed of communication erode the distinction between domestic and international people and between leaders and immediate demands of the most vocal groups. Events whose effect once would have taken months to unfold ricochets globally within seconds. Policies are expected to have formulated opposition within several hours and to interject it interject it into the course of events where it affects will be broadcasted globally by the same instantaneous network. The temptation to cater to the demands of the regionally affected the multitude may override the judgment required to chart a complex course in harmony with the long-term purposes. The distinction between information and knowledge and wisdom is weakened. The new diplomacy asserts that if a sufficiently large number of people are gathered to publicly call for the resignation of a government and broadcast their demand digitally, they constitute a democratic expression obliging Western moral and even material support. This approach calls on Western leaders, and particularly American ones, to communicate their endorsements immediately and in unambiguous terms with the same social networking method, so that the rejections of the governments will be rebroadcasted on the internet and achieve further promulgations and affirmations. If the old diplomacy sometimes failed to extend and support a morally deserving political forces, the new diplomacy risks indiscriminate intervention and disconnected from strategy. It declares moral absolute to the global audience before it has become impossible to assess the long-term intention of the central actors. This process is our ability to carry a long-term policy. The motives of the principle gives the capacity for a concerted leadership. The underlying strategic and political factors in the country and their relationships to other strategic priorities are treated as a secondary to the overriding imperative of the endorsing a move for the moment. Orders should not have priority over freedoms, but the affirmations of freedom should be elevated from mood to strategies. In the quest for human values, the expressions of elevated principle is the first step. They must then be carried through the inherent ambiguities and contradictions of all the human field, which is the task of policy. In this process, the sharing of information, the public support over free institutions are important new aspect of on their own. Absent attention to underlying strategic and political factors, they will have difficulty fulfilling their promises. Great statesmen, however different as personalities, almost invariably had an instinctive feeling for the history of other societies. As Edmund Burke wrote, people will not look forward to posterity who never look backward to their ancestors? What will be the attitude of those who aspire to be great statesmen in the internet age? A combination of a chronic insecurity and insistent self-assertions threatens both leaders and the public in the internet age. Leaders, because they are less and less originators of their programs, seek to dominate the world by willpower or charisma. The general public's access to the intangibles of the public debate is even more constrained. Major pieces of legislation in the United States, Europe, and the elsewhere often contain thousands of pages of text whose precise meaning is elusive even to those legislators who vote for them. Previous generations of Western leaders performed their democratic roles while recognizing that leadership did not consist of simply executing the results of the public polls on a day-to-day basis. Tomorrow's generation may prove reluctant to exercise leadership independent of data mining techniques, even as their mastery of the information environment may reward them with their re-election for pursuing cleverly targeted short-term policies. In such an environment, the participation in the public debate risks being driven less by reasoned arguments than by what catches the mood for the moment. The immediate focus is pounded daily into the public conscious by advocates whose status is generated by the ability to dramatize. Participants at public demonstrations are rarely assembled around the specific program. Rather, many seek the uplift of a moment of exaltation, threatening their role in the event primarily as a participation in emotional experiences. These attitudes reflect in the part the complexity of refining an identity in the age of social media. Hailed as a big breakthrough in human relations, social media encourages sharing of the maximum amount of information. Personal or political people are encouraged and solicited to post their most intimate acts and thoughts on public website run by the companies whose internal policies are, even when public, largely incomprehensible to the ordinary users. The most sensitive of this information is to be made available only to friends whose in practice can run into the thousands. Approbation and this is the goals were not the objectives, so the sharing of personal information would not be so widespread and sometimes so jarring. Only very strong personalities are able to resist the digitally aggregated and magnified unfavorable judgment of their peers. The quest is for consensus, less by the exchange of ideas than by sharing of emotions, nor can participants fail to effect by the exaltations of fulfillment by membership in a crowd of ostensibly like-minded people. And this network is going to be the first institution in human history liberated from occasional abuse and therefore relieved of the rotational checks and balances. Side by side with this, with the limitless possibilities open up the new technologies. Reflections about the international order must include the internal changes of the society driven by mass consensus, deprived of the context and foresight needed in terms compatible with their historical character. In every other era, this has been considered the essence of leadership. In our own view, it risks being reduced to a series of slogans designed to capture the immediate short-term approbation. Foreign policy is in danger of turning into a subdivisions of domestic politics. Yes, I think that's very true, right? These days, foreign policy is basically a subset of domestic policies. Right? It risks being reduced to a series of slogans designed to capture immediate short-term probations. Foreign policy is in danger of turning into subdivisions of domestic politics instead of an exercise in shaping the future. If the major countries conduct their policies in this manner internally, their relations on the international stage will suffer concomitant distortion. The search for perspective may well be replaced by the hardening of the defenses statesmanship by postulating a diplomacy. As diplomacy is transformed into gesture geared towards the passion, the search for equilibrium risks giving to a testing of limits. Wisdom and foresight will be needed to avoid these hazards and ensure that the technological area fulfill its vast promise. It needs to be deepened into preoccupation with the immediate, through a better understanding of histories and geography. The task is not only or even primarily an issue for the technology. Society needs to adapt its education policy to ultimate imperatives in the long run, direction, structures in a country, and in the cultivation of its values. The inventors of the device that have so revolutionized the collections and sharing of information can make it equal, if not greater, contribution by devising means to deepen its conceptual foundations on the way to the first truly global world order. And the great human achievement of technology must be refused with enhancement powers of human transcendence and moral judgment. I think he could be talking about the Donald Trump, right? Because he doesn't care about the diplomacy, and the way he conducts a relationship with the other country is actually a very. I think if he were alive, he would be very sad to see the current, the condition of America. Now comes the conclusion. Okay. World order in our time. In the decades following World War II, a sense of world community seems on the verge of arising. The industrially advanced regions of the world were exhausted from the war. The underdeveloped parts were beginning their process of decolonization and redefining their identities. All needed cooperation rather than a confrontation, and the United States, preserved from the ravages of war, indeed strengthened by the conflict in its economy and national continents, launched itself on implementing ideals and practices it considered applicable to the entire world. When the United States began to take up the torch of international leadership, okay, when the United States began to take up the torch of international leadership, it added a new dimension to the quest for world orders. A nation founded explicitly on an idea of free and representative governance. It identified its own rise with the spread of liberty and democracy, and credited those forces with an ability to achieve the just and lasting peace that had, thus far eluded the world. The traditional European approach to order had viewed peoples and states as inherently competitive to constrain the effects of their clashing ambitions. It relied on a balance of power and a concert of enlightened statesmen. The prevalent American view considered people inherently reasonable and inclined towards peaceful compromise, common sense, and fair dealing. The spread of democracy was therefore the overarching goals for international orders. Free market would uplift the individual, enrich societies, and substitute economic interdependencies for traditional international rivalries. In this view, the Cold War was caused by the aberrations of communism. Sooner or later, the Soviet Union would return to the community of nations. Then a new world orders would encompasses all regions in the globe. Shared values and goals would render conditions within the states more human and conflict within the states likely. The multi-generational enterprises of the world ordering has in many ways come to fruition. Its success finds expression in the plethora of independent sovereign states governing most of the world's territory. The spread of democracy and the participatory governance has become a shared aspiration, if not universal reality. Global communication and financial network operate in a real time, making possible a scale of human interaction beyond the imagination of the previous generations. Common efforts on environment problems, or at least an impetus to undertake them, exist, and international scientific, medical, and philanthropic community focuses its attention on disease and health scourges once assumed to be the intractable ravages of the faith. The United States has made a significant contribution to this evolution. American military power provided a security shield for the rest of the world, whether its beneficiaries asked for it or not. Under the umbrella of an essentially unilateral American military guarantee, much of the developed would rallied into a system of alliances. The developing countries were protected against a threat they sometimes did not recognize, not even less admit. A global economy to which American contributed, financing markets, and the profusion of innovations from perhaps 1948 to the turn of the century marked a brief moment in human history when one could speak of an incipient global orders world orders composed of an amalgamation of American idealisms and traditional concept of balance power. Yet its very success made it inevitable that this entire enterprises would eventually be challenged. Sometimes in the name of the world order itself, the universal elements of Westphalian system derived from its procedural, that is, its value, neutral natures, its value were inaccessible to any country, non-interference in domestic affairs of other states, inviolability of borders, sovereignty of the states. Its rules were accessible to any country, non-interference in the domestic affairs of the other states. That's like the textbook definition of a hypocrisy. Inviolability of borders and sovereignty of the states, encouragement of international laws. The weakness of the Westphalian system has been the reverse sides of its strength. The design as it was by the states exhausted from the bloodletting. It did not supply a sense of directions. It dealt with the methods of allocating and preserving power. It gave no power answer to the problems how to generate legitimacy. In building a world order, a key question inevitably concerns the substance of its unifying principles, in which resides a cardinal distinction between West and non-Western approaches to order. Since the Renaissance, the West has been deeply committed to the notion that the real world is external to the observers, that knowledge consists of recording and classifying data. The more accurately, the better, and that foreign policy success depends on accessing existing realities and trends. The Westphalian piece represented in the judgment of reality, particularly realities of power and inheritance, as a temporal ordering concept over the demands of the religions. In the other great contemporary civilization, reality was conceived as internal to the observers, defined by psychological, philosophical, and religious convictions. Confucianism ordered the world into tributaries in a hierarchy defined by approximations of Chinese culture. Islam divided the world into a world of peace, that of in Islam, and a world of war, inhabited by unbelievers. Thus, China felt no need to go abroad to discover a world it considered already ordered, or best ordered by the cultivation of morality internally, while Islam could achieve the theoretical fulfillment of world orders only by conquest or global proselytizations for which objective explanation did not exist. Hinduism, which perceived cycles of history and metaphysical reality transcending temporal experience, treated its world of faith as a complete system not open to new entrants by either conquest or conversions. That same distinction governed the attitude towards science and technology. The West, in which saw fulfillment in mastering empirical reality, explore the far reaches of the world, and fostered science and technology. The other traditional civilization, each of which had considered itself the centers of world orders in its own right, did not have the same impetus and fell right behind technologically. That period has now ended. The rest of the world is pursuing science and technology, and because unencumbered by establishment and established patterns, with perhaps more energy and flexibility than the West, at least in countries like China and the Asian tigers. In the world of geopolitics, the order established and proclaimed as universal by the Western countries stands at a turning point. Its nostrums are understood globally, but there is no consensus about the application. Indeed, concept as democracy, human rights, and international laws are given such a divergent interpretation that warring parties regularly invoke them against each other as a battle cries. The system rules have been promulgated, but have proven ineffective absent active enforcement. The pledge of partnership and community has in some regions been replaced, or at least accompanied by harder edge testing elements. A quarter century of a political and economic crisis, perceived as a produced or at least abetted by Western admonitions and practices, along with the imploding regional orders, sectarian bloodbaths, terrorisms, and wars ended on terms of a short victory, and victories has thrown into questions the optimistic assumptions about the immediate post-Cold War eras that the spread of democracy and free market would automatically create a just, peaceful, and inclusive world. A countervailing impetus has risen in several parts of the world to construct a bulwark against what are seen as a crisis-inducing policy of developed nations, including a aspect of globalization security commitment that have stood at the bedrock. Assumptions are being questioned, sometimes by the country whose defense they seek to foster, as the Western countries sharply reduce their nuclear arsenal or downgrade the role of nuclear weapon in their strategic doctrine. Countries in the so-called developing world pursue them with a great energy. Government that once embraced, even while occasionally being perplexed by the American commitment to its version of a world order, has begun to ask whether it leads to enterprise. The United States is in the end not sufficiently patient to see the conclusion. In this view, acceptance of the Western rules of the world order is laced with the elements of unpredictable liability and interpretations, driving the conspicuous disassociation of some traditional allies from the United States. Indeed, in some quarters, the flouting of universal norms such as the human rights due process or equality for women, as distinctively North Atlantic twin preference, is treated as a positive virtues in the heart of the alternative value system. More element forms of identity are delivered as a basis for exclusionary for spheres of interest. The result is not simply a multipolarity of power, but a world of increasingly contradictory realities. It must be assumed that if left unattended, these trends will at some point reconcile automatically to a world of balance and cooperation, or even any order at all. The evolution of international order. Every international order must sooner or later face the impact of two tendencies, challenging its cohesion, either a redefinition of legitimacy or significant shift in the balance of power. The first tendency occurs when the value underlying international arrangements are fundamentally altered, abandoned by those charged with maintaining them, or overturned by revolutionary impositions of alternative concept of legitimacy. This was the impact of the ascendance west on many traditional orders in the non-Western worlds, and of Islam in its initial wave of expansionism in the 7th and 8th centuries, of the French revolutions and European diplomacy in the 8th century, of communist and fascist totalitarianisms in the 12th, 28th century, and that of an Islamist assault on the fragile state structure of the Middle East in our time. The sense of such upheaval is that while they are usually underpinned by force, the overriding trust is psychological. Those under assaults are challenged to depend on not only the territory but the basic assumptions about their way of life, their moral right to exist and to act in a manner that, until the challenge, has been treated as a far beyond questions. The natural inclination, particularly of leaders from pluralistic societies, is to engage with the representative of the revolutions, expecting that what they really want is to negotiate in a good faith on the premise of the existing orders and arrive at a reasonable solutions. Order is submerged not primarily from military defeat or an imbalance in sources, though this often follows, but from a failure to understand the nature and scope of the challenge arrayed against it. In this sense, the ultimate test of the Iranian nuclear negotiation is whether the Iranian professions of a willingness to resolve the issue through the talks are a strategic shift or a tactical device in pursuit of a long prevailing policy, and whether the US deals with the tactical as if it were a strategic change of direction. The second cause of an international order crisis is when it proves unable to accommodate a major change in power relations. In some cases, the order collapses because of one of its major components ceases to play its role or cease to exist, as happened to the communist international order near the end of the 20th century when the Soviet Union dissolved or else a rising power may reject the role allotted to it by the system did not design, and established powers may prove unable to adapt the system equilibrium to incorporate its rise. Germany's emergence posed as such a challenge to the system in the 20th century in Europe, triggering two catastrophic wars from which Europe has never fully recovered. The emergence of China poses a comparable structural challenge in the 21st century. The president of the major 21st century competitors, the United States and China, have vowed to avoid repeating Europe's tragedy through the new type of great power relation. The concept awaits joint elaborations. It might have been put forward by either or both of these powers as a tactical maneuver. Nevertheless, it remains the only road to avoid repetitions of the previous tragedies. To strike a balance between the two aspects of orders, the power and legitimacy, is the essence of statesmanship. Calculation of power without a moral dimension will turn every disagreement into a test of strength. Ambition will know no resting place. Countries will be propelled into unsustainable towards the force of elusive calculation regarding the shifting configuration of power. Okay. Moral prescriptions without concern for equilibrium, on the other hand, stands towards either crusades or an important policy. Tempting challenges, either extreme risk endangering the coherence of the international order itself. In our time, in part of therefore the technological reason discussed in chapter number 1, power is an unprecedented flux, while claims to legitimately every decade multiply their scope in hitherto inconceivable ways. When weapons have become capable of obliterating civilization and the interaction between value systems are rendered instantaneous and unprecedented, inclusive establishment of calculation for the maintaining the balance of powers or a community of values may become obscure. As these imbalances have grown, the structure of the 21st century world order has been revealed as lacking in four important dimensions. First, the nature of the state itself, the basic formula in a formal units of international life. It has been subjected to multitudes of pressures, attacked and dismantled by design, in some regions eroded from neglects, often submerged by the sheer inrush of events. Europe has set out to transcend the state and to craft a foreign policy based principally on soft powers and humanitarian values, but it is doubtful that claims to legitimacy is separated from any concept of strategic and sustainable orders, and Europe has not yet given itself attributes of statehoods, tempting a vacuum of authority internally and imbalance of power along its borders. Parts of the Middle East have dissolved into sectarians and ethnic combatants into conflict with each other. Religious militias and powers backing them violate borders and sovereignty at will. The challenge in Asia is the opposite of Europe's Westphalia. Balance of powers, the principle of people unrelated to the negative concept of legitimacy. And in several parts of the world, we have witnessed since the end of the Cold War the phenomena of failed states, of ungoverned spaces, of states that hardly merit the terms, having no monopoly on the use of force or effective control, central authority. The major powers come to practice foreign policy of manipulating a multiplicity of subsovereign units, observing ambiguous and often violent rules of conduct, many based on extreme articulations of divergent cultural experience, and our case certain. Second, the political and the economic organization of the world are at variance with each other. The international economic system has become global, while the political structure of the world has remained based on nation states. The global economic imperative is on removing obstacle to the flow of goods and capitals. The international political system is still largely based on contrasting ideas of world orders and the reconciliation of the concept of national interest. Economic globalization is in its sense ignoring national frontiers. International policy emphasizes the importance of the frontier, even as it seeks to reconcile conflicting national aims. This dynamic has produced decades of sustained economic growth, punctuated by periodic financial crises by seemingly escalating intensity in Latin America in 1980s, in Asia in 1997, in Russia in 1998, in the United States in 2001, and then striking again starting 2007, and Europe in 2010. The winners, those who can weather the storm within reasonable period and go forward, have few reservations about the system, but the losers, such as those stuck in the structural misdesign, has been the case with the European Union's southern tier, seeks the remedies by solution that negates or at least obstruct the functioning of the global economic system. While each of these crises has been a different causes, their common feature has been profligate speculation and systematic underappreciation of risk. Financial instruments have been invented that obscure the nature of the relevant transactions, and lenders have found it difficult to estimate the extent of the commitment, and borrowers, including major nations, to understand the implication of their indebtedness. The international order has thus faces the paradox in its prosperity, for it's dependent on the success of the globalization, but the process produces a political reaction that often works counter to its aspirations. The economic managers of globalization has few occasions to engage with its political process. The manager of the political process have few incentive to risk their domestic supports on anticipating economic or financial problems whose complexity eludes the understanding of all but experts. In these conditions, the challenge becomes the governance itself. Government are subjected to pressure seeking to tip the process of globalization in the direction of a national advantage or mercantilism. In the West, the issues of a globalization thus merge with the issues of a conduct of democratic foreign policy. harmonizing political and economic international orders challenge vested views. The request for a world order because it requires an enlargement of the international frameworks, the disciplining of globalization balance because sustainable practices imply modification of the conventional pattern. The third is the absence of an effective mechanism for the great power to consult and possibly cooperate on the most consequential, issues. This may seem an odd criticism in the light of a plethora of multilateral forums that exist more by far than any other time in history. The UN Security Council of compelling informal authority, but deadlocked on the most important issues. Yes, I think United Nations is completely irrelevant because they can't come to a proper resolutions. Is joined by regular summits for Atlantic leaders in NATO and the European Union for Asia-Pacific leaders in APAC and the East Asia summits for developed countries or in the G7, G8 and for major economies in the G20. The United States is a key participant in all of this forum. Yet the nature and frequency of this new meeting worked against the elaboration of a long-range strategy. Discussion of a scheduled and negotiation of a formal agenda surrogates the majority of the preparation time. Some forums effectively co-orbit on the calendars of leaders because of the difficulty of gathering principle in any one place. On a regular basis, participants, heads of the states, by the nature of their position, focus on the public impact of their actions at the beginning meeting. They are tempted to emphasize the tactical implications or the public relation aspect. This process permits little beyond designing a formal communique at best. Discussion of impending tactical issues and the worst any form of summit social media events, a contemporary structure of international rules and norms. If it is to be proved relevant, cannot merely be affirmed by joint declaration. It must be fostered as a matter of common convictions. Throughout, American leadership has been indispensable, even when it has been exercised ambivalently. It has sought a balance between stability and advocacy of a universal principle, and not always reconcilable with the principle of sovereign non-interference or other nations' historical experiences. The quest for the balance between the uniqueness of the American experiences and the idealistic confidence in its universality, between the poles of the overconfidence and introspection, is inherently unending. What does it not permit withdrawal? Where do we go from here? That is the big question. Where do we go from here? Where do we go from here? A reconstruction of the international system is the ultimate challenge to statesmanship in our time. I think, Donald Trump, he has made something like a piece of board to resolve the Middle East conflict. A reconstruction of the international system is the ultimate challenge to statesmen in our times. The penalty for failing will not be as so much a major war between states. Though in some regions that is not forecast as an evolution into the spheres of influence identified with the particular domestic structures and forms of governments. For example, the Westphalian model as against the radical Islamist version, as it edges each sphere would be tempted to test its strength against each other. And it is of orders deemed illegitimate. They would be network for instantaneous communications and impinging on one another constantly. In time, the condition of this process would degenerate into maneuvers for status or advantage on a continental scale or even worldwide. A struggle between regions could be even more debilitating than the struggle between two nations has been. The contemporary quest for a world order will require a coherent strategy to establish a concept of order within the various regions and to relate these regions' orders to one another. The goals are not necessarily identical or self-reconciling. The triumph of radical movement might bring order to one region while setting the stage for the turmoil in and with all others. The domination of regions by the one country militarily, even if it brings the appearance of orders, could produce a crisis for the rest of the world. Reassessments of the concept of balance of power is an order. In theory, the balance of power, should be quite calculable. So we have to understand that even right now, the United Nations, right, that is the power structure in 1950s. Now there is a change in the power structure of the world, so there has to be rebalance of a global power. A reassessment of the concept of balance of power is an order. In theory, the balance of power should be quite calculable. In practice, it has proved extremely difficult to harmonize the country's calculation with those of the other states and achieve a common recognition of limits. The conjectural elements of foreign policy, the need to gear an action to an assessment that cannot be proved, is when it is made. It's even more true than in a period upon people than the old order is in flux while the shape of the replacement is highly uncertain. Everything depends therefore on some conception of the future, but varying internal structures can produce a different assessment of the significance of the existing trends and a more important clashing criteria for resolving these differences. This is the dilemma of our time. A world order of states affirming individual dignity and participatory governance and cooperating internationally in accordance with agreed upon rules can be our hope and should be our inspirations, but progress towards it will need to be sustained through a series of intermediary stages. At any given interval, we will usually be better served, as Edmund Burke once wrote, to acquiesce in some qualified plan that does not come up to the full perfection of the abstract ideas than to push for the more perfect and risk crisis or delusionments by insisting in the ultimate immediately. The United States need a strategy and diplomacy that allow for the complexity of the journey, the loftiness of the goal, as well as the inherent incompleteness of the human endeavors through which it will be approached. To play a responsible role in the evolution of a 21st century world orders, the United States must be prepared to answer a number of questions for itself. What do we seek to prevent, no matter how it happens, and if necessary alone? Question mark. The answer defines the minimum condition of the survival of the society. What do we seek to achieve, even if not supported by any multilateral efforts? The goal defines the minimum objective of the national strategy. What do we seek to achieve or prevent only if supported by alliances? This defines the outer limits of the country's strategic aspiration as a part of a global system. What should we not engage in, even if urged by multilateral group or alliances? This defines the limiting condition of the American participation in the world order. Above all, what is the nature of the value that we seek to advance? What application depends in part of the circumstances. The same question applies to the principle to other societies, right? For the United States, the quest for world order functions on two levels. The celebrations of universal principle needs to be paired with the recognition of the reality of the other regions, histories, and cultures. Even as the lessons of the challenging decades are examined, the affirmations of America's exceptional nature must be sustained. History offers no respite to countries that set aside their commitment or sense of identity in favor of a seemingly less arduous causes. America, as the world order decisive articulation of the human quest for freedoms and an indispensable geopolitical force for the vindication of human values, must retain its sense of directions. A purposeful American role will be philosophically and geopolitically imperative for the challenges of our time. Yet world orders cannot be achieved by any one country acting alone. So to achieve a genuine world orders, its components, while maintaining their own values, need to acquire a second culture that is global, structural, and juridical. A concept of order that transcends the perspective and ideal of any one regions or nations. At this moment in history, this would be a modernization of the Westphalian system informed by the contemporary realities. Is it possible to translate divergent culture into a common system? The Westphalian system was drafted by some 200 delegates, none of whom has entered the annals of history as a major figure, who met in two provincial German towns 40 miles apart, a significant distance in the 17th century in two separate groups. They overcame their obstacle because they shared the devastating experience of 30 years war, and they were determined to prevent its recurrence. A time facing even graver prospect needs to act on its necessities before it's engulfed by them. Cryptic fragments from remote antiquity reveals a view of the human condition as irredeemably marked by change and strife. World order was fire-like, kindling in measures and going out in measures, with a war, the father and the king of all, creating change in the world. But the unity of a things lies beneath the surface. It depends upon a balanced reaction between opposite. The goal of our era must be to achieve that equilibrium while restraining the dogs of war. And we have to do among the rushing stream of history. The well-known metaphor for this is in the fragment conveying that one cannot step twice in the same river. One cannot step, twice in the same river. History may thought of as a river, but its water will be ever changing. Long ago in youth, I was brash enough to think myself able to pronounce on the meaning of history. I now know that history's meaning is a matter to be discovered, not declared. It is a question we must attempt to answer as best as we can in recognition that it will remain open to debate, that each generation will be judged by whether the greatest nor most consequential issues of human conditions have been faced, and that decision to meet these challenges must be taken by the statesman before it is possible to know what the outcome may be. Okay, so this is some notes is there, introduction, the questions for orders. Okay, you are 20 states. Okay, and I think they have given some. Okay, these are all the references. There's an acknowledgement. This book, grew out of a dinner conversation. Okay, so acknowledgements. This, book grew out of a dinner conversation with Charles Hilst, distinguished fellow at the Paddy Johnson program in Grand Strategy and senior lectures in the Humanities program at Yale University. Charlie was a valued member of the policy planning staff and has served as a Secretary of State a lifetime ago. We've been friends and occasionally collaborators ever since. At dinner, you conclude that the crisis in the concept of world order was the ultimate international problems of our day. When I decided to write a book on the subject, Charlie offered advice and assistance. He proved invaluable. Charlie gave me the benefit of several essays he had written on various aspects of the subject. Reviewed chapters in the process of drafting, as was always available for discussion. Okay, so yeah, these are all notes, thanking notes, and Alan Lane in print of a Penguin. Okay, recently published. Okay, so all the references, the beginning. Okay, yeah, I think it's pretty much okay. I think it's a good book, and the book name is, I repeat, World Order, and it has mostly described about a brief history of how the world order, in terms of who is in the first position, who is in the second position, who led that period, which country, which continent, what are their strategies. I think it's all written. It's a brief, good history, and it's a must read for those people who like international relationship and see how power works. What I've seen is that there's not even a, a proper period without a war. No peace at all. I mean, that shows the human nature, right? Constantly fighting. And this is Tenzin Vesi signing off.